75. Wong, the supreme shot maker, ties it.
The Canes.
7 seconds from history. Wooga Poplar has it. 4 seconds from history. And Wooga is fouled. Go crazy, Miami. Go crazy, Hurricane fans. You're going to go to the Final Four.
Will history be made? Let's go. The Final Four. Coverage only here. AM 560 Sports WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by U Health, University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute experts treat athletes of all levels, elite pros, active adults, and youth athletes. Recover your game. Visit uhealthsportsmedicine.com.
You guys
by
hear me at all?
Williamson Automotive. Williamson
Hello?
is Miami. And by Kendall Toyota.
You hear me?
Deal on all new Toyota models, electric vehicles, hybrids, cars, and trucks. They're all at Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall.
This is a historic day in South Florida. Could be even more historic come Monday if FAU can top San Diego State. If the U can top UConn, civil war will break out between Palm Beach and Miami-Dade. And oh my goodness, Broward is going to be the trenches. Speaking of being in the trenches, my cousin Vladmir Lewisson always with us, but also we are joined by another Dan. We're double Danning it today. Not only are we joined by Danny Rabinowitz, a.k.a. Hollywood, he is joining us live from the Final Four at NRG Stadium. Danny, break it down. You're actually not at NRG Stadium yet. You're at the hotel right now. Break it down. What's going on? What's kind of the feeling in the air this big Final Four day?
Gentlemen, good morning. And man, this is awesome. This is a huge event here. We're at the Hurricanes team hotel right now. Team just walked by past us. They're going to a morning shoot around here. So they got that going on. We're actually, Dan, this is such a big pregame show that we're going to be on double locations here. We're actually going to be in 2 locations in one. Vlad, good morning to you as well. Yeah, we're going to be in 2 locations in this one. So we're going to head over to the stadium when courtside opens up around 3:30 your time, I believe. This time change, time difference thing has me all screwy. But yeah, so it's awesome, guys. This is one of the most exciting things that's ever happened, obviously in the history of this school. And the Canes fans have really turned up here, man. This is a great turnout for the University of Miami, and it's just an awesome scene here in Houston.
I was about to ask you that. What is the fanfare for both South Florida teams? Because I know that there wasn't a lot of ticket allotment for both teams, for both universities. So, what is the fan base for both University of Miami and FAU like down there in Houston?
All right, so it's funny you bring that up, Vlad. So this is interesting, right? So I know that some people did not end up getting tickets from the school. I guess more people requested than they had, obviously. And I've seen a lot of people talking about how tickets are cheap, it's whatever, because of the matchups. And yes, there are some tickets that are cheap if you would like. And I haven't been in the stadium yet, but I've seen the outside of it, and it's massive. So if you want to sit in the upper corners and look at ants, then yeah, you can pay $80 to get in tonight, but you're looking at around $1,000 to get in tonight for anything in the 100 levels of this building. So it's it's a big deal, guys. There were again, this has a Super Bowl feel to it. There were huge concerts last night out here. There's going to be concerts all weekend, and I got to tell you guys, I've never been to Houston before, but they've done a really nice job here with this event. It's a nice city. It's very accessible. Everything's easy to get to, and it's been a lot of fun so far. But yeah, I think there's going to be a ton of people at this thing tonight, Vlad. I don't know. Do you spend the $80 to sit up in the 600 level? They have a 600 level.
Ooh,
this place
sounds like my type of spot right there.
They do have a big scoreboard, don't they?
I haven't been inside it yet. The only building I've been inside, I went to the Rockets game last night. Actually,
nice.
Yeah, I was with I had a little dinner last night with some of the coaches that I've known through the years. Some of the all the coaches are here, by the way. They have this National Association of coaches that have a huge convention here, so it's like a big networking thing. Right, yeah, absolutely. It's like a huge networking thing for all those guys. So I went to a little dinner last night, and it was the second quarter of the Rockets game. Rockets Pistons. How's that for a matchup?
It was actually competitive.
It was a competitive game, actually. It was. Jalen Green's a stud, by the way, man. Jalen Green is an absolute stud.
Well, he did very well in the tournament when he was playing a couple of years ago, and we need somebody to have a Jalen Green performance tonight in the Final Four against Connecticut.
Yes, we do.
It is the biggest day in Miami Hurricanes and FAU basketball history, and no one is covering it like we do. Not only do we have Danny Rabinowitz out there in Houston covering the games, getting you all the action going, getting everything happening. We're going to be on all the way till 6:15 today because, like we said, like Joe said, it is history. Who are some of the people, Danny, you're going to be interviewing throughout these next couple hours, getting everyone ready for all the games that are going to be happening in the South Florida area?
Yeah, so we got a massive list here, Dan, that we can go through today. So we spoke to both of the Hurleys that are not Dan Hurley, who is the coach, of course, of UConn. Spoke, they had, by the way, I want to thank Westwood One, who had an amazing Radio Row out here. And I know you're thinking Radio Row is a Super Bowl thing, but it was awesome, man. They had about 20 stations out here. It was a great scene. And so we got Bobby Hurley, coaches at Arizona State. We got his dad, Bob Hurley, who's a basketball Hall of Famer. And he'll tell us about that, about everything that that's going through his mind with this game. And we have a handful of different college basketball analysts we're going to bring on. Spoke to Jim Boeheim, spoke to Bruce Pearl. There's a great list of people we can bring on today.
Danny, let me ask you this: is there any do you feel any old Big East rivalry between UM and UConn? Like, is there any talk about how they used to go at it back in the days when both were in the Big East Conference before UM went to ACC and UConn went to their own conference?
I don't know how much rivalry talk there is, Vlad. It's a great question, and but I will tell you this. So this is interesting. So I again talking to a bunch of people yesterday, and it was an interesting decision that UConn had to make. Right, UConn was playing. They were originally, of course, in the Big East. So the Big East was a football conference, and then everything got, all the realignment started and all that stuff. And UConn's football program is terrible, to say the least, right? So they were in the American Athletic Conference, and they were kind of doing a disservice to their bread and butter, which is their basketball program. And so they decided, say, hey, we're going to focus on basketball. We're going to go back to the Big East, and the football has been independent or whatever it is. So, yeah, it's been much better for them. But the big talk up here, Vlad, is that UConn is the best team in this tournament. That's what I keep hearing. And it's very interesting. You look at this UConn team, got off to an amazing start, had an amazing finish, a little bump in the road in the middle there. They had a little 2-6 stretch, but they are, from everything I'm hearing, and I've heard this about a handful of the teams that we played already, right? Heard that about Houston, how good they were. Heard that about Texas, how good they were. But this UConn team is the real deal. And Miami's going to absolutely have their hands full today. But I think as we continue to discuss this game here today, that there are some matchups that the Hurricanes can exploit.
Interesting. All season long, everyone's discounted the U. All tournament long, everyone's kind of discounted and underrated the U. Tonight, discounting and underrating the U. Does that mean the U just keep on winning? And we know Coach Larinaga loves it.
Don't pick us.
Yeah, you know what, guys? It's an interesting narrative. I think at this point it doesn't matter, right? And it's kind of funny because I went through about my first few guests yesterday, and they were like, "Yeah, this narrative has to go away. Miami's the best team in the ACC. They're not, sneaking up on anyone anymore." But I could see why, Miami was underdogs in these last couple of games. They got a little bit of a scare from Drake. Houston was tough, certainly. And Texas, guys, that was one of the most amazing comebacks you'll ever see. I mean, that was a truly remarkable comeback by Miami in a game where they just looked dead. In the second half of that game, I thought Texas was gonna take them, and that was going to be the end of the run. But again, the Hurricanes have found ways to dig deep and come back, and they were able to get it done. And they earned their trip to this event here, which, man, I can't even tell you guys what this is going to do for the basketball program. This is just enormous.
Interesting fun fact, Tylon just texted in on the Twitch page because we're live on Twitch, on YouTube Live, also, of course, 560 in the Odyssey app. Said, fun fact, Coach L beat UConn in 06 to make it to the Final Four when he was with George Mason.
Yeah. and hopefully he'll beat them this to get to the national title game. Now, Danny, now that we got both teams in the Final Four, right? FAU and University of Miami. Are everybody talking about a South Florida final down there? Like, what would are they? Do they want a South Florida final, or is it like they want Connecticut to make it to the national title game? You know, because what Connecticut would be what we would consider the only blue blood left in the tournament.
Yeah, I would say so. So let me start by saying this. I only packed Hurricanes shirts for this entire trip, which perhaps was a mistake because it slipped my mind that Miami screwed this entire state out of a Final Four. They beat Houston and they beat Texas in back-to-back games.
Nice.
Everybody here are fans of those programs.
Right, there's a meme going on right now that the University of Miami owns Texas. Like,
so this postseason, we've owned Indiana, the state of Indiana, and now we own the state of Texas.
Yeah.
So we've got 6 hours to cover all this, and we're going to get plenty of great interviews. Bill Walton is actually going to be joining you later on. That is going to be something that you have to hear to believe.
I can't wait for people to hear that interview. Bill Walton is as unusual as you would think. And man, that was a really, really neat conversation to get to talk to him.
How many Grateful Dead reference and Jerry Garcia references
we'll find out.
He told an entire story about the Grateful Dead during the interview. So let me just look. I'll tee it up by telling you this. All right. So we sit down with Bill Walton. Okay. And the way that they set this up. So everyone that has a table at Radio Row has to make a little like triangle thing with a paper that says your first name and where you're from, your city. So I put Danny, Miami. He sits down, and I said, welcome back to Energy Stadium. We continue our countdown to and I don't know if I said it wrong. NRG. I don't know what I probably should figure that out by the time we get this game going tonight. It's one of those two. And he just started talking and goes for 10 minutes. I don't think I asked a question during the interview.
It's fantastic.
Yeah,
we're going to have to get to it. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be great. I can't wait for everyone to hear it. We're about to get to some headlines real quick, get you caught up on everything happening. But right now, let's look back at the week that was in South Florida sports with the montage.
Everybody in the club know what's up. What's up, why you twerk? Go ahead and start.
You're down.
Okay, so we're not on video right now?
I mean, we are, but I mean, they're playing the audio, so you know, nobody's hearing us.
Okay, so but don't do anything weird.
Creative tradition.
Don't do anything weird.
The University of Miami is a fantastic school, academically a top 50 school in the country. It's won national championships in football and baseball. So we felt that our job was to compete at the national level and hopefully for a national championship. And after 12 years, we're doing it.
Welcome inside Scotiabank Arena here in Toronto for tonight's matchup. It's the Florida Panthers and the Toronto Maple Leafs.
What I like, we made money in the club.
It's time to throw the leather in the air and start with the rock, thanks to Bam Adebayo.
The horn sounds, and for the first time in 17 years, 16 seasons of frustration, 16 years of wandering in the desert, looking for that oasis, the Kings have finally...
Hollywood, you have a Kings montage?
The palm trees.
No, I think Garcia was going to make one.
It's the real deal.
Ekblad, one-time drive, he scores! A power play goal, tipped in front! And the Panthers tie it at 2 with 58.5 seconds to go.
Why you twerk?
Suns will get the win as they come away with a 107-100 victory here over a very, very good Minnesota basketball team. 149 bucks on the board for the Bucks. 149-136. They take down Indiana in another high-scoring affair.
An 8-point win as Dallas inbounds. The Mavericks go cold down the stretch. Kyrie Irving heaves it the length of the court, and the Sixers win by 8, 116-108.
Lakers get a big win, fun win tonight.
Fans in the club wanna hate, wanna never wanna pay.
Tip up and in by J-Dub. 0.5 of a second to play. J-Dub knocks it down. Thunder will win it.
over the 70-footer. The buzzer no good. OKC 107, Detroit 106.
Miami doesn't have anything mystical or magical. It'll be their third straight loss.
Barkov with Montour. Barkov left circle walks in front of the net. Montour, he scores, top shelf, and the Panthers win it in overtime. 3-2 the final here in Toronto.
Lots to do today. Let's get to some headlines. Of course, the Final Four in Houston. Danny Rabinowitz is there. FAU, they take on San Diego State. That tip is 6:09. Miami, following that, around 8:49-ish against UConn. At the women's Final Four, LSU, my alma mater, defeated Virginia Tech 79-72. Kim Mulkey, how did you judge her outfit, Vlad? You saying, okay.
No, I liked it.
I like the flowers and the pink and everything crazy.
She was all white, and then she put the pink. She matched a little granddaughter. Listen, I'm all about whatever Kim Mulkey wants to wear. Man.
Hollywood, did you see her outfit last night?
I did not. I saw the second game, though, the Iowa and South Carolina game. Great
Clark.
stuff, man. Awesome.
There's something about
she's
that.
Fantastic. Yeah, it was
There's something about that Caitlin Clark, though, man.
Very entertaining games last night. Really, really good.
Whew, man. But yeah, can you believe it? Iowa shocks the world, defeating South Carolina 77-73. Caitlin Clark, she throws in 41 points. 2 40-point games back-to-back. National championship game. Tomorrow, did you know it's at 3:30? Kind of early. I thought it was going to be at 7 o'clock or something like that.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Unfortunately for the ladies, professional sports still matter more than college basketball, women's college basketball. So, baseball season started. So ESPN has the Sunday night baseball. So they're giving them ABC where they will have more of the national market. And there's not really much NBA games going on tomorrow. So go check out that Iowa versus LSU game. That's going to be a good one.
The Heat are currently in 7th in the East and look to improve their 40-37 record, plus end a 3-game losing streak tonight when they host the Mavericks at 7:30. Jorge Soler and Jazz Chisholm solo homered each yesterday, and that was enough as the Marlins defeated the Mets 2-1. The two play again today at 4:10, then tomorrow at 1:40. Inter Miami looked to end a 3-game slide when they head to Ohio to face Cincinnati. Kickoff is at 7:30. And we'll talk about the Panthers. They look to go 4-4 on this current road trip tonight in Columbus when they face the Blue Jackets at 7. Is this going to be another one of those times I get stoked up and high on the Panthers, think they're going to go 4-4, and then they just let me down?
If they do, who cares? It's really all about the U today, man. I'm sorry. This is Final Four Saturday. I'm not really we love the teams. They're all on. We love that they're on here on Odyssey Miami, 560 WQAM. You can listen to them in any of the Odyssey app. You can catch them. But make sure you listen to 104.3 The Shark for the Final Four coverage of the University of Miami taking on the Connecticut Huskies. Yeah,
that was the best answer I've heard, man. That was fantastic.
Thank you, man.
He's talking about the Marlins or the Panthers, whatever he even asked you. I don't even remember what the question was. You go, it doesn't matter. It's about.
It doesn't really matter that the Panthers are going to let Dan down. Dan called out, Coach Maurice a couple of weeks ago, and it seemed like it worked there. Dan,
I think he heard me.
It seemed like it worked. We called them out. It seemed like it worked. Dan really called them out. It seemed like they worked, and they struggled, but they did win 2 games this past week in Canada. So hopefully they can win today and put pressure on Pittsburgh for that last wild card spot. And hopefully the Heat can win and score over 100 points against the Mavericks, so the Mavericks can't play not one lick of defense. And Miami's sad that their offense is the only offense to score double digits, under 100 points, double-digit times. 13 times they scored under 100. But it doesn't matter because what Dan is putting right now, this is what it's all about.
Today is all about the U and FAU.
If I didn't know any better, I would say that was a shot at the Heat by a Knicks fan. Talking about scoring over 100 points. So they scored 92 the other night.
I'm just saying it was the 13th time they scored under 100 points. And there's not one. Listen, nobody plays defense in the first half of games in the NBA. So you should at least get 100 points. When you have Bam, Jimmy, and Tyler that both can give you 20 points each, that's 60 points right there. These other guys could accumulate 40 points. Okay?
I told you I went to the game last night, the Rockets game, and those two Rockets and Pistons, they suck. I mean, they're terrible.
They scored.
Teams. It was 90-90 after 3.
Ooh. Right.
Exciting.
It was terrible.
You know who had no problem scoring? You know who's a great scoring team, scoring offense? The University of Miami men's basketball team.
Right. Today, it's all about the U and
Okay.
FAU, and we're going to be bringing you coverage all the way till 6:15 today. Of course, the game, Danny Rabinowitz, Joe Zagacki, they're going to be on 104.3, The Shark, WSFS, and on the Odyssey app. But real quick, we got to take a big, deep step. Danny, I know you know where this is, man. Every once in a while.
I know where we're going. I love this. One of my favorite segments.
Once an hour or so, we try to just go ahead and just relieve some of the pressure that is in our lives, or maybe make our pressure even worse. I don't know. We just call it stepping into the day spa. Kids and residents of an upscale neighborhood in Massachusetts are dealing with a group of aggressive wild turkeys. Vlad, you know what I'm going to ask? Is this cocaine turkeys? Not
No,
cocaine
it's
bear?
not cocaine turkeys, man. Stop. Not
It's
every
aggressive. You're in a rich neighborhood. Come on. It's a rich person's drug. Cocaine turkeys. They're living it, man.
Animals are going crazy off cocaine. Right? Is that what's going on?
Cocaine Bear opened up a new gateway. It was a gateway drug for all the animals right there. Man, right there. Okay, so we have Hollywood Danny Rabinowitz in Houston right now. He's at the Team Hotel. Later, he's going to migrate over to NRG. I don't know what Bill Walton wants me to call it, but
Yeah, hey, can you guys help me with that? Do you know what it is?
It's NRG Stadium.
Is it?
So it sounds like energy, but it's NRG
But it's
Stadium.
not.
It's not. Yeah, it's NRG Stadium, but it sounds like energy.
Boy, have
Stadium.
I been struggling with that, man.
It's like
I was looking at YouTube videos to see how people were pronouncing it. Like Joe Rose trying to say a guy's name, like trying to figure out how to say someone's name that's coming on the show.
It's like FLA. It's like FLA Live. You want to say Florida Live, but you have to say the. Yeah, I do.
NRG Stadium.
I just want to say FLA.
Is it FLA Live or is it Florida Live?
It's FLA Live.
It's FLA Live.
That's what I thought. That's what I've been calling it.
Right, but sometimes I wanted to say Florida Live because it's FLA.
All right. We're getting off track.
But, yeah, we're getting off track. You're at NRG Stadium covering the Canes, man.
We got Danny in Houston for the Final Four. We're going to talk a little bit of Canes next. Then we're going to run one of the interviews he got from Radio Row. Let me tell you, the NCAA brought it. I've been to some Super Bowl, Radio Rows. Some of the stuff you got, Danny, was top notch. So kudos to the NCAA, and you're going to hear some of those interviews throughout the day. 6.5 hours basically today, pregame coverage for the Canes and UConn, not to mention some FAU and San Diego State. It's going to be beautiful here on Sports Day, 560 WQAM.
WQAM, broadcasting live from the...
We doing another live here, or are we going to an interview? Oh. Hey. We root for the Owls. No, I'm here for work.
Count.
So I'm doing a 7-hour pregame. I'm doing, yeah. So I'm doing like 3 hours here. What is? Oh yeah, we're on an FM. Like that's bad. Yeah, terrible to be on an FM. So people can actually hear us. Yeah.
Right, so you do from here, and then when you go to the game?
They open courts at 2:30, 3:30. I go like I'm gonna leave here at 2. So I was at Radio Row the last 2 days. I had 30 interviews recorded. So we're only gonna do 4 hours when people blow it up. So off at 2:30. Yeah.
Are you going to cover the team?
Yeah. Oh, I don't. I guess.
on the free Odyssey app. Sponsored by U Health by Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall and Williamson Automotive.
That's right. This is the biggest, longest pregame show for the Miami Heat because it's the biggest game the Hurricanes and FAU have ever had in their illustrious basketball history. It could be an all-Florida final. Right now we have Danny Rabinowitz at the Final Four. He's actually at the Miami Hurricanes team hotel. Vladmir Lewis on my cousin with me. My cousin. I am Dan Day. Want to ask, let's break down the games first. Let's go FAU since we got a 6:09 tip. So it's 6:09. You get FAU, San Diego State. Vlad and I were kind of talking about it earlier this week. I'm sure you'll agree with this, Danny. San Diego State likes to muck it up. They like to play, when I say dirty, slow, grinded out basketball. FAU's got those good guards. Are you expecting a low-scoring, kind of grinded out affair with those two tonight at 6:09?
Okay, so San Diego State is an interesting story. They had a team that they thought could make this run when the season got cut short by COVID. They really did. And so they're back. You know, guys, it's so interesting when you look at these teams and look at the players that are on these teams, okay? Older players are the big story in this tournament because of the COVID year, right? We got guys that are like 23, 24. We got guys that are Vlad's age on these teams, man. It's
45.
It's
Wow.
Vlad, you are a young 45, man. I gotta give you credit. You're a young 45. But no, it's I think you're gonna get two teams that have a lot of experience. I think you get two teams that play great team basketball. So I think it's gonna be a very interesting game. You know what, guys? I didn't think FAU was gonna get this far. I thought they'd drop in the Elite Eight. I was very surprised that they were able to make it. You know, I'm at the point where I don't want to pick games in this tournament anymore. I don't know about you guys, but I don't want to pick games in this tournament anymore because it's just so unpredictable. So could it be FAU in the first game? I think they have a really good shot. I'm very excited, by the way. I get to go over to that game here in a few hours and see that one. And, I'll obviously be rooting for FAU. I'd love to see them win. I think it's a great story for South Florida. And it's a neat story for a small program like that, smaller program, I should say. They're going into the American. So they're clearly on the right path. But this will do wonders for their basketball program as well. And, again, man, we have seen history. And so I think one of the interesting things that one of the storylines of this tournament has been, guys, and I'm curious what you think. I'll ask you both this. Do you think what we've seen in the tournament this year is painting or clearing the path for the future of the tournament, in that we've always seen upsets, right? We've always seen these upsets, but now we have a 9 seed in FAU in the Final Four. San Diego State in the Final Four.
Never been before.
Miami, who's never been before.
2 5 seeds.
Not a traditional basketball school, Miami. Okay, and they were the best team in the ACC. Absolutely, hands down. And I don't want this to come off as any disrespect to the program that I work with, right? I don't want it to come off that way. But guys, Miami is not a traditional basketball school.
No,
they're just not. And especially in that conference.
I mean, it's a program that shut itself down for a while a couple years ago.
Yeah, I look, what Jim Larinaga has done is one of the great jobs in the history of college coaching, okay? And this job that he has done this year, all right, so we have all the stuff for the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Okay, Dwayne is going to be here.
Coach L should have been. He should have been in this year's class.
Tony Parker, Dirk Nowitzki, Coach L has punched his ticket to Springfield with the job that he has done this year, guys. This will guarantee, in my mind, of course, that Coach L is a Hall of Famer now because of how incredible a job he has done to build this program basically from scratch, guys. And look, you guys have been to the Watsco Center in years past and seen that there's no buzz around college basketball in South Florida. Guys, I grew up in Kendall. I grew up going to games at the Miami Arena in front of a few hundred people. It was not, it is not a traditional basketball school. Again, the job that Coach Larinaga has done has gotten him a ticket to the Hall of Fame in my mind.
I mean, look at the numbers. Over 700 wins, 2 Final Fours with non-traditional basketball schools. There's guys who coach for long times at traditional basketball schools that don't even accumulate those types of numbers.
Well, you got 2 programs who are not notorious blue bloods in college basketball. You got them to the Final Four. Okay. So therefore, if he's not in a Hall of Fame next season, because I thought he should have made it this year's class. I thought he was a semifinalist. He should have made it. To me, after this performance, after this great run that the University of Miami have had these last 2 years, if he's not in a 2024 Hall of Fame class, then I don't want to go to Springfield ever.
Now, there you have it right there. Now, let's talk about the game that we've been waiting for all year long. It seems like the U going to be playing UConn. Danny, you are there at the team hotel right now. What are you looking for and expecting from tonight's big matchup that should tip, I'm guessing, a little after 9 o'clock?
Yeah, something around those lines for a tip-off time here, Dan. We'll keep you entertained up until there, certainly on 104.3 FM, The Shark. Beautiful to be on the FM tonight, man. The whole of South Florida will be able to hear us. We're really, really pumped about that. But to answer your question, this is the same thing we've talked about how many times this season have we gone into a Hurricanes game and we say, man, they got a couple of 7-footers that are really a problem, and, Miami's undersized. Miami plays a lot bigger than they are on paper, right? And Norchad Omier, who's like
he's a man child.
I don't know what he is, guys. 6'7".
He's a man child. He's a 6'7" and a half, but put together like
he's thick.
one.
He's thick.
He's put together, and when he goes for a rebound, he's athletic. Great hands for a 6'7" and a half. If you saw that steal that he got at the end of the game with 4 fouls, he plays smart. He moves his feet. They're such an athletic team. And I thought when he went down in the semis against Duke in the ACC tournament, just thank God they played Friday.
Well, so the best question, though, we have to ask Danny, what does the U have to do tonight to win against UConn? The big 7-footers and oversized and maybe a little more physically gifted.
Okay, so you're going to hear from ESPN basketball analyst Sean Farnham in a little bit here, okay? And we talked about this. What are the keys to the game, right? And it's similar to what we've seen all season long. Okay, so one of the keys to the game will be foul trouble. Miami needs Norchad Omier on the court, guys. If he picks up 2 early fouls, a few minutes into the ball game, Miami's in a bad spot. If he picks up 4 fouls in the second half, Miami's in a bad spot. They absolutely need him on the floor. And one of the things you're going to hear us talk about is the officiating, right? And how this game is going to be officiated. So we have seen in the tournament, the games have been officiated. They're letting a lot of stuff go. Games have been a little more physical. Been a little more physical, it feels like, in the tournament.
San Diego State and Omaha team. Who's the Omaha team? They beat Creighton. Creighton might argue that late call. They said it was a foul.
That was a very tough call, but
it was a foul, guys.
It was a foul.
Again, look, guys, I don't know how the officials are going to approach this game. We're going to find that out at tip-off, but that will play a big role in this game. Miami is, of course, not incredibly deep. They are not deep at all when it comes to the center position, so that will be a big key to this game. The other key to this game is when UConn has lost, UConn has played poorly, they have turned the ball over. Miami is exceptional at turning teams over, and they are also exceptional when it comes to transition offense. So can the Hurricanes turn UConn over and get out and run? That will be a huge key to today's game.
We need this game to be an up-and-down game, and they're going to play a half-court game. That's basically it. Connecticut's going to try to use their size and play a half-court game while UM needs to run. And I think we have the better guard play. We have the better back guard. We have the ACC Player of the Year, Isaiah Wong. We have Nigel Pack. And also Mr. Perfect from the regional final, from the Elite Eight. He's going to have to show up again. And Mr. Miller and do it once again.
So we got to speed them up. We got to get some offense, and we have to neutralize their depth by not getting into a lot of foul trouble. Danny Rabinowitz is right there at the Hurricanes team hotel in Houston, Texas. The other day on Media Row, ESPN's Sean Farnham joined you, and he had something very interesting to say about the U, how they built this team, and how they've made this run to the Final Four. I think you'll agree with that, Danny. Very interesting what he said to you. We're going to hear it next, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're going to go to break, and we're going to come back with Danny Rabinowitz from Houston, from the Final Four, from the team hotel, talking to ESPN's Sean Fornham. He's got something interesting to say about the U you don't want to miss. This is Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
Listen to WQAM for Cat Talk.
Don't ever forget your phone, and make sure you listen to us wherever you go. Yeah, we're portable.
Coverage of the Final Four continues. Live from Miami at NRG Stadium in Houston. The Canes, FAU. Let's do it on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Sponsored by U Health by Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall and Williamson Automotive.
A quick rapid pass left side for Wong on the three-point line. He finds Miller down the lane, left of the key now. Miller off the window and good, and puts Miami in front by 21-20. 7 points for Jordan Miller. Miami back in front by 1. Under 8 minutes to go.
Welcome back inside Energy Stadium as we continue our countdown to tip-off. Miami and UConn. Kind enough to join us now is Sean Farnham, a college basketball analyst for ESPN. Sean, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it.
No worries. It's great to be here. It's a great event as always. The Final Four is special. It's unique. It's a culmination of a great college basketball season. And for me, it's the marking of 6 months off. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Absolutely. You mentioned the word unique there. This is very unique that we have Miami in this for the first time ever. So we're obviously very excited about that. They get the matchup against UConn. And you get FAU, an hour north in Boca in this thing, and San Diego State, kind of a wild field in this thing.
It is. And it's funny because I've heard some people say that they think this is the new norm for college basketball. It's not the new norm. This field is not indicative of what I think we'll see in a lot of NCAA tournaments. But I think the possibility for it to be there is. I think it's funny when people talk about Miami, they seemingly forget that this was a program that went to the Elite Eight last year. You know, some key pieces obviously back, added some key pieces that made national headlines with NIL. That's fine. That's part of what we're working with now in college athletics. And they're able to get to that next step, which is what you want. You get to a certain step one year, you want to get to that next step the following year. UConn made a decision a couple of years ago that, hey, basketball matters. We're not going to stay in a conference simply to try to help our football team out because nobody cares. And they didn't. Now, and by the way, by making this move, it helped their football program, and they became bowl eligible under Jim Moore Jr. So it worked out for both, but they went back to the Big East. They created a natural geographical rivalries, returned against Villanova, against Seton Hall, against St. John's, that matters to their fan base. And they hired the right coach to do the building process. And it took a couple of years, but here they are back on the stage. It's not like UConn hasn't been here before and obviously had a ton of success.
You mentioned Miami has a lot of those returning pieces. When you look at this matchup, I know UConn is very imposing in the paint. Miami's done a really good job defending in the paint, though. So how does this matchup play out in your eyes?
Well, I think the big thing for me is, look, I had Miami earlier this year in Connecticut in their tournament that they played up there, and I thought they played so well. And I was really impressed with Jim Larinaga, and you saw the connectivity of the team. And Nigel Pack-Willie wasn't even Nigel Pack yet. He was still trying to figure out his way in this program. But you saw like Norchad Omier, and you were like, okay, that dude he's special. That don't judge him by his size, that he can rebound with anybody. And he has. I think the key in this game is going to be very similar to that in which they had against Houston. You want to play out in front of UConn's defense and UConn's length. And so there's various ways of doing that. The most natural way is through your defense and taking risk reward up mentality, which I think Miami's done a really good job of all season long, which is why they led the ACC in points off of turnovers. So you play passing lanes, you get steals, you run ahead, the length is chasing you, you're going to score on the open floor. It's a great way to manufacture points in the paint, which Miami's really good at as well. So there's that. I think two is driving down the lane. Isaiah Wong, attack mode, getting to the foul line, something he does really, really well. So a lot of those things start to wear on you, foul trouble. All of a sudden you start to negate some of the length. The problem that I look at in this matchup is if you're not able to do that, and Gonzaga is a team that likes to play in transition. Gonzaga is a team that likes to get out and run. They were unable to. And Danny Hurley's team did an outstanding job of getting back in defensive transition and building their walls. And their walls are long. And then all of a sudden they can contest shots. They can change passing angles. You turn the ball over. When you turn the ball over, that doesn't work. And so I think those are the keys I think really important for Miami in this national semifinal.
So if you had the Connecticut games, then that means you had Coach L's 700th win.
Yep. Got a great picture of the two of us together, by the way, in the post-game interview.
That's awesome. So they stuck me up in the cheap seats where I was broadcasting from.
No, I was down on the floor. You should come down hanging with me.
Yeah,
there's plenty of room.
Right? I didn't know you were there, but no, obviously you had some time to spend with Coach L. 700 wins is such an amazing achievement when you think about a 20-win season being pretty good for college hoops, right? 700 wins is quite remarkable.
It is, and it's a mark of consistency. And there's so many people that want to, we live in a society that judges a lot of people, right? Oh, he's too old. He can't do it. See my man dancing in the locker room last week?
Yeah.
Pretty good moves, by the way. Like, Charles Barkley can say what he wants. Those are pretty good moves. And the connectivity and the love that he has for his players come out every single time he's at a microphone. And at the same time, you talk to his players, how's their respect and their love for their coach? It's immense.
Yeah.
Connectivity is what gets you here. Culture is what gets you here. there is not one culture that works. If there was, everybody would do the exact same thing. If it was Boeheim who was wandering around, 2-3 zone, everybody would be running a 2-3 zone. But that doesn't guarantee you. If it was simply saying, okay, what does Jay Wright do? Well, we'll do what Jay Wright did because Villanova had. That's not the answer. The answer is being true to yourself and having an identity and a culture. Jim Larrañaga has always been true to himself. He has always had an identity. He understands exactly the kind of culture that he wants in his program. And while we talk about NIL and we can talk about money and we can talk about Nigel Pack and what he got and all that stuff, that's fine. But what he got was a player that he needed to have to continue his culture of his program. How he plays, how he wants to play, how he needs to play in order to be successful. And that's why they are here. That's why it's one step further.
What are your thoughts on that whole NIL thing? Because it's really just kind of been a talking point, I guess, for the national media, right?
Yeah.
When all the Miami players go to the podium, it's really been brought up a lot. And, the John Ruiz deal down south, I get it. There's a lot
you can't
of talk,
shy away from it if you're Miami.
If everyone
embrace
else
it.
is doing
Walk
it,
into
why
it.
not, right?
Yeah, just walk into it and say, these are the rules. We are playing by the rules as they are set now. I think people go back to the old days of the U on the football side of things when things weren't legal, and they go, "Hey, no, that's Miami." Well, fine. Now these things are legal, and play by the rules in which you are given. You didn't create the rules. You didn't mandate the rules. Embrace the rules and function within it. Now, does that mean you have to go NIL all the time? No, it doesn't. Certain programs will. Maybe Miami's one of them. I'm not certain that FAU has a big NIL and collective around them. Last time I checked, they didn't.
No, they don't.
San Diego State does not.
They needed Mattress Mac. We had Mattress Mac on the other day. They needed Mattress Mac to get a bunch of the family up here. So
okay, but they've got San Diego State doesn't have big NIL money, and they're here. So it's not. We can get distracted. NIL discussion is distraction discussion. It is not reality based. The reality based of what is most important is what we see on the court. NIL is for all of us that want to say, oh, this is wrong, this is bad. It has not ruined the game. The ball is tipped, and the Hurricanes take the floor. No one's sitting there going, oh, that guy got that much money. I heard that guy's only getting so much money. That guy's not. No, you're watching the game going, oh, my gosh, we're winning. Here we go. Let's win a conference championship. Oh, my gosh, here we go. Let's go to the Final Four. That's the reality of it for not just your fan base, but that is for every fan base in the country. No one sits at Kentucky right now and goes, oh, well, this guy got this much money. That guy got this much. They don't care. They want a banner.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Sean Farnham here with us, college basketball analyst for ESPN. I got to ask you about UCLA. I know you played there. I just think it's bizarre that going to the Big Ten. I'm curious what you think.
I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it.
We've talked to some coaches this weekend and just had a couple SEC coaches actually, and the logistics of it, or Big Ten coaches, the logistics of, I guess it works for football, right? Football's whatever.
Football doesn't change anything. It's really
thing,
6 weekends,
Yeah.
I think when it comes down to college basketball, though, women's soccer, volleyball,
yeah, exactly.
it is a little bit different. Listen, I get why it was done from a financial perspective. The school's $100 million in debt. So, yeah, you need to fix that. And this was a great way to do it. And looking at the lack of media rights deals that we've seen announced from the Pac-12, I think they got out in front and probably made the right move. But from a pure perspective of a player that played in that conference and loving going down to the McHale Center and playing Arizona, going to what used to be called, is now called Matt Court, but it used to be the Pit. Up in Oregon, it was unbelievable matchups. The bouncy floor with Mike Montgomery and Stanford Cardinal. These are matchups that were organic, that lasted for so long that they were fun. We're losing that aspect of it, and that's the one thing I think we have to be careful of. You cannot lose those traditional rivals. They're important to our game and the promotion of our game. So I'd like to see UCLA and Arizona sign, a 10-year home and home in the non-conference, because I do think that would still resonate with their fans. And I think it's great for college basketball and the promotion of our game as we try to cut through with so many other distractions that we can look at these days.
Do you think, though, that the schools that are kind of getting the short end of the stick are going to be willing to do that?
No.
That's the problem, right?
No. Yeah. They're not
what do the rest of the schools in that conference end up doing if it kind of gets disbanded? Like, does it dissolve into the Big 12?
The Big 12 will
something?
become the Big 25.
Yeah, exactly.
And then a couple of them probably end up at the Mountain West Conference. Look, it's evolving, and change is uncomfortable for all. But at the end of the day, you and I, we could sit at these mics and we could pontificate on all the change and what we would do and how it would be different if you and I were in control. Don't think you're in control. I know I'm not in control, and we're not going to be able to change the train that's already left the station.
Sean, it's great talking to you. Thank you so much for the time. Really, really appreciate it.
No worries. Have fun.
Sean Foreman, very candid right there, saying basketball, as we know it at the college level, totally changed. But what the U did has no problem with it. And I agree. If you play by the rules, then you're fine.
So it's been a very interesting national narrative about Miami, and obviously John Ruiz is at the center of all of this. But the unfortunate, or maybe fortunate, I don't even know at this point, guys. Miami's breaking the rules, right?
Nope.
So why not embrace it? Like Sean said, why not embrace it? And they have, and that's, to me, one of the reasons they've been so successful. But look, I think this NIL thing is great. I was one of those people that was kind of, a little bit, hesitant to kind of embrace it. And, how is it going to look when players are getting paid and this and that? And guys, sit down with Nigel Pack and tell me if he seems any different than any other college player you've ever sat down with. He's a grounded, level-headed, great kid. And you wouldn't know, guys, from talking to him. None of this stuff has made any difference in the kid that he is, the player that he is. So I think it's great. I think that more schools need to embrace it. And guys, when you have these coaches, like we're going to hear from Jim Boeheim later.
Yeah.
And look, we got to play that interview just because it's Jim Boeheim, and he's one of the legends, a Hall of Famer, obviously, but he didn't adapt. He didn't adapt, and he wouldn't adapt, and that's It was time. It was his time to go, because if you're not going to embrace this, if you're going to be Dabo Sweeney or one of these guys that doesn't want to embrace this head on, you're going to get left behind. You are going to get left behind because, guys, look, let me just tell you this. Look, I don't know how much you can see behind me here. This is the biggest college event I've ever been to. I've covered national championship games. This thing is enormous.
Even more so than the college football national.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
This is a huge event, guys. There's tens of thousands of people that are in town for this event. There's different hotels for each team. If every hotel looks like this for all the this place is swarming with Canes fans, and I am sitting 3 feet away from a merchandise booth that is selling $40 T-shirts. And they can't. They're selling these things like to take an old term here, like hotcakes here, man.
These kids have no right to make money. They're students.
So that's what I'm saying, guys. Is like, and I don't think there needs to be a revenue sharing thing, but let's give the players a chance to get something out of this. Let's throw them a bone, because someone is making a lot of money. 5 feet from me. I wish I could turn the camera, but I'd probably end up breaking my computer, and show you this merchandise tent and show you a merchandise booth, whatever this is. They have one at every hotel. They got them all over the city. They got it at the Fan Fest. They got them everywhere, guys. Not to mention tickets are extremely expensive in a football stadium. So yes, the players deserve to get compensated in some way. And if they can do it off of name, image, and likeness, God bless, let them do it. But man, oh man, to hear an old guy like Jim Boeheim rail on it and accuse these teams of buying their players. Yeah, FAU bought their players. Come on.
You know what's funny, Hollywood? It's that it's not something that hasn't been done before, right? They've been paying players, but they were doing it illegally.
Allegedly.
No, I'm not saying University of Miami. I'm just talking about college.
I know. Allegedly.
I'm just talking about
because against the rules, Vlad. The SEC, it's against the rules.
The SEC for what? To pay? Man, listen, they were paying rules. Kids were getting paid, okay? Channing's mentioned that many of times. Kids were getting paid.
Why didn't any of those schools get busted then?
Well, right, exactly. Because everybody kept their mouth shut. But now that this is actual allowed, like you can do it. This is actually
so let's complain about what Miami's doing, right? That's
and they're going to complain about what Miami's doing.
Let's name two of the guys that really spoke out against NIL deals: Nick Saban and Jim Boeheim.
Old school.
I wonder why they spoke out about NIL deals.
Like Hollywood said.
So I think, guys, that the reason that these guys are very uncomfortable with it, the Dabo Sweeneys of the world, is because they've lost a lot of their power.
Yeah, let's level the playing field.
They have lost a lot of their power over the kids, which I think is something, that they really like. Look, when you got a guy like Dabo Sweeney, and I don't know off the top of my head because this isn't a college football show, what is he making? $10 million a year? something obscene like that.
He's never taken a pay cut. I've noticed that.
And you got, yeah, exactly. And you got kids on your team that are there playing for a scholarship, right? That are getting no compensation. That if they take $10 to get a burger, they are in violation of NCAA rules.
Remember one time I was talking with Joe Rose saying I worked at a Raising Cane's, and one of the star cornerbacks for LSU drove through and was like, hey, you give a discount to All-Americans? I gave him a free lemonade. And Joe was like, oh, you're in violation of NCAA rules.
But how do you justify the coaches' salaries going up every year and these guys getting nothing? And that's what Coach L was talking about the other day. It's like everyone in this game is getting a piece except for the guys that are the show, that are the product. The athletic directors are making big money. The guys that work for the schools, the TV networks, the radio network, everyone is making money except for the guys that are the actual show that everything revolves around. That court tonight in the middle of that stadium, gonna be the players, guys. They're the show. But again, to go back to what I was saying there, I think it really bothers guys like Nick Saban, like Dabo Sweeney, the big coaches, Jim Boeheim, I think, for an example, when they lose power, because you had so much power before. Now with the transfer portal, you mistreat a player, you're hard on a player, say, all right, I'm going somewhere else. So they lost a lot of their power.
Real quick question, Vlad. I know you have one.
Listen, when Kentucky and Duke were getting all those one and done guys, everybody adapted. Why can't they adapt right now with the NIL? That to me is the problem. Why these coaches can't adapt, because they were living off the land with what they were doing.
Okay.
In college basketball, it was the one and done guys. Now, the one and done guys, if you don't win, they're going to leave because they're going to be a lottery pick. But what's happening now is the experience, the teams that have been together 2-3 years, the transfers, the fifth-year transfers, the portal, it's helping college basketball and helping teams like the University of Miami, San Diego State.
Let's talk about this when we get back. But Dan and I had an interesting conversation about this whole one and done thing in NIL. We'll continue that talk. I think would be good when we come back, guys.
Yep, we're going to come back with that. Some headlines, maybe a montage, get you wrapped up. We have Danny Rabinowitz in Houston at the Hurricanes team hotel. Coverage like no other. Of course, you're going to be on the call with Joe Zagacki. That is going to be tonight on our sister station, 104.3 The Shark. We're leading you all the way up to 6:15 with pregame coverage of the U and FAU at the Final Four. This is Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota tab.
Ties it.
The Canes.
7 seconds from history. Wooga Poplar has it. 4 seconds from history. And Wooga is fouled. Go crazy, Miami. Go crazy, Hurricane fans. You're going to go to the Final Four.
Will history be made? Let's go. The Final Four. Coverage only here. AM 560 Sports WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by U Health, University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute experts treat athletes of all levels, elite pros, active adults, and youth athletes. Recover your game. Visit uhealthsportsmedicine.com. By Williamson Automotive. Williamson is Miami. And by Kendall Toyota, your home team best deal on all new Toyota models, electric vehicles, hybrids, cars, and trucks. They're all at Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall.
Wooga puts it up there. Got it! 88-81 Miami. 4 seconds to go. Bar across the timeline. Lets it fly. It's no good. And it's all over. There's a wild celebration. It's history. The University of Miami has made history. They're going to the Final Four for the first time in school history. They're jumping up and down. It's a wild celebration. Miami to the Final Four. Miami 88, Texas 81. That's your final score. March 26th of 2023. The Miami Hurricanes make history. Miami to the Final Four. Can you believe it?
Got to ask a serious question right there. In that moment, who was more excited? The great Joe Zagacki, who you heard on the call, who's also going to be joining us most likely in a little bit, at least with Danny and Houston, or Jim Larinaga?
I'm going to go Josie. I'm going to go Josie. I'm going to tell you what. Listen, I'm going to give you guys a little story. Josie's first year as the play-by-play voice of Hurricane Sports was the Fiesta Bowl, Miami versus Ohio State.
Oh, my goodness.
I was the producer of the Hurricanes game broadcast.
Oh.
When that fourth down happened in the end zone, when Sharp, deflected the pass.
We know.
No pass interference. Joe Zagacki went and gave his speech, like the speech of the national champion. Like he was going into his thing. Miami did it back to back.
Oh.
And then I had to tap him on the shoulder and tell him there's some yellow laundry on the field. And then it was just like, he went from his celebratory speech to like, oh my God, the game's still going on. There's a flag. So he never had that opportunity again. This is probably the closest he's been to a championship type call again. I want this for the university. I want this for Coach L and the players, but I want this so bad for Joe Zagacki, man. I really want this for Joe Zagacki because there's nobody who bleeds green and orange like Joe Zagacki. He is University of Miami. Josie, I hope you have I know you're going to have a great call. I hope you have 2 great calls, and you are the voice of the national champion University of Miami Hurricanes.
That was perfectly said, Vlad. It's funny. There's a lot of great stories around, this team and this run and everything, but Josie is another great story too, man. Talk about, there's been some lean football years. There's been some lean basketball years, and for him to be here and to get to do this, and I of course look up to Joe, and he's really taken me under his wing and has probably helped my career as much as anyone. So I'm obviously very thankful to Joe Z, and to get to work with him is a tremendous honor. Same way it is for me to work with Joe in the mornings. I know it doesn't always come across like that because we're always bickering, but now working with Joe, both Joes, is a real honor. And you got to respect the legends of the business, right? And we don't have a ton of those guys left around here, especially in Miami. So you got a few legends left, and Joe Z is one of those guys. And so it's truly an honor to work with him. And he's at Shoot Around right now, guys. I don't know if you saw his video on Twitter. He's at Shoot Around. He'll be back here in about 30, 40 minutes or so, and I'll put him in this chair right next to me, and we'll talk with Joe Z. So that'll be a lot of fun.
So in Houston right now for the Final Four, you have Josie and Dan Rabinowitz. They're going to be on the call tonight of the game. You can listen to it on our station, our sister station, 104.3 The Shark. We're taking you all the way up till 6:15 because, like Joe Zagacki has said, this is a historic day in South Florida basketball history, and no one wants to cover it more and better than we do right here. So we're going to be circling back to the NIL deals. We're going to have Jim Boeheim actually on with you, Hollywood. Got some very interesting. He's kind of been outspoken, and now that he's retired, probably a little more outspoken. So that should be very interesting. Plus, we're going to get you some headlines first, though. Let's run back the great week it was in sports here in South Florida.
Miami and Texas from the T-Mobile Center in Kansas City.
The Panthers in red, right to left. The Rangers in white, left to right.
Inter Miami 2-0-2. The Chicago Fire 0-2-1.
The Heat is on the radio. Rock is in the air. I've got a couple taps on it, but it's going to be the next.
Jesus Luzardo heads to the mound for the first time in 2023. He was a strikeout machine, one of the best strikeout percentages among National League pitchers. Struck out almost a third of the batter's pace. Welcome inside Canadian Tire Center here in Ottawa tonight. It's the Florida Panthers beginning a 4-game road trip to take on the Ottawa Senators. Welcome inside Scotiabank Arena here in Toronto for tonight's matchup. It's the Florida Panthers and the Toronto Maple Leafs game 2 on a 4-game road trip. Welcome inside Bell Center here in Montreal. It's the Panthers and the Montreal Canadiens game 3 on a 4-game road trip.
Wong steps back behind the three-point line. Zay drives in, lifting the team toward the baseline. Ball away on the baseline. Good! What a shot by Wong!
And the horn sounds, and the Rangers escape here with a 4-3 win over the Panthers at FLA Live Arena.
Into the middle for Stefanelli! And this time they catch him napping. The long cross and the long shot for the shortest man on the pitch. Nico Stefanelli, his first MLS goal. We're tied at 2.
And that's going to do it for this one. The final horn sounds. Senators 5, Panthers 2. That is a final here in Ottawa tonight.
As the Heat fall by 29. It wasn't 30. 129-100 the final, Amy.
The first home defeat of the year as the Fire stumble but get up to a 3-2 win at Drive Pink.
Miami falls to 40-36. Half game behind Brooklyn for the 6th spot. And Toronto moves to 38-38. Now a half game above Atlanta.
Front of the net, Montouri scores, top shelf, and the Panthers win it in overtime. 3-2 the final here in Toronto.
Miami doesn't have anything mystical or magical. It'll be their 3rd straight loss.
And a 5-2 win for the Panthers in Montreal.
Kim Mulkey's working magic at LSU. The Tigers back to the Final Four for the first time since 2008.
Lets it fly. It's so good. It's all over. There's a wild celebration. It's history. The University of Miami has made history. They're going to the Final Four for the first time in school history.
So excited. The U going to be tipping off. It's supposed to be 8:49 against UConn, but that's all depending on FAU and San Diego State. Could be a little after 9 o'clock. You know what? The later, the better. I'm excited. And Danny Rabinowitz is there no matter what. He is going to be at both games in the NRG Stadium. And they're just going to be absolutely wonderful. The fans seem to be already stoked up. You can watch us on YouTube Live, also on the Twitch page. And, of course, you can always hear us 560 WQAM and the Odyssey app. Right now, let's get those headlines going. At the women's Final Four, LSU defeated Virginia Tech 79-72, while Caitlin Clark, America's new sweetheart, had 41 to help Iowa upset South Carolina 73-77. The national championship game Sunday at 3:30. I did not see South Carolina losing any games, much less in the Final Four. I don't know about you guys.
I thought South Carolina was gonna win it all. I thought Dawn Staley was the new power. South Carolina was gonna be the new power. That look, man, took over the SEC. She was going to be the new. Yeah, I guess you're right. The new Pat Summitt, but I thought we were going to get an all SEC women's final. So we're going to get South Carolina versus LSU. But Caitlin Clark, probably the best basketball player in the world right now.
Great. Unbelievable. Let's talk a little Dolphins, though, right now. Let's get to this. Reports are that Vic Fangio was offered 6 of the open 7 defensive coordinator jobs in the NFL this offseason. He chose Miami and will be the highest paid DC in the league.
Well, good for him.
I'm good with that. I don't mind that at all. ESPN's Louis Riddick has picked the Dolphins to win the AFC East, even if the Jets get Aaron Rodgers, Vlad.
Yeah, that's why Louis Riddick is an analyst and he's not a general manager anymore.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He was a general manager.
Exactly.
Hollywood, you got to be excited about what the Dolphins have done this offseason, though.
Yeah, so I don't think the Jets are that much. Aaron Rodgers doesn't do much for me, Vlad. I'm sorry, man.
Really?
And by the way, so we had this talk the other day. Why, if you're the Jets, wouldn't you just go all in on Lamar Jackson at this point? He's so much better than Aaron Rodgers, I think, anyway. And then, look, you're not going to – you think of the nonsense you're going to have to deal with after every year with Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, but you kind of set the bed.
This was the weirdest individual offseason I think a player in any sport has ever had. Went to a darkness retreat, which I didn't even know existed.
Hey man, let him get his shrooms on his ayahuasca.
Then he comes out and he says the Jets are where I want to play, and then
don't be mad because
why would you publicly announce that's where you want to go? Why don't you get that deal done first?
No, you let them know. You let the world know that you know what. You let them know. It's like The Bachelor. You know, you let her know. She chose me. She chose us.
He decides, has a nice talk with someone at the Packers, decides to stay in Green Bay, and you guys get completely screwed and have to start.
No, then we pivot. Then we pivot to Lamar.
No,
that's the beauty of it.
No,
why not? Lamar is not playing in Baltimore.
Because Lamar will have it figured out by then,
nobody
too.
says he's not playing in Baltimore. He says he does not want to play in Baltimore in trade request, which means nothing.
Listen.
Yeah, he has to play there if they don't trade him.
Same way. Look, hold on, time out. And we're gonna move on to the Final Four Saturday, but it's not about Jets, Dolphins, or anything.
I just like razzing you about it. That's the only reason I'm saying
know you're not gonna razz me.
See, it's getting under your skin.
It's
That's the only reason I'm doing it. To be quite honest with you,
it's not gonna razz me because you know what? She chose already. She chose.
I don't care if Aaron Rodgers goes to the Jets. I don't care if Lamar Jackson goes to the Jets. I still think the Dolphins are better
Aaron
than the
Rodgers
Jets.
is like 45 years old. He can't play anymore.
Aaron
you guys are
chose.
finished.
Listen, and I'm not referring to Aaron as a female or anything like that. I'm just saying when they make a decision, you just got to live with it.
Okay.
And you know what? Aaron chose us. And
Plus,
Aaron
we got
Rodgers
your
will
best receiver in Braxton Berrios.
What?
All right.
Get out of here. But you know what? Since he is a University of Miami Hurricane, and we're talking about the Hurricanes in the Final Four, good segue there.
We've got all off season to razz you about the Jets and all during the regular season to razz you about the Jets, Vlad. So let's move on. Let's get some of these headlines out of the way. We got Jim Boeheim coming up in just a few minutes. He's got some obviously interesting things to say, especially about the NIL, but want to get you up to date on everything that is happening here in South Florida. Jorge Soler and Jazz Chisholm earned their pay last night, both hitting solo home runs. Jesus Luzardo earned his pay last night as our Marlins defeated the Mets 2-1. The two play again today at 4:10, then tomorrow at 1:40. Hollywood, are you a little scared, a little nervous that it looks like more of the same for the Marlins early in the season? Not a lot of run support.
Yeah, Dan, look, the Marlins are the Marlins. I saw, was it Barry Jackson's unnamed scout thought they're going to lose 90 games. It'd be nice to see them put together something interesting, at least just be entertaining enough to kind of keep interest. But I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be possible, man. I'm rooting for them. I hope so.
Speaking of baseball, the Canes baseball team shut out FSU 11-0 last night. That's what I'm talking about. Game 2 of 3 is today at 2, and then tomorrow it'll also be at 2. And I want to talk about the Panthers. They look to go 4-4 on their current road trip tonight in Columbus when they face the Blue Jackets at 7. And with that being said, let's go ahead and take a step into the day spa. An Australian company has released the world's widest wig. It is a wig that you can wear that is 8 feet across. Is that necessary?
No.
Everybody knows you're bald. Go ahead and just let it go.
I'm not bald. I just like my
hair
low.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about
Wait, is Vlad, you are bald by choice?
No, I'm not bald, man. Look.
Okay.
Bald.
Yeah, so bald by choice. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I figured you just
No, know, man. I got nice.
By the way,
I got good hair. It's just gray. All right, listen.
Big wig could be perfect for Joe when his hair eventually
Oh my
falls
God,
out.
Joe wouldn't. No, I don't think that's a wig.
That big wig actually could have been made for Joe Rose because he's got a really big head.
It's a rose wig.
It would look natural. Now, guys, this is a Final Four weekend. It's one of the biggest basketball weekends as far as collegiately that we've ever seen here in South Florida. But that's not the only sporting event going on. There's something called pickleball that is here in South Florida. Alejandro Solana. See, we got Danny Rabinowitz
Let's
with
go.
boots
Look
on
at
the
this.
ground. Boots on the ground at the Final Four. And we got Alejandro Solana, boots on the ground for pickleball. Tell us what's going on right now, Alejandro.
Man, you guys hear me okay? I just want to get that out of the way here.
Yes, we hear you fine.
Awesome. If there's a little bit of wind behind me, I apologize. So here's the deal, guys. And by the way, I've been listening to the show, enjoying the content, excited as hell for tonight. Canes Hoops, I can't wait for all the action. Danny, Hollywood, I'm so jealous that you get to be there. But the next best event, right, the next best event is where I am situated right now. I am at the Plantation Central Park in Plantation, Florida. And here's what's going on, guys. Tomorrow at Hard Rock Stadium, okay, there is a pickleball event with legends. And we've been promoting it on our radio station all week long. We've been talking about it on all the shows. Andy Roddick, John McEnroe, Andre Agassi, Michael Chang. I mean,
these are about Andre Agassi too.
Yeah. You guys know if you listen to Hochman and Crowder's show, I'm a huge Andre Agassi fan. But these are tennis legends. They're participating in a huge event tomorrow at Hard Rock Stadium. But the precursor to that event is taking place right now, Plantation Park. It is the Pickleball Slam, an amateur slam. But I'm going to tell you guys right now, there's nothing amateur about this event, okay? I mean, there are pickleball courts as far as the eye can see. If you've ever been to Plantation Park, it's a gorgeous park. It's a gorgeous afternoon right now. And I was kind of expecting to walk out here and there'd be, the older variety, just enjoying the day, playing some pickleball, and just doing it for some laughs. And there is that right now. There's certainly some of the lesser competition enjoying this event. But when I look to my left over here, there is a $10,000 grand prize for the winner of today's event. And I mean, you would think this is like Wimbledon right now, the way that the competition is ramping up. I'm just beyond taken aback at how good these pickleball players are. Hollywood, I fancy myself a tennis player, a pickleball player, but I can't hang with some of the competition that's out here right now.
Are you playing pickleball?
I mean, I'm trying to get picked up by a squad, but, people keep looking at me and they can just tell I have a busted up knee. So I don't know if I'm going to get picked up. But
yeah,
when
but
I
isn't that the thing with pickleball players? They're like either old or injured or something. Like I'm injured and I'm picking it up. I'm ready to start playing. I got my paddles in the mail actually.
So Hollywood, that's exactly what I was expecting. A much slower paced competition. It is anything but that. Like the energy is absolutely crazy here right now. I had to step away because look, listen to the background. You can hear people. Yeah, you can hear people going crazy. I had to step away simply because it's pickleball, tennis. There's a bit of courtesy, right? That you have to show these athletes. But right now, there's an intense match going on, which is why I had to step away from our tent. But here's the deal, guys. And Dan, I'm going to be checking in with you every couple minutes here. Right. But here's the deal. If you come out here, okay, find the QAM tent. We're situated right in the middle of the pickleball slam. And we have a pair 2 tomorrows. You have to register. We're doing a drawing at 4 p.m. A pair 2 tomorrow's pickleball slam at Hard Rock Stadium. Remember some of those names I mentioned: Andre Agassi, Andy Roddick, John McEnroe, Michael Chang. That, I believe, has $1 million grand prize. So those guys are going to be playing some serious pickleball. And we also have a pair of tickets to give away to the Fort Lauderdale Auto Show, which is next weekend. So you can stop by our tent. You can get a pair of tickets to that. And we have Dunkin' Donuts gift cards. So I expect to see Joe Rose here any minute now.
Dunkin' Donuts gift cards.
Yeah, Joe Rose should be here any minute now to pick up his Dunkin' Donut gift cards. But again, if you want to go to tomorrow's Pickleball Slam, the main event at Hard Rock Stadium, which for all of those who have been keeping up with the Miami Open, I mean, that place is unbelievable. You can stop by our tent today. Again, Plantation, Florida, Plantation Central Park here in Plantation. Find the QAM tent. You can't miss us. Me and Tyler from promotions are out here, and you can enter to win. The drawing will be at 4. So you have a ton of time to come find me here in Plantation, Florida at the Pickleball Slam event. and you might make your way to the main event tomorrow.
All right, Solana, go get recruited by one of these teams. Get some pickleball action. We're going to be checking in with you throughout the rest of the afternoon. Of course, Danny Rabinowitz in Houston for the Final Four. He recently talked to Syracuse coach Jim Boeheim. Danny, tell me Jim Boeheim's not going to make me mad in the next segment. Is he going to make me mad?
Very possible,
Oh.
Dan. Very possible.
Listen, I remember having you on, and you were on with Joe Rose yesterday, and you said you were kind of scared to talk to Jim Boeheim.
I was because listen, he knows, and he alludes to it in the interview. You'll hear it, but he knows that he took a good shot at Miami in their NIL, and
Now he feels stupid, right?
And I'm sitting there. I got a big sign that says WQAM Miami. I'm wearing a bright orange Hurricane shirt. He knew. He sat right down. He knew. So
well, let's see.
I'm excited for you to hear that conversation after the timeout here.
Let's find out in just a couple of minutes. You're going to hear if Jim Boeheim takes a shot at the U, takes a shot at you, Danny, takes a shot at anybody. This is Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
WQAM, broadcasting live from the Ed Moore
560 WQAM. This is Sports Day, a very special sports day. We are getting you ready for the Final Four. FAU and the U, they'll be playing each other on Monday. In the meantime, they have their games coming up later today. We are going to go live till 6:15. Danny Rabinowitz is in Houston. Also, Alejandro Solana broadcasting from Plantation for the pickleball tournament. But earlier this week, Danny was over there on Radio Row over in Houston. He got some really good stuff. But throughout the day, we're going to be hearing some of the interviews. Of course, Joe Z going to be joining him. And then tonight, you can hear Joe Z and Danny Rabinowitz on the call. That is going to be over on our sister station, 104.3 The Shark. Tonight on this station, it's going to be the Miami Heat. But you took some heat from Syracuse coach Jim Boeheim earlier this year over the NIL deals. Jim Boeheim recently joined Danny Rabinowitz over there at NRG Stadium in Houston. He had a couple of very interesting things to say, so we're now going to listen to what Coach Boeheim and Danny Rabinowitz talked about.
We do have Coach Boeheim here with us. Coach, thank you so much for the time. Appreciate it.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Coach, I just want to congratulate you on an amazing career. And, you know, you don't see a coach spend that much time at one school like that. How did that come about where you ended up staying at one program that much time?
Well, you know, when I got done playing, I come as a walk-on. I worked my way in there and had a good basketball career, and I didn't know what to do. So I took the grad assistant job, coached the freshmen, worked with the varsity, and coached the varsity golf team all in one year for $2,500. And we stayed there, and then I became a full-time assistant coach in basketball, and then got the head coaching job. So I was at Syracuse for 61 years.
And you obviously had an amazing run of success there as well. Just ask you a little bit about that, maybe some of the teams or players individually that stand out, some of the guys that you've coached.
I've been lucky. I mean, I started out with Roosevelt, Bowie, and Lewis Orr, and we won 100 games the first 4 years, which hadn't been done at that time. And then, you know, over the years, you know, obviously, you know, Derek Coleman and Billy Owens and Pearl Washington, guys like Sherman Douglas, and, you know, obviously Carmelo. And you don't stay in coaches always ask me, young coaches, well, what do we do? I said, well, get good players and, you know, get them to play together, and you'll be able to have a job for a long time. And I've always had good players and good assistant coaches. And, it goes by fast, you know, it really does. It's like when you have kids, you know, they tell you how fast it goes by, and all of a sudden they go from 1 to 21. And same thing in coaching, it just goes by fast.
It does go by fast. And one other thing that's moving fast is the evolution of not only college basketball, but college athletics. Just want to ask you a little bit about that, what you've seen from when you started in the 70s to now where we're at the current climate in college sports.
Well, this is the biggest change period. There's always been some changes, but this is 10 times whatever any change we've ever had before. And Miami's a good example. They did a great job with transfer portal. They did a great job with NIL, and among a lot of other teams. And it's really helped them. I mean, they put key pieces in, and you look at their team, they're transfer portal guys, except I think for Wong, I mean, the main guys, and they brought in and they fit. And not just that they got them, but they fit together. I remember we played our best game of the year against Miami this year. We're up late in the game. We're up 3. They score. We're up 1. They finally score to get the lead, and we have the ball and make a bad play at the end of the game. And you know, other than Florida State, which that was just a complete collapse.
Yeah.
That would have been the only game they would have lost at home. We led most of the game, really. Absolutely played the best that we could play almost. And but they just are a team that can beat you with the perimeter guys, all of them. There's 2 or 3. Miller can go out there. Obviously Wong and, you know, the point guard. They all can do it. They're very difficult to guard. Our zone was actually better in some ways against them. They still score, but it limits a little bit what Wong does and a couple of guys. But they're a team that's hard to guard. They really are. We were able to score against them. That's why we were in the game. But they're very difficult to guard. And I picked them to go to the Final Four, you know, before the tournament started. And I had them in Connecticut. That's the only. I didn't get that many other teams right in my bracket, but I got those two right. And to me, they're the two best teams here.
It's been kind of an amazing shift, and we've always seen upsets in the NCAA tournament. That's why it's so exciting, right? But this year feels a whole lot different, doesn't it?
Well,
FAU, San Diego State. What do you make of this? And is this a shift in the dynamic where we're not seeing blue bloods in the Final Four regularly anymore, or does this eventually shift back? And what do you think has caused this?
Well, this is an NIL transfer portal. That's all this is. Teams got good who were terrible. Teams were struggling. Miami was struggling 3 years ago. Portal got them there. NC State in our league, Pittsburgh in our league, they were at the bottom of the league. They ended up at the top of the league. It's all transfer portal. So you get these guys, and everybody can benefit from it. Everybody can benefit from the transfer portal. Small teams can. Mid teams, they all can go down below and get somebody to come up to help their team. So when you look at this, you're actually creating more good teams. And now there's a bigger likelihood of teams getting beat. North Carolina was pretty good this year, but they couldn't win in our league. They couldn't beat these teams that went out and got transfer guys. And as a result, they didn't make the tournament in the preseason number one. So the balance is definitely there. We played San Diego State 2 years ago. They're a little different. They kept all their players. And so the team they have is the same team we played 2 years ago, but they're 2 years older. And, just more physical, better, more mature team. But now there's going to be more upsets in the future. It's going to be harder for the top teams to get through. They still can, but it is going to be harder to get through if you're a top team. And that they've always talked about this, but it hasn't really been true, 100% true. Now I think it's 100% true. Any really good team gets in this tournament can get to the Final Four.
Coach, you mentioned NIL, and I want to ask you about NIL with Miami. Why do you think Miami has gotten so much attention when we know that every school is
just
doing
became
it, right?
public, that's all. The only reason they got the attention was headlines in the summer. Came right out, the whole deal. Those deals are happening, but there's no headlines.
Yeah.
So I think that's why they got the most attention. I said something about them in Pittsburgh. Probably shouldn't, but it's true that those schools help themselves with NIL and transfer portal. But they're not the only ones. Everybody had transfer portal guys that was playing in the tournament. Some had one, some had two, some had three, So, but they had the headline. And they have the one guy that's telling people, I'm doing this.
Yeah.
So that's why it's kind of hidden everywhere else. And I think it should. There's nothing against the rules. I don't know why it can't be transparent.
Yeah.
But nobody really wants to admit that their players are getting this kind of money.
So where do you see this going in the next, let's say, 5 years, 10 years? How do they regulate this, or do they not regulate it and just continue with the free agency model after every season with the transfer portal?
I see no way
and
to
NIL?
regulate this that I can see. It's legal. The Supreme Court said players can't be limited in what they get. I don't see any limit to it. It's going to be a bidding war, and it's going on now more than ever. Everything I hear is about players getting agents and getting offers everywhere. Everywhere. Every coach I talk to, they're losing players or they're gaining players, and NIL's the driving force. I don't think anybody likes it, but it's here. And until the presidents decide we're not going to have this, I'm not sure even how they stop it then, but I don't see a change in NIL moving forward.
Coach, I want to thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate the conversation. Thank you so much, and congratulations on a great career.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Coach Jim Boeheim.
Hollywood, how did you feel about the answers Jim Boeheim gave you, especially about the NIL?
Yeah, it was exactly what I expected, guys. I wasn't surprised by any of it. But again, everything that he said is why he can't coach anymore and why he can't be successful as a coach anymore. And I always find it unusual. So, who was it? The Ohio coach that made a comment about Nigel Pack after Miami won the opening game of the tournament.
What is it? $800,000 buys
Yeah.
you a win in the NCAA tournament.
What kind of a look do these guys think this is? Like, why would you want to crap on something like NIL when your players probably want to hear the complete opposite? Like, why would you do that? To me, it makes absolutely no sense. I think coaches that don't embrace this thing are going to get passed by. And I think Jim Boeheim's a tremendous example of that.
Hey, it's just hate, man. Just hate. They're old. Sorry, man. They're
Yes,
old.
that's
and they
exactly
hate it.
what he is.
That's what it is. They feel like, he's his lure, his prime back in the days in the Big East, making, when he was getting all the great players like Pearl Washington, Billy Owens, Derek Coleman, all that. Those days are over. You gotta it's evolution, folks. You gotta move. If you're not gonna move, then sit down. And it's time for him to sit down.
Yeah,
Grand
I'll be honest with you. I thought it was sorry, Dan. I thought it was interesting he was even there. I wasn't promoting anything. I don't even know what he was doing there, to be
It might
quite
have been,
honest with
like you said earlier, it might have been, he might still be part of the NABC, the coaches, that coaches association. So
Yeah, but every other
he
coach
might
I
be there.
spoke to was a current coach outside of like Bob Hurley Sr. Like,
And
I don't
also,
know what
like
he
you
was doing
said,
there.
this is like the Super Bowl for college basketball, so therefore he might be, sponsoring something. I don't know.
I was thinking he might be promoting some like
Right.
old man medicine
Old
or something
Spice or
along
something.
those lines.
Haterade.
Yeah, like Brute,
You know.
deodorant or something.
Orange Crush haterade.
Just wants to come hate on the
but
U and
nothing, man.
NILs.
He wasn't promoting anything. They didn't ask me to have him promote anything. It was great.
Well, all I can say is Gran Torino, get off the bench. Let the new blood get in here and make some differences, not just for basketball, but some of these young men and women that are playing. What we're going to do next, not an old man thing. We're going to check out what the Twitterverse and what social media is saying about the Final Four, FAU, and the Hurricanes, and a little segment we like to call hashtag What's Trending here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Breaking news from AM 560. always live on the free Odyssey app. Sponsored by U Health by Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall and Williamson Automotive.
I want to ask a follow-up about UConn. You know, a lot of people are picking them. They say that they have the height, they're athletic, they're tall, they have 7'2" guy, 265 pounds. What do you say?
Don't pick us. That's been our players' slogan since the tournament began. And we really don't care because just about every team we've played, other than Drake, we've been the underdog. And that's hard for me to understand when we're ACC regular season champs. And I think the ACC is the best conference in America.
All right, Coach L. Aye. I got San Diego State, and I've got UConn in the final. Don't pick us. Famous words right there from Coach Larry. That now brings us into a segment called Hashtag What's Trending. We take a look around social media world and see what's trending. This is going to be a special Hurricanes FAU Final Four edition. Pulled up right away. The first thing I see at Mark Light Field, the baseball team, of course, big series against FSU, rivalry on the big screen at Mark Light Field. It says beat UConn, and then Miami Hurricanes baseball tweets, don't pick us. How do you feel about the don't pick us, Hollywood?
Well, Dan, you know, it's amazing. Miami's an underdog once again here. I don't know what the line, what is it at? 5.5 right now, I think. They were, what was it, 4.5 against Texas, 7.5 against Houston. I dig it, man. I like the role. I love this underdog role for the Hurricanes, and they seem to have really embraced it here. You know, look, Miami is such a seasoned veteran team, right? They have guys like Jordan Miller who have risen to the occasion so well. And you know what's really interesting about a guy like Jordan Miller, we spoke to him at Selection Sunday. Josie and I were doing a show out there Selection Sunday, and he commented on how important it was to get the opportunity to have a run in the tournament the prior year, and how that prepared him for this stage. Because look, guys, this is tough for, you know, a 20, 21, 22-year-old kid to play on a stage like this. There's going to be 60,000 people in a football stadium tonight to watch these games in person, not to mention that the games are, you know, Jim Nantz calling them on national television with 1 billion, you know, whatever people watching at home.
And it's Final Four.
Yeah. It's a huge stage to be on, but to me, having experience is the biggest key that you can have in this tournament. And so for Miami, I love that they have the veteran experience. I think they have a great shot in this game tonight, but a few things need to happen. The first thing is Norchad Omier needs to stay out of foul trouble. That will be a huge, huge factor in this game, guys. He has to avoid the 2 early fouls in the first half. If he can get past that, he can get through the first half, he's going to be okay the rest of the way, and that storyline will go away. Picks up 2 early ones, we got problems, guys. We have problems, okay? Because Miami's not very deep at that position. UConn is extremely deep at that position underneath with 7-footers. So Norchad Omier needs to stay healthy. And guys, let's simplify this thing too as well, right? Miami Stars have to play like stars. This is the stage. This is the big, big stage here. Isaiah Wong, he's got to go for 20 points, I would say, tonight. Jordan Miller, need a good 15-point game out of him. And then a big X factor for me is Nigel Pack. Can Nigel Pack continue to deliver some of these big-time long-range shots that he's been able to deliver throughout the tournament? And let's also keep in mind, guys, this is the first time Nigel Pack will play, or any of these guys are going to play in a football stadium. It is a little more difficult. It is a little more difficult, a lot more difficult to shoot in a football stadium. Now, that favors Miami. That definitely favors Miami because Miami is a tremendously efficient 2-point scoring team. They're an old school team. They will pass up on a 3 for a better percentage look. But those are a couple of things to look for here in tonight's game, guys. And again, Miami Stars got to play like stars.
Do you think the Canes might implement more of a zone, play more zone defenses because of Connecticut's size?
No, I don't. I think they'll probably continue with what they've been doing all season, guys. And I think they'll come up. And what I think they'll do in this game here is I think they'll try to trap a lot. I really do. I think they're going to pressure the basketball a lot up near midcourt and try to be very, very aggressive defensively because, again, like we said earlier, when UConn turns the ball over a lot, those are the games that they've lost. That's obvious, right? But if Miami, which is a team that is very good at turning guys over, can pressure the ball up near midcourt and not allow UConn to get the ball deep, not allow them to get the ball into the paint, that's going to be a big key. But again, forcing turnovers, big deal in this game.
Right. That pressure is dual purpose. Number one, it can help force turnovers. Number two, they can't set their offense like they want because you got to feel as though UConn and Dan Hurley are going to be trying to game plan to get the ball down low, try to get Omir in foul trouble and trying to work at the depth because everybody you talked to this week at Radio Row, and we're going to hear a lot of the interviews, they said the thing that Miami really needs to worry about is they're not the deepest team, and UConn does have that advantage when it comes to depth.
Also, I think
Go ahead, Vlad.
No, go ahead. Off that, I think the key also will be the guards helping rebounding because I think it's going to have to be a team effort at rebounding to combat the size of UConn. So
Yes,
I think
it is.
everybody's got to crash the boards on the defensive end.
Always is with the Hurricanes. Guy we haven't mentioned yet, Wooga Poplar. He's going to be a big factor in that. Jordan Miller will be a big factor in that. Guys, Anthony Walker is going to play some big minutes in this game tonight, I would think, right? And he's been up and down this season. He's going to play a role in this game. They're going to need him. But you're right, guys. They're not an incredibly deep team. Bensley Joseph is a fantastic player who comes off the bench for them. Harlan Beverly has been really big in spots, but especially at that center position, guys. Again, it's why Norchad Omir cannot pick up 2 quick fouls in this game. And I have to imagine, without knowing UConn's game plan, of course, going into this, I have to imagine they're thinking, hey, if we can get this guy in trouble early, it's going to be big for us, and that could shift the momentum of this game dramatically. So they're going to be looking at that, guys. And, hey, here's another thing. Look, UConn's been blowing teams out.
Mm-hmm.
Miami doesn't get blown out by anyone. So I think it'll be very intriguing to see UConn in a close game here, which I think it'll be down the stretch. I think this comes down to the final couple of possessions.
I'm glad you brought up Wooga Poplar, because to me, he is that X factor. Against Texas, we were kind of dead in the water. He made some big plays and some big shots, and I feel as though to win, you're going to need that. But tonight, he could be the sneaky guy that gets in there, and when there's kind of a lull and you kind of feel like, oh, we're not going to – he could make that big play and that big shot. He has that – to me, just that je ne sais quoi, that certain, I don't know what, makes the right play at the right time when you need it. And that's one of those things you're going to need when you're in a Final Four run and when you're trying to win these last 2 games. Wooga Poplar, keep an eye on him. When the going gets tough, if he gets going, this Hurricanes team is going to be in A-OK shape.
Yeah, they'll need Wooga to step up in this game, no question. But he's done that all tournament. He's been tremendous this tournament, and he does. Guys, look, he's the kind of player that can get to the rim and give you a big dunk or something, a big energy play. And Miami's going to need those in this game. They are going to need big plays like that. And the other thing Wooga has done a really nice job of, he's really improved his 3-point shooting as the season has gone on. Look, no one has improved more from the start of this season, from game 1 to where we're at now, than Wooga Poplar. It's been a tremendous improvement, and that big credit to the coaching staff as well for that. But yeah, they're going to need him to step up in a big way. There's no question about it. Miami's very balanced. That's the interesting thing about the Hurricanes, right? You can't really go into a game against the Hurricanes and say, all right, we're going to prepare for Isaiah Wong and Jordan Miller and we'll be fine, right? You can't really do that because these other guys can beat you too. So that's the interesting thing about Miami. They're a very well-rounded team. And I think they have a good shot in this game tonight.
And the Miami Heat are all in. They have tweeted out half of the Final Four representing South Florida. What a time. Good luck tonight to Canes Hoops and FAU MBB men's basketball team. They have good luck, Canes. Good luck, FAU. Speaking of the Heat, Alejandro Solana, you can hear him on pre-heat, post-heat, pretty much during all of the Heat games right here on 560 WQAM. He'll be on tonight. But in the meantime, he's all about
talk to Solana
pickleball.
again?
Yeah, Mr. Pickleball, man.
All right.
Solana, break it down. You're going to give us the Heat breakdown later today, but right now it's all about the pickleball. Break it down. What's happening out there in Plantation?
Yeah, Hollywood, you seem so thrilled to hear from me again. I appreciate it. Really do.
No, I was just thinking from earlier, Solana, you mentioned that the games you're watching, the pickleball games, have been fast-paced. And I think if you and I were to play, It'd be a very slow-paced, injury-filled match. I think it would be exciting, actually.
Oh, we need to have this
Absolutely.
now. Now we need to have this.
I
need
love
to see
to.
this.
I mean, I played basketball once with Hollywood, and it turned into him ripping me for 3 years now on the air. Apparently, I told
We
him
all played together, guys.
You just
I
didn't
was
live
gonna
up to
be,
the expectations you had set for yourself. That's your fault.
I didn't set any expectations for myself. I'd like to make that clear. I just said, pass me the rock and things will get done. And things were done. It's not my fault. Somebody
What are
from
you talking
Yahoo
about?
Sports-
I was on
Things
that
were
team. No, things were not done. No,
I think
they
I led
weren't.
that team in scoring, and I hadn't played in years.
Hold on a second. I think you're forgetting who was hitting you with those passes down low, Hollywood. I think
Oh, so you're the assist man now. Okay.
our pick and roll was very similar to Goran Dragic and Bam Adebayo in the finals, and
so
just
lying.
like them two, we ended up hurt and
They're
out.
so lying. I won them the
love it.
game.
I love it.
I won them the game. I can't believe this.
I would like to make a very important correction here, and thank you, Hollywood, for pointing this out. I was told that, which is very embarrassing, but I was told that the pickleball slam tomorrow would be at Hard Rock Stadium, but it's actually at Hard Rock Hotel.
Live.
Right, Hard Rock Live at the hotel. And I actually just saw a video here. Somebody was showing me of the setup of the tournament and where it's taking place, and it is incredible. So again, if you want to win a pair of tickets, we're doing a drawing out here, and you can come, you fill out your information. We have a bunch of other goodies, tickets to the Fort Lauderdale auto show, which takes place next weekend, Dunkin' Donuts gift cards. But on top of that, your chance to win a pretty awesome prize, which are a pair of tickets to tomorrow's pickleball slam event against Andy Roddick, John McEnroe, Michael Chang, and Andre Agassi will be out there. And I'll tell you guys right now, Hollywood, you'll appreciate this. I just got done watching a tournament here, one of the matches, and it was as intense as like a Rafa Nadal, Roger Federer final at Wimbledon.
Correctly, the competitiveness is happening because the grand prize winner today will get a chance to face up against a pro pickleball player tomorrow. Am I correct?
Correct. That is correct. And I mean, the grand prize out here is pretty impressive. But I'll say I want to get as close to the action as possible. Maybe you guys can see it behind me.
Ooh.
I don't want to talk too loud, but
Very nice.
The last match that just finished up here, when the guy won, I mean, he gave one of those Rafa Vamos, and I mean, it was perfect. It was awesome. So I'm telling you, the vibes out here are pretty cool. The competitiveness will shock you, and it's a really, really great day to be out here at the pickleball slam.
Salon, is this as exciting as the Miami Open at the Hard Rock?
I think it's comparable. I mean, listen, I'm not gonna mislead everybody. Plantation Park here in Plantation is gorgeous. The Miami Open at Hard Rock Stadium, I think it's got to beat, just by a little bit. Stephen Ross put a couple million into building that place, but this is pretty cool, man. Like, it's set up as a pickleball course. There's it's like a tennis plaza, like a tennis center, but strictly for pickleball. And it's legit, man. It's really cool. And again, I'm gonna get as close as possible here. Let me see if I can.
Oh yeah, I want some of
some of the live action right there.
Look at that. Competing at the highest level.
Ooh. Yeah. So again, it's a really cool event, and here's our
You're
tent.
supposed to play that close to the net.
Yeah, that's
strategy, man. We're talking about the U.
Is that how you play?
It's
It looks
pickle
like
and
they're
volley.
playing ping pong.
It's pickle and volley.
That's exactly what it'll here.
All right, so going out, it's an absolute free event. Solana's out there. Find the WQAM tent. They've got all types of goodies. Solana, come check back in with us whenever you feel like. Whenever the pickleball gets even more intense, let us know so we can go check it all out with you. Of course, we got Hollywood. He is boots on the ground at the Final Four in Houston. Next hour, who do you want to send the interview to, Hollywood? Who should we go to next hour?
Sweaty?
Oh, yeah, I was thinking Sweaty Bruce. What do you think?
We got it going, man.
Pearl action?
BP.
We're going to keep it going. Maybe some. I'll tell you this. I expected one thing from Bruce Pearl. He gave me a 180. When I thought he was going to zig, he zagged, and it actually really did impress me. So you don't want to miss that interview. That is next hour. Plus, we got some headlines for you next. This is extended pregame coverage of the Hurricanes and FAU from the Final Four in Houston. Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Listen to WQAM for Cat Talk.
3.
An Odyssey station. This is a special edition of Sports Day with Dan Day in Miami and Danny Rabinowitz at NRG Stadium in Houston, site of tonight's Final Four.
Floater by Wong, good, and we're tied at 75. Wong, a supreme shot maker, ties it.
The Canes.
7 seconds from history. Wooga Poplar has it. 4 seconds from history, and Wooga is fouled. Go crazy, Miami. Go crazy, Hurricane fans. You're going to go to the Final Four.
Will history be made? Let's go. The Final Four. Coverage only here. AM 560 Sports WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by U Health, University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute experts treat athletes of all levels, elite pros, active adults, and youth athletes. Recover your game. Visit uhealthsportsmedicine.com. By Williamson Automotive. Williamson is Miami. And by Kendall Toyota, your home team best deal on all new Toyota models, electric vehicles, hybrids, cars, and trucks. They're all at Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall.
One more coming for North Chadomir. Miami 62, Drake 56. On the way. Got them both. 63-56. What a change of events. Here's the Beers across the timeline. Launches a three-pointer. Snatched out of the air by Omir. The clock is going to run out. The Hurricanes come all the way back. Miami comes back. They were down on the mat. And the Hurricanes go on a 16-1 run. And Miami goes to round 2 of the NCAA tournament in incredible, dramatic fashion. Miami 63, Drake 56. That's your final score in Albany. What a change of events.
All the analysts were saying, pick Drake. There are upsets special. Miami not going to make it out of the first round. Ha! Then Miami's not going to make it out of the second round. Indiana, they're our sleeper to get to the Final Four. Ha! Just keep going. Just keep going. Then the third round. Who did we play in the third round? I can't even remember. We just another team.
We played Houston.
Houston.
Yeah.
Houston and then Texas.
They're number 1 seed. We got them. And then Texas. There was a point that I was about.
The Canes did Texas.
When Texas was up by 10, I wasn't going, but sure enough, we came back and we got them. So, none bigger story in the sports world than that South Florida has taken over the Final Four. That's why we have Hollywood, Danny Rabinowitz, boots on the ground. He's at the team hotel right now, and he has a very special guest with him that's going to join him.
We're trying to track down Josie right now. He's here. I saw him a second ago, but he's like shaking hands with everyone and everything. So he's going to come on over in just a second. The team just walked in. Place went bonkers. So the team just walked in. They just finished shoot around. And guys, I'm going to be heading over to the stadium in about a half an hour from now. So take about 10-15 minutes to get over there from here, and I will rejoin you from there. And we'll have continue our pregame actually inside the stadium for another 4 hours or so. So this might be the longest pregame show in the history of WQAM. Very proud to be a part of it.
I am shocked that this is the longest pregame show in QAM history, and this is for a basketball. Usually this might have been for the Hurricanes football, if they were in a national title game or something like that, but for a Final Four, I am impressed. Good job.
If the Dolphins make the Super Bowl, I'm guessing we'll go a little longer. But
that might be a 12-hour pregame show.
maybe a little longer. 48-hour pregame show. We'll just take shifts.
It'll start after Hawk and Crowder Friday show, and then it just go on
through the whole week. Just go straight through.
Right through the weekend.
Yeah, that was my record. We did that. We did that when the Saints. Oh no, it was just an LSU national championship. We started on a Friday and didn't finish till a Monday. Everybody just took shifts. Yeah, just took shifts. I was at 3:00 in the morning, like, there's still people on Bourbon Street. And it's getting wild and crazy. Look, the Dolphins make it to the Super Bowl. We're gonna have ourselves a beautiful, beautiful pregame, most likely postgame. Might last for a week, but we're not worried about that right now. It's all about the U.
Look who I got with me, guys. So he's not going to be able to hear you, so I'll handle this for us here. But Joe Zagacki is with me just at the shoot around. Joe, the stadium looks incredible from the videos I've seen. Tell us a little bit about the scene over there.
Yeah, the stadium is enormous. What's interesting is they put a new scoreboard in just for the Final Four. They've got this gigantic $3 million scoreboard. It's obviously not there for football because if you punt the ball, you'd hit it. So you got a beautiful scoreboard. Stadium looks great. 70,000 fans. Canes are there. They've been there 3 times now, so I think they're pretty familiar with shooting in the dome. I don't know how that's going to work out. Usually shooting in a dome has been a problem for a lot of teams. Hopefully for Miami, it's not a problem. But as Coach L said last night, we're not changing anything. We're going to do the same things we've done all year. The same things we've done all year will take us to Monday.
This is a pretty incredible scene. Not in this hotel, in this city. What does it mean for you? Been around this program for as long as you have to be a part of this.
Yeah, for me, selfishly, it's great. I've never been to the Final Four and been able to broadcast about everything else, but the Final Four, which has always been my favorite event, and was almost resigning myself to the fact that if I was going to go to the Final Four, it would be a bucket list thing that my wife and I would do by buying tickets. But now we're here, and we're having a great time, and so I'm so grateful that we've got Coach that put together a great team. And, the other thing is, if anybody is deserving to get to the Final Four, it's these kids. They are just a really good group of guys. They've worked hard. They don't change their demeanor. They play for each other. They've handled all of the questions, both on and off the floor. And so it's easy to root for them because this is a good, really good group of kids.
All right, Joe, we've been talking about this game, every aspect of it here. And, one of the things we talked about first off is that the Stars need to play like Stars tonight, right? On the biggest stage possible. You need Isaiah Wong to have a big game. You need Jordan Miller to give you that 15-point, contribution. And you need Nigel Pack to step up as well and hit those shots that he's been hitting all tournament.
Yeah, they need to do what they've done all season long. Somebody, it's not always one guy. And maybe it's not Isaiah Wong. If it's not him, then maybe it's Nigel Pack. We'll have to see what the UConn defense calls for. Miami's going to take what the UConn defense gives them. If you can't force Isaiah Wong into 3-pointers if he's being denied by Andre Jackson. So if he's being denied by Andre Jackson, maybe that leaves Jordan Miller one-on-one against Caliban. And so I think that's a matchup he can win. The Miami offense will take what the UConn defense gives them, and Coach L will adjust accordingly. But the one guy that does have to play great, because Miami doesn't have anybody else like him, is Norchad Omier. He's got to be out of foul trouble, and if he does get into foul trouble, then Miami will adjust. Just like Jim said, Coach Larinaga said last night, look, we've played against bigger teams. We played against more skilled teams. We lost Norchad against Duke, and we were still right there. So he's given them every single scenario. But personally, I think Norchad's got to stay in the game.
Yeah, that it's interesting you bring that up. We've been talking about that a lot this morning. That was one of the big talking points at Radio Row. A lot of the analysts and stuff that I spoke to were saying how, the way that this game is officiated could actually end up being a storyline because Miami is going to need Norchad Omier out there just because of this matchup with UConn and their depth at the center position.
Well, UConn's a very aggressive, defensive-minded team. They want to reflect their coach and play bully ball. I don't know that they're great individual defenders, but collectively they're pretty good. They are like 350th in fouling, so they could potentially put Miami on the free throw line. Hurricanes are shooting 80% in this tournament from the free throw line. Wong has been great on the line. Of course, Jordan Miller the other day was 13 for 13. So if they put Miami on the free throw line, that's just an extra way to get to 80 points. Miami has scored 70 plus now, I think, in 17 straight games. So their offense has been rolling against whatever defense they have seen. And again, a lot of that goes back to Coach L and his schemes and having 5 guys out there that can score from different spots on the floor.
I think from a defensive standpoint in this game, Joe, and we also heard a lot of people talking about how UConn really struggles sometimes when they turn the ball over too much. And we know that that's obvious, but can Miami, who's really good at forcing turnovers, can they get up and put a little pressure, maybe some of those traps that we've seen from them? So defensively, can they apply pressure to UConn and make them uncomfortable like we've seen them do to teams this season?
Well, Newton is a little bit like Nigel Pack in that he wasn't a true point guard. He plays their point guard position for the most part. I do think Miami can trap them and force them into some turnovers. Conversely, Miami's got to protect the ball. UConn thrives in the open court. I think a big fear would be Miami not being able to get back to set their defense and UConn hitting them for threes. Miami is number 1 in three-point shooting in the ACC. UConn is number one in three-point shooting defense. UConn does have the number one three-point shooter in the Big East. So Miami's got to be able to get back and set their defense. And the way UConn has separated themselves in the tournament has been with transition threes. They've won their tournament games by an average of 22.5 points per game. So if you're Miami, you want to stay attached in this game. Don't let UConn have that breathing room and force UConn to play 40 minutes.
All right, Joe, before we let you run here, just give me a couple of keys to this one here. Give us a little preview of what we can expect. We're going to jump on the airwaves at 8 o'clock tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, 104.3 FM. The Shark will be in FM throughout South Florida here this evening for the biggest game in Miami Hurricanes basketball history. What are a couple of your big keys to tonight's game?
Offensively, share the ball. When Miami shares the ball, it doesn't get stuck. When they're sharing the ball, moving it, they're great on offense. Got to share the ball. That's number one. Number two, rebound. Everybody's got to rebound. UConn has not been out-rebounded since mid-January. When Miami out-rebounds their opponent, they're 23-1. UConn would be in unfamiliar territory getting out-rebounded. And then lastly, play with poise. Play Miami basketball. Don't get frustrated. UConn's going to make some shots. Miami's going to make some shots. But at the end of the game, got to be executing. Miami has to execute their game plan at the end to perfection.
This is going to sound kind of crazy, Joe, but the next time I see you, we're going to be sitting courtside broadcasting the Final Four.
Yeah, it's wild to think that the University of Miami is at the Final Four. This is a wild scene here in the hotel. It's been a fabulous week, and just hope they can keep it going. I think they will. I think they will keep it going. They've not disappointed all season long. They played the same way in just about every single game. Nobody's really blown them out. Every single game, they played the same way, and I suspect they'll play that way tonight.
I'll see you courtside for the Final Four, Joe.
Okay, Hollywood, looking forward to it.
All right, guys. Joe Zagacki here with us, and that's the next time we will see Josie is courtside at the Final Four. How about that, guys?
Just absolutely wonderful. I like the fact that I didn't really recognize it until he just said it. The consistency this team has had all year long. They've just played the same way every single game and been as good as they possibly can every single game. That has to bode well for a game like tonight where it's going to be some different variants in there.
Well, obviously, they went against a tough, Houston team, number one team.
Yeah.
They were they had the most weeks at number one, and they had a great defense, and Miami picked them apart.
Not
So
a problem.
I don't think they're gonna have any problems against Connecticut. Something that was mentioned earlier that Hollywood did say was the stadium aspect. I know somebody did text out on the text line. What about the Carrier Dome? Carrier Dome is different. It's a little bit different than NRG Stadium.
Different size.
Yeah, different size. Like they've kind of made it a way where, you could shoot there. Basketball is played so much at the Carrier Dome, but this is a football stadium. Look at all the love these guys are
I'm
getting.
telling
man.
you. I'll tell you this.
Oh, that's Mrs. Z. That's
Of course,
Mrs. Josie.
You're going to have to make an adjustment in a big stadium like that. But what I said on the text line, 305-567-0560, I trust in Coach L to make those adjustments. And Coach L knows how to make adjustments, especially when it comes to the whole NIL deals. What I want to do is next, we're going to bring Hollywood back in from Houston, and we're going to bring
Guys,
John
I'm heading to the
up.
stadium, I think. I'm heading to the stadium here. We're getting ready to run out of here. We're getting ready to run out of here.
You go. In a couple of minutes, we're going to play Bruce Pearl. But before
I'll check back in
Vladmir,
with you courtside at the Final Four, boys.
I'm
Cannot
happy
wait.
for you, bro.
Cannot wait.
Can't wait to hear from you.
Next time we talk to you from NRG Stadium, come check back in. We'll have you ready. We'll get you going. We're here till 6:15. We got you the best pregame, longest pregame, most extensive pregame in maybe the whole country
Final Four
right
history.
now. Final Four history. Up next, Vlad and I got to get you caught up with the headlines. Also going to be hearing from Auburn head coach, not Tennessee head coach anymore. Auburn head coach Bruce Pearl. He really surprised me. I expected one thing, and he gave me another when he talked to Dana Rabinowitz on Radio Row. This is going till 6:15. Remember, the game is going to be on 104.3 The Shark, WSFS, starting at 8 o'clock. But next, getting you up to date right here, Sports Day, 560 WQAM.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line at News live from Miami and NRG Stadium in Houston. The Canes, FAU. Let's do it on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Sponsored by U Health by Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall and Williamson Automotive.
Special pregame coverage till 6:15 here on Sports Day 560 WQAM. Danny Rabinowitz, a.k.a. Hollywood, making his way to NRG Stadium in just a while. He's going to be checking with us right there from the epicenter of the basketball world today, tomorrow, and at least Monday. Hopefully, both of our teams, FAU and the U, will be involved. Vlad, I got a feeling. Could be a big Monday here in South Florida.
Where we watching it at?
Man,
I got to find a middle spot.
We got to find a spot.
No matter what, I don't lose.
No, you're a win-win. You're in a win-win
I'm
situation.
in a win-win situation.
I mean, I think everybody kind of is, but
No. Not everybody. Canes fans want to win, and FAU fans definitely want to win. That would be one of the big. That might be one of the greatest upsets in sports history. The Beach Boys, up in Boca.
If FAU were to win this tournament, probably the most surprising college basketball championship ever.
Absolutely.
I mean, who would be bigger? I mean, even the Villanova team that quote unquote surprised everybody, they were a really good team.
Pickney was he was an NBA player.
They were a good team.
Yeah, I don't know any NBA players on this FAU team
coming from a major conference.
I mean,
I'm telling you,
that would and then they're moving.
And don't say it can't happen.
Conference now.
Yeah, exactly. But don't say it can't happen.
No, it can't. Listen, what we realize. And talking these first couple hours in this extensive Final Four pregame show, with the NIL, all these kids are going in spending. If you have a college team that's 2-3 years together, they're going to have a great shot of advancing in the tournament. And we've seen now we've seen two teams over the last 10 years, 2 1 seeds get eliminated by a 16 seed.
Mm-hmm.
We never thought that was going to happen. Now we're going to see it, and it's going to happen more often. We see the 15s lose to the 2s. We see the 3s lose to the 14. First Final Four ever to not have a 3 seed or lower in the Final Four.
Right. That's a combination of things, too. You got the NIL, so people are more likely to stick around. You've also got the one and dones, so the schools that maybe don't have the one and done type players, but they're going to be a little more experienced. They're going to be a little bit older. And also, let's not forget the COVID year. You got guys now that are a little bit older than maybe normal that are playing for some of these mid-majors and other schools.
I saw San Diego State has a 25-year-old man.
Yeah, and when you're 18 playing up against somebody 25, that's a big deal.
He's got natural man strength.
Yeah. It's different. I mean, when you play high school sports, being a sophomore playing seniors makes a big deal.
Absolutely, and it happens a lot in college when you see a lot of these hot freshmen, the hot recruits. They come in and then they go against somebody who's been playing college basketball for 3 or 4 years, a junior, senior. Might not be as talented as that freshman, but he has the experience. He knows he has the smarts, and he's able to outplay that young top recruit. So that's what's going on with the University of Miami. They've got a great team, a team that went to the Elite Eight last season. Experience, and that hurt. They said it during the tournament that losing in the Elite Eight to Kansas last year hurt, and that's why they made that tremendous comeback in the second half against Texas, and now they are 2 games away from being national champion. And you know what, Dan Day? You know who was the first person to say that they were?
You said it.
Okay. I just want my flowers.
I didn't have FAU getting out of the first round. I had Memphis beating them. I didn't get them out of the second round, third round, fourth round. So I'm going to keep saying this. FAU's not going to win tonight. San Diego State going to muck it up. Going to get that dub.
I said they were winning. Canes winning. Canes beating the Canes.
You got to stick. You got to ride or die.
Ride. I said they were going to go to Final Four, and I said they want to win the national championship, and it's going to happen. FAU. This is shocking, but if FAU and UM do play.
That's just, unbelievable. I've never seen anything like that. At least not that I can remember, where 2 schools that nobody would really expect to be basketball schools would play and basically dominate the whole tournament to where it comes down to a final. 2 schools that are 50 miles away from each other, playing against each other for the championship. That's absolutely
And I think what the headlines would be, South Florida is a basketball town. Like I've been saying.
I mean, can't argue that if that happens.
Can't
argue that if it happens. But a lot goes on in South Florida during the sports week. So let's run back a little montage in here. everything that you may have caught or missed.
Miami and Texas from the T-Mobile Center in Kansas City.
The Panthers in red, right to left. The Rangers in white, left to right. Inter Miami, 2-0-2. The Chicago Fire, 0-2-1.
The Heat is on the radio. Rock is in the air. I've got a couple taps on it, but it's going to be the Nets.
Jesus Luzardo heads to the mound for the first time in 2023. He was a strikeout machine, one of the best strikeout percentages among National League pitchers. Struck out almost a third of the batter's pace. Welcome inside Canadian Tire Center here in Ottawa tonight. It's the Florida Panthers beginning a 4-game road trip to take on the Ottawa Senators. Welcome inside Scotiabank Arena here in Toronto for tonight's matchup. It's the Florida Panthers and the Toronto Maple Leafs game 2 on a 4-game road trip. Welcome inside Bell Center here in Montreal. It's the Panthers and the Montreal Canadiens game 3 on a 4-game road trip.
Wong steps back behind the three-point line. Zay drives in, left of the tee, toward the baseline. Ball away on the baseline. Good! What a shot by Wong!
And the horn sounds. And the Rangers escape here with a 4-3 win over the Panthers at FLA Live Arena.
Into the middle for Stefanelli! And this time they catch him napping. The long cross and the long shot for the shortest man on the pitch. Nico Stefanelli, his first MLS goal. We're tied at 2.
And that's going to do it for this one. The final horn sounds. Senators 5, Panthers 2. That is a final here in Ottawa tonight.
As the Heat fall by 29. It wasn't 30. 129-100 the final, Amy.
The first home defeat of the year as the Fire stumble but get up to a 3-2 win at Drive Pink.
Miami falls to 40-36. Half game behind Brooklyn for the 6th spot. And Toronto moves to 38-38. Now a half game above Atlanta.
Front of the net, Montori scores, top shelf, and the Panthers win it in overtime. 3-2 the final here in Toronto.
Miami doesn't have anything mystical or magical. It'll be their 3rd straight loss.
And a 5-2 win for the Panthers in Montreal.
Kim Mulkey's working magic at LSU. The Tigers back to the Final Four for the first time since 2008.
Lets it fly. It's no good. It's all over. There's a wild celebration. It's history. The University of Miami has made history. They're going to the Final Four for the first time in school history.
Yes, indeed. Let's get you all wrapped up now with the headlines. As you heard, the men's Final Four, Houston starts today. We've got your pregame coverage till 6:15. Then you can hear the U over there on our sister station, 104.3 The Shark. FAU going to get things started against San Diego State, 6:09 tip. Then Miami and UConn will follow supposedly around 8:49. Of course, Hollywood is on his way to NRG Stadium. That thing looks huge on TV, by the way. I didn't know they're going to play a basketball game in there. Coach L says he's not changing anything, sticking to the routine. There's something to be said about that. We'll see, but I feel as though there do need to be adjustments. If there's one person that's going to make the right calls, it's going to be Coach L.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Got to trust in that man right there. His record stands for himself. Reports are that Vic Fangio was offered 6 of the open 10 defensive coordinator position jobs in the NFL this offseason. He chose Miami and will be the highest paid defensive coordinator in the league. I trusted him as a defensive coordinator, Vlad. Maybe not as a head coach, but as a DC,
you know what's crazy?
I'm going to ride with him for now.
Denver wanted him back as defensive coordinator.
Oh, well, then you already know.
No, but would you go back to the team that fired you?
No. I'm not a sour grapes type of guy, but no, it's like going back to the girl that left you. Oh, I decided I tried. The pastures weren't greener. You were always my number one. No, you're dead to me. You're dead to me. I mean, money talks and everything else walks, but at the same time, like if you have other choices, go experience something else.
Yeah, Miami's always better.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you had a choice, come on. Louis Riddick had a choice. He chose the Dolphins to win the AFC East, even if Vlad's Jets get Aaron Rodgers, which they will.
Whatever, Mr. Riddick.
Which they will. They'll get Aaron Rodgers.
We have him. Don't worry about it. God, it's jeez.
It's just taking a little longer than it should.
I don't care. It's the longer it takes, the better.
Speaking of one and dones, you got one and done with him this year.
I don't care.
I know you don't care. You've been very vocal about how you don't care about that one and done.
I don't care about that one and done. Give me that 1 year of ecstasy, baby.
I will tell you this. I'll take 1 year of ecstasy, but if it means 10 years of just doldrums, because that 1 year you are so high.
Oh, man. It'd be so good.
I would rather be 1 year of ecstasy and have 10 years, a decade of just
doldrums.
Doldrums.
I mean, I've already done 45 years of it.
Right. Over having 10 years of being a playoff team, but not really ever winning anything. Who wants? I mean, it's cool, but I'd rather have that. You get so high. When you win a Super Bowl, you get so high. Oh, my God. It's unbelievable. The Heat, they're currently in 7th place in the East. Don't know if they're going to win the NBA championship. We'll see. They look to improve their 40-37 record, plus end a 3-game losing streak tonight when they host the Mavericks at 7:30. Interesting game.
Do they score 100 points?
Yeah, I think they do tonight. Kyrie and Luka aren't exactly known for their defensive
That's crazy.
prowess.
This is how great South Florida right now is with basketball. You got the Canes playing tonight, and you have FAU playing, obviously, in the Final Four. Both teams are playing in the Final Four. And then you have a great game. Like, come on, Luka and Kyrie's must-see.
Afterthought.
And it's an
No
afterthought.
lie. No lie.
It's an afterthought.
Be honest with yourself. If anyone's sitting there saying, "Oh, wait a second. No, this Heat game is the main event," you're lying.
wrong. Like,
it's an afterthought.
It's really
and rightfully so.
It's going to be second in the bars, in the restaurants, wherever you're watching the game.
It's in that top little corner TV that no one's around.
Right. Everybody's gonna keep it on CBS. Oh, you can listen to it on 104.3 The Shark FM. All right.
We're gonna be giving pregame all the way to 6:15 too.
We are giving you the pregame till 6:15 here on 560 WQAM. But yes, it's second fiddle right now.
Hey, if the Heat are your priority, go to the game. Go to the game.
And also, you can listen to the Heat broadcast here.
And you know what? If you got nothing else to do, watch the game on TV, then pop up the old Odyssey app when you're at the bar and listen to the Heat game right here on 560 WQAM. We're going to lead you all the way to 6:15. We're not just we're not just a Hurricanes and FAU pregame. We're also technically the Heat extended pregame right now.
And
Once
Panthers.
again, second fiddle. But please, like I'm saying, it would be good. You go to a bar, there's going to be some watch parties. I know Titanic Brewery over there by the U, they're having a watch party. I know my place Duffy's in Plantation.
I think
they're going to be having a watch party.
I think Weston out there in Weston, Carolina or Carolina. It's a Canes watch party bar. So I think I might be heading out there.
Yeah, so there you go. They got some watch parties, but you know what? Maybe they don't put the Canes game on. I mean, the Heat game on. Pop up the Odyssey app on your phone. Boom, you can listen to it right there. Just type in 560 WQAM and you got it. We got you covered. Jason Jackson going to be on the call. In a couple of minutes, we're going to check in with Alejandro Solana. He's getting his pickleball on.
Jeez, South Florida just too many.
There's so much.
Events. Yeah, bro.
And then you can just go to the beach and look at bad ones if worse comes to worse. I love it.
There's going to be baddies at the bar.
Oh, there's going to be everywhere. Women love basketball. Women, a lot of the ladies, they like a lot of sports. They just don't always like me. They're the same. Jorge Soler and Jazz Chisholm, they each got a solo home run last night as Jesus Luzardo wheeled and dealed. The Marlins defeated the Mets 2-1. The two play again today at 4:10, then tomorrow at 1:40.
Right. I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
How many people were at the game last night?
I did not see. I saw opening day was packed.
Opening day was 31,000.
Okay.
I was there.
Nice.
Okay. So was Tobin and Leroy and Marcos and Jay Fig. And even Robbie the Degenerate made an appearance. But it was 31,000. It was a good crowd for opening day. I want to know what the crowd was yesterday because I doubt there's going to be a crowd today when you're playing at 4:00 and you have the Final Four.
Yeah,
those South Florida teams playing. Yeah, like I know there's a lot of Met fans, but the Met fans aren't. There's Mets fans who probably University of Miami fans,
Still the Final Four, too.
And it's still the Final Four. There's gambling aspects. What are we saying? 10,000 maybe?
Maybe 11. We'll go with 11.
And like 7,000 of them are Met fans?
Yeah, well, we'll see. Not to poo-poo any other sports going on tonight, but Inter Miami, they're up in Cincinnati, 7:30 kickoff. We'll see how that one goes. And the Panthers look to go 4-4 on their current road trip tonight in Columbus when they face the Blue Jackets at 7:00. Right now, let's real quick step into the day spa. You'll like this one, Vladdy. A New York City hospital patient made a getaway by stealing an ambulance, but 25 miles down the road, the chase ended by the police spiking his tires.
Ah, messed up. I thought he probably stopped by a bodega and went to get a sandwich.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying. That sounds like,
I just don't like the fact that it was the tires that they got him with the tires. Like they got him like in a New York way. It would have been great, but that's just regular police standards procedure.
Oh, I was just gonna say it sounds like my spring break, bro. Get trashed, end up at a hospital, steal an ambulance, get your tires spiked.
You stole an ambulance, bro?
No, I'm just saying, craziness. Speaking of craziness and fun, Alejandro Solana is out in Plantation. This weekend isn't just about the Final Four, it is about pickleball. And I know, Solana, you are taking it all in.
Yes, sir. What's up, guys? How's it going?
Hello?
You guys hear me?
Yeah,
hear me?
absolutely. Did you change shirts? Are you now in your national team over there in Uruguay?
I'm representing a little bit of Nacional de Uruguay, but I had a jacket on, and
okay.
the sun's
It's getting
out a little
warm?
bit, so
It's getting
yeah,
a little warm now?
So here's the info that I have for you guys. And if anybody has been listening to us for the past couple hours now, and you're questioning whether you want to stop by Plantation Park here in Plantation, I was just told that at 4 p.m., Andy Roddick, John McEnroe, Michael Chang, and Andre Agassi will be out here. So the winner of today's...
Say that again. Wait, say that again. That's not something we can just brush over. What was that again?
So the winner of today's Pickleball Slam Amateur event will be playing the pros, the legends, and they will be here today at 4 p.m. And right now behind me, I mean, I love me some Andy Roddick. I mean, Andre Agassi is a staple of the Hochman and Crowder show. So I'm going to try to get a picture, guys. But
I'm sorry. I'm lost. What's with you and Agassi? You got beef with him or something?
No, the opposite.
You love him?
No, I love Andre Agassi. It's a long story. Maybe Dan Day can play the best of. But
all we can say is that he and Ron Washington have the same birthday.
That is true. That is very true. So here's I don't want to get in the way of the crowd, and there's a ton of people behind me right now, and we're actually just kind of hovering over main stage here. And if you can see it, I don't know how good the video is. I know for the radio listeners, that's not very conducive to radio. But here's the deal: I'm out here in Plantation at the Plantation Central Park. Okay, we're at the Pickleball Slam Amateur event, and the winner of today's event. And if you've been listening, I'm telling you that the competition out here is really, really good. I'm very, very impressed by how great these pickleball players are. And it's not, all fun and games. Like, they're coming out here, they're trying to win. And that's because at 4 p.m., as I just mentioned, Michael Chang, Agassi, Andy Roddick, and John McEnroe will all be out here, and they're going to get a chance to play the professionals. But for those of you who are interested in going to tomorrow's event at Hard Rock Hotel, we have a pair of tickets. We're giving away a pair of tickets, and a little birdie flew in and told me that there may be an opportunity for 2 pairs of tickets. All you have to do is come register. We're right by the main stage, right by main court, center court, and you can find us at the QAM tent. You can register by 4 p.m. That's when we're doing the main drawing, but we have a bunch of other stuff we're giving away as well. Fort Lauderdale Auto Show tickets. You can win a pair of tickets to that. We have Dunkin' Donuts gift cards. We have WQAM brand new t-shirts, gentlemen. I'll make sure to save you a pair as well. We have a bunch of other goodies here with QAM on it. And again, I'm telling you, you can hear it right now, right behind me. There is a ton of people here. I'm telling you, it's a beautiful day, a beautiful, beautiful afternoon. And this event is really, really cool. There's food trucks. There's everything you can imagine right now. And it's an awesome event. So you want to make sure to come out here by 4 p.m., register to win those tickets. Again, come find us. And guys, I will be trying to get a picture with Andy Roddick and Andre Agassi, because if I can get a picture with Andre Agassi, I mean, I don't know what would be better. I don't know what would be better for the Hochman and Crowder show.
I would expect nothing less, and I never ask much from you, Solana, but can you turn to the pickleball players right now and just give me you're my boy, Blue?
No, I'm not doing that. I do not want to get kicked out. I do not want to get kicked out right now. Bro, Dan, these people are taking it.
Is it really that serious? It's like Wimbledon?
It is serious. When I tell you that there was a 3-set match that happened just a couple minutes ago, and the winners were celebrating like they won the World Cup. So you don't want, this is, if you like competition, you want to be out here, because it's actually pretty impressive how serious these pickleball players are taking it. And again, just a fun afternoon out here in Plantation Park.
Solana, you're my boy, Blue.
Not doing it. Not
Check
getting
in
kicked
with
out
us.
for you, Dan Day.
Okay, check in with us when you and Andre Agassi are taking pictures. Let us know. You're going to, of course, join us in the next hour. We're still waiting because Danny Rabinowitz.
Let me know if Steffi Graf is there.
Excited about Steffi Graf. Oh,
You're a
are
big
they still
Steffi Graf
married
fan?
though? I think the divorce happened decades ago, but okay.
Yeah. I'm definitely not bringing her up. But I may ask him if he knows that Ron Washington and him have the same birthday.
That's
That
all you
may be
gotta
a
ask.
question that I'll ask him.
You
All right,
can read
guys.
between the lines right there. All right, Solana, we appreciate it. We'll check in with you next hour. Thank you so much. Enjoy the pickleball action. Up next, we are going to enjoy Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz from NRG Stadium talking with Auburn's Bruce Pearl. That's next here on 560 WQAM.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that go along with our melodious voice?
Bruce Pearl. Coach, thank you so much for taking the time. It's great to meet you. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure. It's great to be with you. My parents live down in Boynton Beach. My sister is in Boca, and they've lived in South Florida for the last 20 or so years. And so I don't get down there often, but I get down there a couple times a year. It's so nice to be able to go down there and visit one of the most beautiful places in the country, especially from January to about April.
Yeah, right. It's kind of wild. It's like the South Florida Final Four. You know, we're not known for being a hotbed for college hoops, but it's kind of been a crazy run for these two teams.
Well, yeah, it's been obviously you're talking about Miami, you're talking about Florida Atlantic, incredible, right?
Yeah.
Different in some ways, but in others not so much different. One of my former players, KT Harrell, is director of basketball operations at Florida Atlantic, so I've got a rooting interest there with KT. And older, tougher, extremely well coached, guys that have bonded and play really well together. Great guard play. I mean, elite guard play. Guys that can all step out there and shoot it, and guys that are willing to defend it. And that's been an unbelievable formula for those teams.
Coach, from your eyes, how much has the landscape in college basketball changed over the past couple of years when you add in the transfer portal and NIL?
The landscape's 360 degrees. It's just, it's just completely different. Building programs now the way you used to do it with freshmen becoming sophomores and sophomores becoming juniors and things along those lines. That's gone. It's gone. And no complaints. We live in a great country, and people should have the opportunity to transfer up or down or do whatever they want to do and have some freedom of movement. I do like the one-time transfer eligible right away because I always used to get a transfer every year, sit them out, because sometimes that sit-out year, they get caught up academically, they get caught up physically. They're more ready a full year after they transferred someplace. So I didn't mind the old rule. The biggest problem with it right now is just what happens to your own team. That's the biggest problem. Freshmen, if they're not coming in and playing right away, they're leaving. So nobody's recruiting freshmen anymore, except maybe the top 50 high school players in the country. That means 50 through wherever else is going other places. I think that's why you're beginning to see teams like Florida Atlantic, like UAB and North Texas, who both were in the NIT championship. Those teams are getting better players.
Can it end up with a situation where it's almost like free agency, and not just for basketball, but you see it in football too, right? Is it almost like a free agency situation where you got guys that can leave every single year if they don't like their situation?
It is. They should do the one-time transfer, and then they should not have appeals for you transfer one time, great, you're eligible right away. Mm-hmm. You want a second time? Well, you got these circumstances, but you should have thought of that before you transfer the first time. Like one of the things I've told my freshmen that have transferred, like, guys, wait a second. If you come back next year and you're in your sophomore year and it's great. If it's not great, then you have a chance to transfer, be eligible right away and still have 2 more years. All right. You don't know whether it's going to be great because you weren't good enough as a freshman to play a lot. Transfer now, go someplace as a redshirt freshman. It's not what you want it to be. You're stuck. Now you're stuck. And we should make that stick. Otherwise, no kids should not be able to transfer every year and win appeals. Otherwise, it does become free agency. And in fact, it's worse than free agency. Because at least in free agency, you have contracts. And contracts, there are penalties if you break a contract either way. So right now, it's kind of a little bit out of control. And we're all managing.
It kind of starts in high school, though, doesn't it? I mean, especially in South Florida, we have guys that are transferring high schools, at least in football, right? And that's kind of crazy. So you have that going, too. How do you stop that from, you starts in high school. How do you stop that when you get to the next level?
You don't stop it. People ask me, what's the difference? Are kids different now? Are they different? I said, no, kids are almost all the same. The parents are the ones that are different. Mm-hmm. The parents and the support staff around a young man have got such loud voices, and they're not in the locker room. They're not on the campus, and they're living vicariously through their children. And look, when my son was playing baseball, all right, and Stephen was a terrific player for me at Tennessee. He's now my right-hand man at Auburn. If he wasn't batting third or fourth, then my answer to him was, you know what, stop swinging at bad pitches. Let's get in the cage. Let's do it. Not, we're going to move you to another team.
Yeah.
Now the answer is, like, my kid's not pitching. He's not pitching. We're going to go put him on another all-star team. And we teach the kids to flee, not fight. And it's the parents that are doing it.
So how do you balance, as a coach, how do you balance that? Because we see that a lot, right? We do see parents that are they're too overbearing, right? How do you balance that as a coach, knowing that you got to keep the parents happy too, because that trickles down right down to your players?
There are going to be there will be some players that I will not recruit because their parents are too overbearing. And to I need their support. They need to love their sons. And they need to listen to their sons. And the sons need to be able to call home and complain and say, this guy's crazy. He wants me to do this. He wants me to do that. And they need to support their sons, not me. But they also need to recognize they can't fix it. We, as parents, all want to fix it for our kids. You know what? Let them fix it. Let them learn how to fix it. Let them learn how to cope. Let them learn to go through a little bit of adversity and come out on the other side. That's not what we're doing. It's not what we're doing as a society. And that's why this great American experiment, I'm not so sure our generation is doing nearly as well as my father's generation or the generation before him.
It's very interesting, Coach. And I do, before we let you run here, I want to ask you about the tournament. And, we're used to seeing upsets, right? That's nothing new. But we're not used to seeing a team like FAU, San Diego State, even Miami get into a Final Four. Has there been a shift in college basketball because of the transfer portal, because of NIL? What do you make of seeing these teams actually get to this point?
Right, Danny, stop playing the Miami underdog card. Okay, just stop. All right, they're in the ACC. Last time I checked, they've been very active and good for them with the name, image, and likeness. They were ahead of the game in a lot of places. So this is not the underdog. You're right about Florida Atlantic. You're right about maybe even San Diego State coming out of that conference, but. UConn out of the Big East and Miami out of the ACC, you can't put that Cinderella slipper on them. When I was at Auburn, it was the first time Auburn had ever gone to the SEC. I get it, but we're not we're a Power 5 program and conference. I just think, used to use the word parity. There's more parity out there. I do think with the transfer portal, and I do think that the fact that you can reshuffle the deck every year, I think it makes who's going to the tournament and who's advancing. It's almost doubling the number of those schools that are available. That's why you're not seeing the top of the SEC, the ACC, the Big Ten just marching on through this tournament.
You mentioned Miami and the NIL. Then let me ask you this: why do you think the NIL with Miami specifically gets so much attention when we know everyone else is doing it?
Well, it's been public and they've been aggressive, and the numbers that you hear are aggressive, and so therefore that's why they've gotten the attention. But go back to what I said. Good for Miami. Good for them that they were aggressive and smart. Back in the day, that used to be cheating. It's not anymore. It's good business now, and good for Miami for investing in their athletes. They've invested in their coaches. People want to invest in their coaches. They want to invest in their facilities, but they don't want to invest in their athletes. Miami figured that out.
Coach, thank you so much for the time. Really appreciate it. It's a pleasure to meet you here.
Thanks, Danny.
Thanks, Coach.
Danny Rabinowitz right there is talking about Bruce Pearl. Now, I didn't really like him. He's an Auburn guy. He's kind of polarizing, but saying right there, isn't it about time that universities and programs start investing in their students and not just their facilities? Really great stuff.
Invest on the real stars of the universities.
Yeah, what makes the engine pump right there. So we're going to be checking in with Hollywood. He is going to be at NRG Stadium very soon. In the meantime, Vlad and I are going to get you caught up to date with everything that's happening. Maybe even keep it a buck. That's next hour here on 560 WQAM.
Breaking news from AM 560 Sports WQAM is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm Ellie
This is a special edition of Sports Day with Dan Day in Miami and Danny Rabinowitz at NRG Stadium in Houston, site of tonight's Final Four.
Floater by Wong, good, and we're tied at 75. Wong, a supreme shot maker, ties it.
The Canes.
7 seconds from history. Wooga Poplar has it. 4 seconds from history, and Wooga is fouled. Go crazy, Miami. Go crazy, Hurricane fans. You're going to go to the Final Four.
Will history be made? Let's go. The Final Four. Coverage only here. AM 560 Sports WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by U Health, University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute experts treat athletes of all levels, elite pros, active adults, and youth athletes. Recover your game. Visit uhealthsportsmedicine.com. By Williamson Automotive. Williamson is Miami. And by Kendall Toyota, your home team best deal on all new Toyota models, electric vehicles, hybrids, cars, and trucks. They're all at Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall.
That's right, 560 WQAM, a special edition of Sports Day, leading you up to the FAU and Miami Hurricanes game. Of course, they're playing in separate games, but you get the point. We're with you till about 6:15. My cousin Vladmir Louison is with me. I am Dan Day. Danny Rabinowitz going to be checking with us from Houston, from NRG Stadium, in fact, in just a little while. He's going from the team hotel to the stadium, jumping back on. Then he's going to have the call of the game tonight with Joe Zagacki on our sister station, 104.3 The Shark. A lot of the experts this week have been talking to Danny Rabinowitz, and we're going to be running back some of those interviews. But one of their main concerns for the U is the depth. And I have to admit, the depth has me a little bit scared. UConn seems to be a little bit deeper than Miami, and you got to think Dan Hurley is going to go and try to attack down low early, because if you can get Norchad O'Meara out the game, it's going to be pretty sticky for the Canes. But then again, they may be able to adjust. But how about we don't have to do that adjustment?
How did that go against Texas on Sunday?
I know. I'm saying.
Got
a lot of size. You got a lot of size over there in UConn. What I'm saying is the depth does worry me a little bit. And, you'd be crazy not to try to take advantage of that. But same thing is, I think Danny brought up a very good point earlier. If you're the U, you're probably going to try to press them a little more, play some more in-your-face defense for two reasons. Number one, UConn does struggle with some turnovers. And when they do turn the ball over, like most teams, they're going to lose.
That's perfect. That's exactly what UM wants to do. Get this game up and down the court. I think if we can get this game in the high 70s, 80-point game, then we win this.
Because that's one thing that you can do is score. They can absolutely score. Now, on the other side, we haven't given as much love to FAU because we are the flagship station of the Miami Hurricanes. But FAU, San Diego State's going to try to, and I'm using the word
muck it up.
I was going to say M. I'm using the letter M. Muck it up. They like it nasty. They like it physical. They like it rough. They like it low scoring. FAU's got some good guards. They can shoot. They can play. They can control the tempo. If you're FAU, you have to control the tempo. That's just one of those things. I know a lot of people are going to be watching that as an appetizer, but I think it's going to be a close game. I don't see how anybody's going to walk away from anyone in that game. San Diego State probably not going to walk away from people, although they did impress me a lot against Alabama. But FAU is going to be right there every step of the way. If you think this stage is too big for them, you are going to be proven absolutely wrong.
The Owls. Wow, the Owls from Boca. Unbelievable, Dan Day. Could you imagine this? FAU and the University of Miami men's basketball teams are in the Final Four. Two of the four best college basketball teams right now in 2023. And they're one shining moment away from a national title game Monday night. Let's go.
I'll tell you this, Vlad. The season begins, and you tell me they'll be in the Final Four. I'll say, okay, I'll give you that. They made it to the Elite Eight last year.
No, nobody was giving you that. Nobody was thinking that.
If you told me that you could see into the future and that you would be there, I would say, okay, I would have some reservations, but I can see that they were in the Elite Eight last year. They got Coach Larinaga. They got some guys coming back. They got some transfers. Maybe when the ball bounces the right way. But if you'd have told me at the beginning of the season, before the ball was even thrown into the air, the FAU Owls are going to be in the Final Four, I'd be like, come on now. Why you got to do that to me? I would have not believed it one bit. It has been a magical run. I don't think we even grasp how magical this run has been for FAU, even from the first round playing Memphis. Memphis, a team who's coming off a high, beating Houston, basically knocking Houston out as the number one overall seed. Figured, oh man, Memphis is rolling. They got it figured out. No, FAU took care of business, and they've been taking care of business ever
since. Got to give shout out to Coach Dusty May and the players out there in Boca Raton, my alma mater.
There you go. Represent FAU Owls, the U today in Texas. Let's look back, though, on the week that was here in the South Florida sports world.
Miami and Texas from the T-Mobile Center in Kansas City.
The Panthers in red, right to left. The Rangers in white, left to right. Inter Miami, 2-0-2. The Chicago Fire, 0-2-1.
The Heat is on the radio. Rock is in the air. I've got a couple taps on it, but it's going to be the Nets.
Jesus Luzardo heads to the mound for the first time in 2023. He was a strikeout machine, one of the best strikeout percentages among National League pitchers. Struck out almost a third of the batter's pace. Welcome inside Canadian Tire Center here in Ottawa tonight. It's the Florida Panthers beginning a 4-game road trip to take on the Ottawa Senators. Welcome inside Scotiabank Arena here in Toronto for tonight's matchup. It's the Florida Panthers and the Toronto Maple Leafs game 2 on a 4-game road trip. Welcome inside Bell Center here in Montreal. It's the Panthers and the Montreal Canadiens game 3 on a 4-game road trip.
Wong steps back behind the three-point line. Zay drives in, left of the key, toward the baseline. Ball away on the baseline. Good! What a shot by Wong!
And the horn sounds. And the Rangers escape here with a 4-3 win over the Panthers at FLA Live Arena.
Into the middle for Stefanelli. And this time they catch him napping. The long cross and the long shot for the shortest man on the pitch. Nico Stefanelli, his first MLS goal. We're tied at 2.
And that's going to do it for this one. The final horn sounds. Senators 5, Panthers 2. That is a final here in Ottawa tonight.
As the Heat fall by 29. It wasn't 30. 129-100 the final, Aiden.
The first home defeat of the year as the Fire stumble but get up to a 3-2 win at Drive Pink.
Miami falls to 40-36. Half game behind Brooklyn for the 6th spot. And Toronto moves to 38-38. Now half game above Atlanta.
Front of the net, Montori scores, top shelf, and the Panthers win it in overtime. 3-2 the final here in Toronto.
Miami doesn't have anything mystical or magical. It'll be their 3rd straight loss.
And a 5-2 win for the Panthers in Montreal.
Kim Mulkey's working magic at LSU. The Tigers back to the Final Four for the first time since 2008.
Lets it fly. It's no good. And it's all over. There's a wild celebration. It's history. The University of Miami has made history. They're going to the Final Four for the first time in school history.
Before we get to headlines, Vlad, we always try to talk a little bit of culture and a little bit of what we got going on this weekend. Let everybody know that we're real people, too. Did you do anything interesting last night at all, or are you just getting ready for today?
What did I do last night?
Oh, that's even better.
No, what did I do? I worked the Joe Roche morning show, and then took a nap. Went to go see my boy, Big Mike. You know, got to give him a shout out, man. He was in an accident there. One of the Duffys. He knows you from Duffy's. Yeah, bro. Yeah. He was in a, little fender bender.
Okay.
And he's recovering. He's going to go with me to Weston, to Carolina, to go watch the Canes Final Four matchup against UConn. So just got the text right now. So, yeah, we're going to have a good time tonight. But that was pretty much it, man.
Yeah, I went to a new Indian restaurant in Wynwood called Rish Tadar.
You've been wanting to go there, bro. How was it?
Rish Tadar. Didn't even have a liquor license yet. They've only been open 5 weeks. And a lot of times,
liquor license?
No liquor license, which actually saved me a lot of money. So I was kind of glad. But, usually when you get a new place, you're kind of like, oh, they're working out the kinks. No kinks, man. The food was delicious. It was great.
Did you take a baddie, yeah?
So come on, man. I'm not going to Rish Tadar by myself. I'm not going to Rish Tadar by myself. So absolutely, man. Me and a bad one were out there having a good time. Love Indian food.
Nice.
You get the spices up in you. You and I, we're family. Once you get those spices in you, it starts coming.
So you got the spices in you, and things got spicy.
It gets spicy sometimes, man. But today's a new day. You tell us right now where you're going again. You told you're meeting up with Big Mike, and you guys are going to be going out to Weston for the games.
Yeah, Carolina.
FAU? Carolina Ale House or
Carolina Ale House.
Man, I've had some good times and good drinks at Carolina Ale House. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to go out anywhere. I would go to Titanic Brewery because they're having a watch party. I know the Duffys over in Plantation also having an FAU and Hurricanes watch party, 2-for-1 drinks.
Carolina Ale House, man.
But
Your
I'm going
boy
to
Vlad be out there.
I'm going to be here when I get off of work, though. I think I'm running down to Hollywood Circle. I think I'm going to hit Octopus Garden, some dive bar action.
I love Octopus.
Octopus, great bar, man, great bar. And then tomorrow, you and I have a date. Literally, we're going to be back here at 12 to 4 because we got to wrap up everything that happens tonight with FAU and Miami. We're going to be right back here at Sports Day.
So we're going to
Sunday.
minimize. So it'll be the regular show instead of the 6 hours extravaganza.
If they let us go 8 hours tomorrow, I'll go 8 hours, man. I'm not lying to you. I'm loving spending time with you here and just having a good
I always
time.
love chilling with my cousin, man.
Yeah, it's always great,
It's
man.
fam.
We get high. We really do get high. Like we talk about when we get off the air, like the rest of my day is downhill from here. It really is. So, and I love spending time with you, the listener, and texting in and watching on Twitch and YouTube Live. And we're going to check in with our dude, Alejandro Solana. He can't get enough of the pickleball action. Looks like it's a great event. Did you see the crowd? People had signs. People were going nuts.
I listen, man. If we weren't doing this, if the Canes were in the Final Four or FAU was in the Final Four, I would be out there. Bro.
I'm not gonna lie. Now I would be acting a fool. I'd be drunk, but I mean, I'm a little different than Solana.
I don't know if you could do that, bro. It looks like this is a pretty serious crowd, man. This is Plantation, bro. They don't mess around.
No, I know. Well, I know I told you about Duffy's in Plantation getting 2-for-1 buck wild. They don't mess around. But no, that really does. Solana was saying that it's very competitive. The big grand prize for the amateurs today, and the winner of the amateur doesn't just get that big grand prize. Tomorrow, they get to go to the professional league and play a professional. So it is real serious out there.
Let me ask you this, Dan. Out of those four, who would you want to go one-on-one against? Would you want to go against Johnny Mack? Would you want to go against Andre Agassi? Would you go against Michael Chang, or would you go against Andy Roddick?
I love them all. I love them so much. Roddick represented for America for so long.
I ain't gonna lie. I want to go against the guy who got the hotter significant other.
Okay.
So I don't know if
you want Andre Agassi because he and Steffi Graf, we found out, are still married, actually.
Right. And I'm happy for that.
Good for them, yeah.
Yes.
We don't know how you feel on marriage, but you know what I mean.
I'm happy for them.
No, I'm taking on Johnny Mack, man. Being Irish and growing up, seeing him yell at umpires and stuff. I want that smoke.
Johnny Mack was married to
Oh, he was married to a couple bad ones, yeah.
He was married to Tatum O'Neal. Andy Roddick, is he still with Taylor Decker?
I don't keep up with a lot of people's dating unless they're on that Breakpoint
I'm gonna check
Netflix
it out
thing.
But I'm going by who had the hottie, who had the baddie, who had a bad one.
Okay, hey, that's not a bad thing to do. So
basically, nobody's gonna go against Michael Chang. I think nobody's gonna go against Mr. Chang.
Been out the game for a while, but no, I mean, if he's available, I'll take him. I'm saying that. Let's get to some quick headlines, then check in with Solana. Of course, the men's Final Four Houston starts today. We just got the text from Hollywood saying he is on site getting set up. We're going to check in with him in just a few. FAU, San Diego State, 6:09 tip, followed by Miami, UConn, supposedly 8:49, but we know that's probably going to be around 9:15. At the women's Final Four, my alma mater, victory for LSU, and Kim Mulkey wearing the big pink with the flowers and everything. The other day they asked her about her outfit that we love. I mean, maybe the outfit of the year when they beat Utah with all the feathers and everything like that. She said, "We're from Louisiana. We like Mardi Gras. We like to eat. We like to drink. We like to party. And we like to wear crazy outfits." I was like, I love you. I was about to get on one knee when she said that, man. Kim Mulkey, she don't play, bro. What do we say?
I love Mulkey.
It would be we call it sex fight because that's what it would be like.
Oh no, she's a cougar.
She would be so rough and great. Now America's new sweetheart is Caitlin Clark. She had 41 last night as Iowa upset South Carolina 77-73. You just can't. And I mean this in all honesty.
Handed the Gamecocks their first loss this season.
Yeah, a team that preeminent favorites.
Yes,
but I'll tell you this. And I mean this in the most serious way as a sports war. You can't take your eyes off Caitlin Clark.
She's one of them ones, man.
Everything she does is just with panache and style and
she
greatness.
has a lot of swag, and she lets you know, like she's like.
Oh, she put that ear up yesterday. Like, let's hear it.
You can't mess with me. You can't see me right now. You can't see me early in the week, and yeah,
she's got a style all her own. Hopefully, the Heat they get their style on tonight. They're 7th in the East. They look to improve on their 40-37 record, plus end a 3-game losing streak against another team that hadn't been doing too great either lately. The Mavericks. That is a 7:30 tip here on 560 WQAM.
Kyrie, my boy Kyrie in Miami. This is must see. You go see Luka, you go see Kyrie. This is must see. And everybody loves their Heat, the Heat culture, and these are now, mind you, this is Udonis Haslam last season. So these are the last games you're gonna be able to see Udonis. This is the second to last home game. This is the Heat go on the road again, and then they finish the season against Orlando, which is the last game of the season at the Miami-Dade Arena. This is your good chance to go see the Heat before hopefully the play-in. That's where it seems like they're going to be.
Does.
Maybe they'll be in the 7-8 where they just have to win one game.
Hopefully.
And then they'll get the 7th seed. But hopefully they'll be able to score 100 points because that was pathetic.
Yeah, that's tough. That was tough right there. It's hard to defend that right there.
No, it wasn't pathetic because I am a Knicks fan. But yes, It was great to see them lose. But in this league right now where you're not to find out the Heat lead the league in most games not scoring over 100 points it's just frightening. Like, this is bad. You got 3 legitimate 20-point scorers.
I saw an article by Ira Winderman saying this has been a historic season for the Heat. Bad wise, numbers wise, offensively,
in a crazy season offensively for everybody in the league.
Yeah, that's true. You're getting 140s, 50s in games against
you see that teams. On a regular.
Yeah.
And then they could barely scrape up 92 points against the Knicks.
I know. But hey, look, the Marlins, they're 500 on the season. They're at 500. They got to 500. 1-1, but nonetheless, they're going to be playing against the Mets today 4:10, then tomorrow at 1:40. Inter Miami, they're looking to get back to 500. They got a 3-game losing streak, but if they win tonight, they're 3-3. They're going to be playing Cincinnati FC. Kickoff is at 7:30. And the Panthers, lo and behold, they could go 4 for 4 on their current road trip tonight when they played the Columbus Blue Jackets at 7:30. And the Canes baseball team, they've just gotten underway against FSU game 2 of their 3-game weekend series. Right now, let's get underway and take a step into the day spa. Get this, lad. You and I talked off the air. We don't have to share some of our off the air stories, but a sleep expert says you should wash your bed sheets once a week. I mean, you should.
Hold on.
I don't.
You should. Okay.
How often do you wash your bed sheets?
Well, it depends what happens during those bed sheets.
I know sometimes I'm sweating tonight.
Now, if I sweat, if I sweat, any type of sweating, I got to change the bed sheets the next night. Yeah. I can't sleep in my own sweat.
Until it's noticeable. I just ride or die, man. I just roll.
Any type of stains, I'm changing the sheets.
Until it's noticeable, I roll, man. Or until I'm told.
Because you got to understand, there might be somebody else coming in.
Oh yeah, that's true.
The sheets and they're very good. They got black lights now.
Oh yeah, that's true. And it's a hard conversation to have when they're like, what's this? And you're like, I was drinking a milkshake in my bed last night. What do you think, man? Come on, I eat bed all the time. I haven't been here in 2 weeks. What in the world? I don't know. But yeah, so once a week, if you want to avoid dust mites or whatever else happens in the bed.
Yeah, man, change the sheets, bro.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. It's a lot of work. You got to unwrap the bed. You got to bring it. You got to clean it.
Let me ask you this.
Wrap it back up.
Do you want to go through that talk?
No.
Or do you just want to just go through just getting the sheets done? Because getting the sheets done is much more easier than going through that talk.
That's true.
We got Solana with a pickle.
Speaking of a pickle and speaking of changing the bed sheets, we have Solana here with us. She is out at the wonderful pickleball event that's happening in Plantation. Solana, we're all over the place today, but we're so glad you're here with us to kind of give us the lowdown on the experience that is the pickleball fun.
Yeah, man. So this tournament is winding down here. You guys hear me? Everything okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure. So the tournament is winding down, and the crowds have been erupting here during play. And we have the knockout rounds that have begun. And every time a team advances, the crowd right behind me, there's quite a bit of them. And then I told you center court over here, there's like a VIP section, and people get to sit up close and personal to the action, obviously. Everybody is awaiting 4 p.m. when the tennis legends are supposed to be arriving. Again, Andre Agassi, Andy Roddick, Michael Chang, and John McEnroe are supposed to be out here. Dan, everybody wants McEnroe to throw a fit, right? I think that's what people are going to be expecting.
You got to cause him. Yeah, you got to cause him to throw a fit, bro. You got to get him upset.
My boy, Blue.
Tell him that Jimmy Connors is better than him, or Yvonne Lender will destroy him. Tell him that.
That would be that would be a great bit if I was able to get underneath McEnroe's McEnroe's skin while he's live. But so again, we're out here, and for those of you who haven't heard, I'm out here with Ty from Promotions. We have our 560 WQAM tent set up right in the middle of the Pickleball Slam. It's the amateur event, and the winner of today's tournament will get to go up against some of those ex-tennis legends. These aren't just pros. These are ex-tennis legends. And we also have a bunch of other goodies that we're giving away today. So the grand prize for today, we're doing the drawing at 4, a pair of tickets to tomorrow's Pickleball Slam event at Hard Rock Hotel in Hollywood. It's going to be an awesome event. You're going to get to see those legends play tomorrow. And I'm telling you, I saw the setup, Dan and Vlad. Bro, it is rowdy the way that they set that place up. So you don't want to miss it. But also, if you're interested, we have Dunkin' Donuts gift cards, which seem to be the thing flying off our hands quickly, and tickets to the Fort Lauderdale Auto Show, which begins next weekend. All you have to do is come find us, sign up for the grand prize, get your tickets, get your Dunkin' Donuts gift cards, and we have 560 WQAM, our new swag bags. We have T-shirts, we have everything, koozies, hand sanitizer, which also seems to be flying off our hands quickly. And I'm telling, I think people thought I was exaggerating. I'm telling you, the atmosphere out here. I mean, you could, for those of us watching on YouTube Live right now, you could see right behind me, like the amount of people that are just walking right by me right now.
There's more people there than at the Marlins game.
All right. Solana, we do have some important text coming in from texters and from Twitchers and from YouTube Live. They're saying they don't exactly know what pickleball is. Can you kind of explain to the layman that might not know what pickleball is?
Okay, so here's the best way to describe it. Imagine the in-between of tennis and ping pong. So the two extremes of ping pong, which is basically table tennis, right? That's what it's called. It's tennis, but on a much smaller court. And then there's the actual sport of tennis on a much larger court. Now imagine the absolute in-between of that, which is a tennis court, but it's just been shrunken a little bit to look like a ping pong court, a ping pong table, but you're playing it, you have paddles, and then the ball, it seems, you guys probably play like wiffle ball growing up.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the ball, I guess I could attribute it to. It seems like a wiffle ball, and you play ping pong / tennis. But again, I'm telling you, it's actually a really cool sport, man. A lot of people have been gravitating towards it. It's arguably like the hottest sport trending right now, especially after the pandemic. A lot of people are getting into pickleball. Jimmy Butler plays pickleball. He posted a video of it a couple days ago. A lot of former professional athletes have been taking up pickleball, fastest growing sport in the U.S. And this pickleball slam right now has been. I'll tell you guys the truth. I was expecting to come out here and kind of just get through these 4 hours.
No, not make
right,
fun
not
of it.
not make fun of it, but just kind of, hey, I got to be out here. But I'm telling you, I've really, really enjoyed it. The competition has been awesome. The amount of people here celebrating points has been really, really surprising. And this community of pickleball is growing on me. So I'm going to try to get a video of me out here getting schooled by somebody at some point once the tournament clears up a little bit. But I'm telling you guys, man, it's a lot of fun. Vlad, I would kick your ass in pickleball.
No, you can't. You have no knees. You have no knees. You have no ligaments in your knees.
Yeah, but that's the best part about pickleball is that, it's limited motion. So I don't need an ACL to play pickleball. That's what I'm being told.
You need athleticism as well.
You do.
Is this going to be an Olympic sport? Can this become an Olympic sport? Do you think this will be an Olympic
It actually does sound like it has the makings of being an Olympic sport.
Dan Day, mark this tape down right here. Here's your Solana hot take of the day. Pickleball will be an Olympic sport within the next 10 years.
Yeah, I was going to say 8
down.
years. I'm right there with you.
Mark the tape.
Mark
the tape right now, Vlad. Mark it. Pickleball will be an Olympic sport within the next 10 years. I'm telling you right now. And I have a whole host of people behind me who agree with me.
You're my boy, bro.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that crowd.
Oh man, what a great event that you are at. Pickleball, it has been absolutely great, Solana. If you want to check in again, come on back. If you're gonna get caught up shaking hands with Andre Agassi, Steffi Graf, the whole team, feel free.
I'm gonna try. I'm going to try. I promise. I already put in the word. I let them know that Andre Agassi and I have a history that he does not know about yet. But as soon as he meets me, he'll soon find out. But I will try to get a picture with one of these legends that'll be out here at 4 p.m. for sure.
That is Solana keeping it a buck. He is not joking. He is going to try to get a picture with one of those great tennis legends. But next, Vlad and I, we're going to keep it a buck, keep it real, especially on this Final Four Saturday. This is Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sponsored by U Health by Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall and Williamson Automotive.
Off to O'Meara barrels to the basket. His layup is good, and he's fouled. Some misdirection magic by Norchad O'Meara, and he draws a foul.
That's right. Getting you ready for the Canes taking on UConn. FAU also, they're going to be taking on San Diego State. Right now, though, before we check in with Hollywood, who is out at NRG Stadium in Houston, boots on the ground, Vlad and I are going to do a new sensation, sweeping the nation, segment we like to call Keep It a Buck, where we keep it a buck. We keep it real. We tell you what we think, we tell you how we feel, and just keep it real. So I'm going to start things off. Keeping it a buck, FAU, San Diego State. Everyone's doubted FAU all tournament long. And when I say everyone, I say myself. San Diego State, they like to muck it up, and they like to play not dirty, but kind of just slow things down, grind it out. FAU's got those really good guards. And Vlad, I'm going to tell you, for those that doubt FAU tonight, I'm with them. I still don't believe in FAU winning this game.
Oh, really?
I mean, partially because I've picked against them every single game, and it seems to be working out for them.
So it's like reverse psychology.
A little bit also keeping it a buck. I mean, I believe
it's not even, or is it a little perverse?
It's a little bit of that. It's a little bit column A, a little bit of column B. Like, I really do think San Diego State is a bad matchup for FAU, even with their guards. But I'm also trying to help out the old Owls because I am cheering for the Owls. That's keeping it a buck. I am cheering for the Owls. I just don't think they're going to win. What do you want to keep a buck, Vlad?
Let's keep it a buck, man.
All right, here we go.
This heat season is not good.
No. I didn't mean to overreact, but no.
This is not what you expected.
I just, for so long, I kept waiting for it to get good and get right. And it just, keeping it a buck. After that Brooklyn loss the other night,
that was because they won that game against the Knicks at home. And you thinking, okay, you're a half game behind the Brooklyn. You beat Brooklyn. Now you're in the 6th seed. You just don't want to play in that play-in game. And then they went to Toronto, and that was just bad. And then the New York with Julius Randle being hurt and missing most of the game, they only could amass 92 points.
Yeah,
and I'm keeping it a buck.
I do want to ask you though, Vlad, keep it a buck with the history that the Heat have and the history that the Knicks have. Are you scared to possibly at some point meet the Heat in the playoffs?
No.
Not at all.
No. Well, the only way we would meet would have to be the Eastern Conference Finals.
So then you're talking about a hot Heat team, though, man.
Then that would mean I would still be having a hot Knicks team as well because they would have gotten to the finals.
Yeah, but you're already kind of trending upwards a little more than these guys.
Well, listen, if they did that, yes, you'd be worried because you know of the pedigree, but I don't see that happening. But here's the thing, and this is the craziness. I'm gonna also keep it a buck. If Boston's a 7, I mean Miami's a 7 seed, and they play Boston. I think Miami could beat Boston.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
7-game series?
Yes.
Okay.
They know them. And the coach is not the same. You know, Ime's not there. I don't know about that guy. That guy looks like he should be sweeping the parquet floor.
Okay. Keeping it a buck. I believe Miami will win tonight against the Mavericks. I'm keeping it a buck. I think they got to get off the schneid. They feel the pressure. They know they need to win. They need to keep a little bit of distance between them and the Hawks or whoever.
Do they score 100 points?
Yeah, they do. Keep it a buck. Yeah, they do. They score 100 points. I mean, Dallas in the world.
Are you sure? Are you like?
No, I'm keeping it a buck. I believe they score over 100, and I believe they win the game tonight. Keeping it a buck.
I think they win the game. I don't know if they score 100 points.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, that's what this.
If they can't score over, listen, if they can't get over 110 points over this Dallas, then Dallas is a bad defensive team, like one of the worst defensive teams in league history.
Yep.
Like they're bad.
Yeah,
they can easily they give you 120 points like the minute you get off the bus. So they should have at least 110 points minimum.
Yes, I agree. That's keeping it a buck. They need to have at least 110 minimum. They need to kind of go off tonight. They need to get it right.
Keep it a buck. Panthers gonna make I don't think the Panthers gonna get the wild card spot. No,
they'll get it. Yeah. I've been saying all year long they're going to get into the playoffs.
They're not
Keeping it a buck. I think they're going to get into the playoffs. They're trending upwards. They can go 4 for 4 on this road trip.
But Pittsburgh
can't do much better than that.
Pittsburgh has a game.
I know
in hand on them. That's the thing.
It's tough.
I'm not saying they're not playing well. It's just that I think
A little too
a little bit,
too late.
yeah, a little too late. Man. Just a little too late.
Oh, goodness. Let's keep it a buck right now, though. In Houston, Texas, we've got Danny Rabinowitz Hollywood. Not just boots on the ground. He is in the arena.
It's not even boots on the ground. It's boots on the court.
I mean, it's not even an arena. It's a stadium, straight up. We're going to check in with him next. If you're watching us on YouTube Live or on Twitch, this is going to be something you want to see. He actually looks like Billy Packer and all those guys. Dick Vitale, like he's right there in the middle of it, and he's going to tell us about the experience and everything that's happening next here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
I'll be back in like 2 seconds, okay?
FAU, let's do it on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Sponsored by U Health by Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall and Williamson Automotive.
Wong has it. His eyes bore in on Carr. Stutter step move. Floater by Wong. Good! And we're tied at 75. Wong, the supreme shot maker, ties it at 75 with 4:33 to go.
Oh, you can feel the excitement even more now if you're joining us on YouTube, Twitch, just anywhere. You know that Danny Rabinowitz has rejoined the show, and he is Hey, it looks like you're on the court, Danny. Where are you at Energy Stadium right now as we speak? Uh-oh. Oh, you have to unmute. I'm trying to unmute you. Try to unmute your mic. Let's see.
How's
There
that?
you
Is
go.
that better?
Yes.
All right. So if I reach out about 5 feet in front of me, I will be touching the court. This is the most unbelievable scene. I mean, so let me just paint this picture for you here a little more because I know you can't see everything. But to my right over here, about 10, 15 feet away, Barkley, Kenny Smith, Ernie Johnson are getting ready to do their show. So they're all sitting over there. They're about to start. And this stadium is enormous. It is, man, what a scene here, guys. This is really cool.
What are they expecting? 70,000 tonight? Is that what Josie said earlier today?
I think something along those lines. Yeah, this place should be pretty packed here. I know the Miami fans were getting ready to leave the hotel a little bit after I left. So I'm glad I left when I did, though, by the way, guys, because it is not easy getting into this building. So I'm sorry it took a little while there, but yeah, certainly not easy getting in this building.
I was going to ask, what are the surroundings around Energy Stadium? Is it urban area or is it kind of like Jerry World where it's like parking lots and fields?
There's a rodeo, big rodeo next door, which is not surprising for this part of the country, I suppose. Yeah, there's a big rodeo, and this stadium is actually like touching the Astrodome.
Oh, the old Astrodome,
which is still there. I don't know if what they use it for, but it's it's like right
Don't
there.
they use it like for church?
I thought they did rodeos and stuff there. I'm not even joking. I thought they did rodeos.
Maybe the rodeos.
No, they got a big ass rodeo right next door.
Okay.
So how are the Miami Hurricanes fans, in your experience, have they been really super hyped up? Are they coming out in drones? I know they sold their allotment of tickets, but it seems like, have you seen maybe a lot of UConn fans? Have you seen a lot of FAU fans? Have you seen a lot of Hurricanes fans? And like kind of break down what the crowd is like over there in Houston as far as when it comes to fandom.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of everyone, to be quite honest. It's actually pretty neat because each team has their own hotel. So we've seen a lot of everyone. The one thing I will tell you is there's not a lot of Miami fans in Houston, because Miami screwed up the seasons for both Houston and Texas. So I would have imagined, what this place would have looked like with one of those teams in it, right? I mean, it would have been a whole big deal for them. But this is very cool that it's teams from all over the place, and we'll see tonight, guys. Very tough matchup against UConn, and this place. I mean, this is going to be an unusual place to take shots from. I got to tell you, the seats. Because you have that depth deal when you're taking these long shots. The distance from, Vlad, the difference from the basket to the seats has got to be a good 50 yards, maybe more than. I mean, it's far, man. It is a big building.
Is the lighting different? Like, because I'm looking at you right now, the light is like bright right behind your head, like shining.
Yeah, so I think the lighting is actually great. So it's very unusual. So there's a huge scoreboard right above us that they don't have for football. And then you got your two giant screens like on each side of the building. So, guys, I got to be honest, I thought this was going to look bizarre in a football stadium. It actually looks really cool. Like it's a neat setup.
Have you felt any of the draftiness that a lot of times shooters will complain about in these big stadiums as opposed to shooting in basketball arenas?
No, I think everything is good to go here, guys. I really do. I think this is going to be a great venue for these games. And the only thing that's unusual again is that the court is elevated.
Yeah.
So like I'm sitting on the ground level and like I'm staring straight forward, and there's cameras. Like there's still cameras right in front of me. There's also this kind of like roller coaster track that has another set of like video cameras that roll across.
So
there's a lot of cameras here.
Is the bench kind of weird where they got to like step down to go to the bench, or is it like a regular bench?
Yeah. So everything's you got to step off the court here. So it is an unusual setup, definitely.
Now, Hollywood, I know you've been part of some Super Bowls and you've been part of some of the other big events in the world. This seems to have measured up as far as sporting events with anything. It is something like no other that you've attended.
So I'm a basketball fan first. It's always been my passion. But this is I'm kind of taking it all in. Like, I was a little blown away when I walked in. And, I've covered the NBA Finals, and this is like 10 NBA Finals in one, it feels like. It's just kind of crazy.
Have you seen any stars walking around yet, or is it just too early? People are just kind of setting up technically and doing stuff like that.
Besides the Turner crew.
That's true. The Turner crew is there.
No, just about that's about it for as far as that goes. But yeah, Barkley's like walking around. I know it's like a major no-no to go say hello or ask for a picture, any of that kind of stuff. So I will refrain from doing that. But yeah, those guys are right next to us here. They're just kind of walking around.
Kind of makes you respect how much they work. They're like you. They're there hours and hours and hours before the game, just doing work and putting in the time, and they're going to be there for a long time. And it makes you feel good that, from the top to the bottom, the guys are working hard.
Hey, we're around the corner, guys. There's a giant clock counting down here. 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 25 seconds.
I was about to ask
until
you.
FAU and San Diego State tip off, man. We're like right around the corner.
Are you seeing their crowd coming in?
I don't think the doors are open yet.
Okay. Well, when you walk in,
doors open at 3. I'm being told doors open at 3, so they're going to open in 15 minutes from now.
Okay.
Yeah.
The excitement's building right now, guys. We're 2 hours. We're literally 2 hours away from
history.
More than 2 hours away from tip off for FAU, and we're 5 hours away, literally, from the Canes and UConn's tip off if everything works out right.
Yeah, and I'm trying to be absolutely honest. And Danny, you're there, so I expect both teams to come out a little nervous and a little bit. There's going to be an adjustment period because it even seems like you're kind of adjusting to just the magnitude, not just the magnitude of the situation, but the magnitude of the arena, the stadium, and just kind of the differences between playing somewhere like the Watsco Center or some of these regionals that you played at to now playing in this huge football stadium.
I can't imagine any player wouldn't be like shell-shocked by seeing this. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. Guys, it's unreal. So it looks like they're letting fans in. Everyone's starting to cheer for the Turner crew behind us here. This is truly, truly remarkable. And I think this is going to be a great night here for the University of Miami. Let's obviously hope they could pull this one off here. But I think this is going to be a tremendous night here for the University of Miami.
But maybe the atmosphere does favor a team like the Canes that maybe doesn't shoot as many threes, that maybe gets a little more closer to the basket, a little higher percentage, playing the percentages, especially early in the game with the nerves and just with the whole atmosphere that you have to take into account.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the only difference I really do is just shooting, and I don't think that even hurts Miami, right? I think the fact of the matter is that Miami can win games without shooting threes. We've seen that, so I don't think that's going to be the most critical factor in this game, certainly. So I think that Miami, heck, maybe they get an advantage, guys.
Yeah, that's what I was starting to think. But maybe they get an advantage shooting those higher percentage shots that they're a little closer to the basket. They're kind of playing more of their game. And UConn maybe trying to hit a little more transition threes. Takes a little while to adjust as a shooter. Not that I was a great shooter in high school, but yeah, new venues and different types of venues, it does take a little while. And got to get your motor going. But, after the first 5-6 minutes, you're usually pretty good. But maybe the Heat can kind of get some good mojo going, get rolling into that. And, once again, Coach Larry Nager's got experience. He's been to a Final Four before with George Mason, so maybe that weighs in a little bit.
Yeah, I absolutely think so. Like I've been telling you guys, I think experience is like the number one benefit in this tournament. I really, really think that it matters. And again, when you get on a stage like this, if you've never been here, it can certainly rattle you. But the good news is I guess none of the players that are playing in this thing have ever been here anyway. So it'll be a roll of the dice here and see who's able to step up to the challenge. Miami's been able to do it the entire way. They faced their toughest test here tonight at UConn. And guys, I'll be honest, I look forward to breaking this game down with you over the next few hours here, sitting courtside.
What about have you been down to like the back rooms and the catering? Is there catering? Is there drinks? Is there food? Because really, I mean, that's one of the things I think about is I see this, gargantuan stadium that you're in that maybe, they got some lasagna or maybe, fountain cold drinks and maybe fountain other drinks and stuff like that. Oh, look at this.
Oh, you got a Reese's
We got
cup.
sponsors here, Dan Day. Sponsors are providing. Reese is a big sponsor, so I'll be eating Reese's all night. But Yeah, they had a bunch of food back there. A lot of Mexican food here in Houston. A lot of Tex-Mex. So we've been eating a lot of Tex-Mex, but everything is good on that front.
Yeah, you always wonder about that because I've been to some big events where it's hot dogs and hamburgers, and I've gone to some smaller events that has been, like I said, lasagnas and bread pudding and everything like that. But I figure the Final Four they be taking care of you. So, are they giving you a little prize bag, or is it just sponsors are laying out some of the goodies like Reese's peanut butter cups?
Think he might have froze right now.
Okay, so Danny's frozen right there. I'm guessing the Wi-Fi is pretty tough out there with 70, 80,
NRG,
90,000 people.
Well, I mean, you haven't joined the stadium.
Dan,
yet,
run
but
that by me one more
there's a lot-
time.
But there's people outside.
Yeah, there's a lot of Wi-Fi being used, man. Wi-Fi is being used, so yeah. Let me.
I think we got Danny.
Yeah,
back right now.
So guys, our engineer is here and he is setting up our microphones. So why don't I we go to break here and I'll rejoin you. We'll be on the mics here at the stadium. So I'll get it come in a little clearer for you guys here for the last few hours.
Absolutely. And how about next hour? We do a little something with Bill Walton. Maybe we have Bill Walton interview you and Bill Walton chopping
Sounds
it up.
great to me.
Sounds absolutely great.
Sounds good.
In case you didn't know, Vladmir and I are over here in Little River, Little Haiti, Miami. Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz, far from Hollywood, far from Miami. He is at NRG Stadium in Houston. Final Four coverage like no other, taking you up to 6:15. Of course, Danny and Joe Zagacki going to be on the call on our sister station, 104.3 The Shark. But we're going to be back next here on 560 WQAM.
Want to see the ugly mug? 9 HD2 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by U Health, University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute experts treat athletes of all levels, elite pros, active adults, and youth athletes. Recover your game. Visit uhealthsportsmedicine.com. By Williamson Automotive. Williamson is Miami. And by Kendall Toyota, your home team best deal on all new Toyota models, electric vehicles, hybrids, cars, and trucks. They're all at Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall.
Wong has it. Here comes the double team. They back off. He connects with Miller on the right wing. Jordan, a shot fake, dribbles into the paint. Another shot fake out to Joseph. Bensley goes left point, dribble, 2 dribbles to the rim. Bounce pass, right side. Walker with a slam dunk on the right side. Joseph, the provider. Anthony Walker, the finisher.
Welcome back inside Energy Stadium.
Yeah.
As we continue our countdown to tip-off.
Energy, whatever you want, we've got it right here on Westwood One Radio.
Can't figure it
Let's
out.
go.
I can't
what
figure
can't
it
you
out.
figure
what
out,
is
man?
Energy, NRG, what is it?
It's all the same. It all rolls into one. What we do know is we got a fantastic basketball game, and what Jim Larrañaga has done for the Miami Hurricanes. I'm just so happy, and I'm just so proud. And one of the things, Danny, that has really impressed me about the entire tournament, not just Jim, but the entire tournament as it's narrowed it down to the final 4 teams, Florida Atlantic, Miami, San Diego State, and UConn. How the coaches on the sidelines are very poised and very calm and very much in control, which I admire, respect, and appreciate. And I learned that from the culture that I grew up under John Wooden. Now, I was super lucky to grow up where every coach, every teacher I had was a John Wooden and a Chick Hearn disciple. And so here it was that John Wooden, he sat on the sidelines and just kind of conducted the orchestra with his rolled up program. And when he was asked, Coach Wooden, you just seem to sit there. You're not doing anything. Why aren't you up wildly gesturing and calling out plays and yelling and screaming all the time? And he said, I expect my players to be poised, to be confident, and to be under control. If I'm not under control, if I'm not poised, if I'm not in control of myself, if I'm not confident, how can I expect them to be? And so to see Brian Dutcher, to see Jim Larrañaga, to see Dusty, and you got to love anybody named Dusty. I mean, how many guys do you know named Dusty? Is that his real name or is that a nickname?
That's a great question.
I don't know. But this Miami team has really impressed me. You know, I love offense, and offense wins. Don't listen to the people who tell you that the defense wins. Defense gets you into the game. But to ultimately win it all, you look at all the champions. They've got somebody who can really fill it up. And I love Omir, who I'm concerned that against UConn, he's going to be outsized. Mm-hmm. And there's not a lot of depth on this Miami team. But what they did here, to beat Drake and Indiana and Houston and Texas, those are all really good teams. I don't know much about Drake. I've been to Drake, and Drake made it to their Final Four, but I think the last one was in 1969 when Kareem's last year was. But this Miami team, resilient. I love the second half push. I wish they wouldn't fall behind so much in the first half to get it done. But the fact that they are so good with their offense, and the perfect guy, Jordan Miller, who just what a remarkable game. His challenge, can he duplicate that? And then Isaiah Wong, who is just really, really a special player, and that sense of I can get this done. Give me the ball and I'll go. And he plays. This Miami team is a very modern type team. They got, but Poplar, he's one of those guys who keeps it all together and does all the things that you hope everybody would do. But that's not the way it always works on a team. You have guys who have different skills, different packages that they bring, and so the ability to bring it out. And Nigel Pack, and then Bensley Joseph there, but. After that, it's going to be tough because UConn is really, really good. UConn is the best team that I've seen all year. Not just the best team in this tournament, but I saw them in PK 85, and they completely dominated. I mean, I had no idea who these guys were. But you get Sonogo, who's got a good reputation and was predicted to be well. But Klingon, I had no idea who he was, and he's the difference maker. Donovan Klingon was the MVP of the PK 85 playing off the bench and playing about a dozen minutes a game, but he changed everything. He's so long and so big and so patient, and he doesn't fall for all the gimmicks that everybody's trying to throw at him all the time. And then Caravan, absolutely superb. Jordan Hawkins, a lot of spotlight on him right now. But in the backcourt and the perimeter, for me, the guy is Andre Jackson. Andre Jackson, who has Richard Jefferson-like athleticism and the ability of him to make the sacrifice to live a life of discipline and honor that champions live by. Because he realizes, and he's been taught somehow, he comes from Amsterdam, New York, up near Albany there, but somehow, some way, he has figured out at a very early age that this is about a team game, and you work together. And the little intricate things that he does in terms of flashing to the ball to set up somebody else, back cutting, running the lane, things that never show up on the box score for him, he's just absolutely spectacular. And then you got Newton, and you got Joey Calcaterra, who spent a lot of time in San Diego, where I'm from here. And you got a real team, and you got a great coach, and you got history. But they're the favorites, and there's nothing like beating the big guys. And that's the challenge for Miami to come in here and get this job done. And so their game is going to have to be, don't leave Omier isolated. Because if he's in there battling 3 and 4 guys all the time, he's going to get in foul trouble, and nobody wants foul trouble in ever. You want to just play. And, the state of Florida has had undersized big men before that have done quite well. Dave Cowens comes to mind, but that's up the way in Florida State. But I'm thinking now way, way, way back when Rick Barry was just dominating college basketball and so fantastic. And I see Miami, I see Rick Barry, I see Jim Larinaga, and I see all these other guys, and it's just really coming. Couldn't be happier, couldn't be proud for the great fan base in Miami. I'm the luckiest guy in the world, because what's going on here in Houston right now, it is spectacular. The electricity, the eclecticity, the music festival, the Hall of Fame announcements that are coming tomorrow morning. There'll be a dinner tonight. I'll be there for that. And then you got the Naismith Awards, and you got everything coming together.
The great Bill Walton is here with us as we continue our countdown, Miami and UConn.
I love countdowns.
Yeah.
I love pressure. I love responsibility.
We're getting ready for it.
I used to be Father Time for the Grateful Dead when they played on New Year's Eve. I took over for Bill Graham, and I asked him when I got the job, what do I do? How do I do this? And they said, you just got to count down backwards and let everybody know when it's midnight so we can ring in the new year. I said, well, how am I going to know when it's midnight? And they said, Bill, we're the Grateful Dead. It's midnight when we say it's midnight. Now let's go. Practice your downward counting. 10, 9, 8. So much fun here, though. I got the on-location events. One of the things that is super inspirational to me is that in my hotel room, which is right there on Discovery Green, overlooking everything, and they got the big banners, come ready to play. And that will be Larinaga's message. And the way that he has been able to breathe life and light into his program there. I've known Jim from the, gosh, when was that? But it was quite a while ago. And he was a regular member at Michael Jordan's adult basketball camp in Las Vegas, where they would bring in all the coaches, 20 coaches, 100 players. You had to be over 35 to be part of this as a player. And basically you had to be in the Hall of Fame to get there as a coach. And Larinaga was right there every single time, and deservedly so. And the style and the leadership and the ability to make people better at what they do, more importantly, at who they are. He is a master teacher, and I've learned so much from him. And I still continue to learn from him all the time. His behavior on the sideline, his ability to do those in-game interviews with the sideline reporter. I mean, those are like, oh my gosh, I'm trying to coach this game, trying to coach this team. And then you got to go and all of a sudden get totally under control. But he has become a master at that too. I'm pretty sure he's going to be great at whatever he decides to do as he goes through the middle stages of his life now, just at 73.
Bill, I did want to ask you, said you're doing the Hall of Fame stuff while you're here for the Naismith basketball.
Dwayne Wade.
Yeah, I got to ask you about that.
I think it's a safe bet that he's going in.
Yeah, right. Just his career, I absolutely remarkable, and he is Miami.
I first became aware of Dwayne when he was at Marquette, and just how he led his team just to spectacular heights that they hadn't seen in a long, long time. And just the way he played and the way he conducted himself, and he could do everything. And in a game that's normally dominated by the winners of the genetic lottery, I mean, he was supremely gifted, but you wouldn't be able to separate him physically in terms of size, strength, weight, speed, jumping ability. What separated Dwayne Wade was his skill, was his mind, was his heart, was his discipline, was his willingness to accept the burden of leadership, responsibility, obligation, and duty to be the champion. And what he did, Pat Riley, oh my gosh, Eric Spoelstra, all the guys, Timmy Donovan down there in Miami. What an incredible franchise. And now you get to celebrate with Dwayne Wade, like Alonzo Mourning in the Basketball Hall of Fame, like Pat Riley in the Basketball Hall of Fame, like Eric Spoelstra, one of the greatest coaches in the history of the NBA, so noted in the last ranking, top 15 of all time. Eric Spoelstra, he'll be in the Hall of Fame one day soon. And I love the new guys. You know, I love the Bam Adebayo, and I love Jimmy Butler, and Donovan, whatever his name was, the shooter from the corner all the time, and the little guy from Texas, Kyle Lowry. Yeah, I've been focusing on learning all these college basketball players' names, and now you're asking me NBA stuff. But it's going to be a great run for the Roses this weekend here, and I'm just thrilled to be a part of it. Yeah, be sure and watch the Reggie Jackson movie.
Okay.
Have you seen that yet?
I have not yet.
Prime. I watched it coming in on the plane last night.
How was it?
Over the top, incredible.
Really?
Reggie's always been my favorite baseball player. Always. One of my favorite human beings of all time. This movie puts it even more so. There's nothing like having a hero, having a dream, having a vision of, wow, look at this, look at that. How special is this? And then you get the backstory. And you finally get to meet, and I know Reggie and everything, but I didn't know all this stuff that comes out in that movie. The movie appropriately named Reggie. That's all you did. It is over the top fantastic. I'm so proud, so honored to know him, to be his friend, and to have witnessed his incredible career. Yeah. Reggie Jackson, Miami Hurricanes, Jim Larinaga. Which one of these guys is going to be hot? Now, Poplar and Omir, they'll have a really good game, but we got to figure out the offensive guys, because Poplar's game and Omir's game, that's the intangibles, that's the little things. But who can score? And that's going to have to come down to Wong and to Miller, and Pac's going to have a really big game. They're going to have to control it against a deeper team, a bigger team, a more physically fit, not physically fit, excuse me, but a physically gifted team in terms of size, strength, and power. Don't neglect Caravan. I played with a guy just like Caravan. Dave Myers was his name. Wow, what a player, what a champion. Here we go, Hurricanes. Don't forget Rick Barry, too. Thanks for having me, Danny. We love Miami. I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Bill, thank you so much. What an honor. Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was awesome.
That was the greatest thing I've heard all day.
That was the best interview. That last 2 minutes was unbelievable. How he tied in a Grateful Dead, Jerry Garcia story, and somehow, I don't know how, tied it in back to the University of Miami, started talking about Wugan Poplar, started talking about how to play it. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable transition and segue back to what we were here for, which was about the Final Four in the University of Miami.
I'm proud of you. Bill Walton, too. He came with the facts, the stats. He knows what he is talking about. He is a true superstar. And Alejandro Solana, he's hanging out with some superstars right now also.
Guys, I have to keep my voice a little bit down, but
what? We can't hear you.
I'm literally watching right behind me Andre Agassi and Andy Roddick.
That's amazing.
I don't know if you guys hear
Look
the
at
crowd.
all that majors. That's a lot of majors playing right there, bro.
I mean, literally right in front of me, right here. My two favorite tennis players of all time, Hollywood. I know you're at the Final Four right now, and I know that's pretty cool, but this is also pretty cool. This is the event right here out at the pickleball
Hollywood doesn't think it's cool because he's not even on the screen with you right now.
Let me tell you, you can goodness gracious. A lot of people out there. It's loud. Like you can even hear the intensity of the match. Like even if we're not looking at it, it just sounds like it's intense.
Yeah. The guy next to me is not happy with me at all.
Tell him you're Solana, man. You're a big local TV star. Quiet down.
Look at that.
How close
Yeah,
are
no,
you to
think he knows
Andre
what-
Agassi right now? Like, can you you could hand him a towel?
Yeah, for sure. I think he needs one.
Is it
There he
riveting
is, right
action
there.
right now?
Right there.
Andre Agassi.
QAM.
Is he wearing Nike? Is he all Nike'd out?
Yeah, all Nike'd out. Andy Roddick rocking Nikes as well. They're getting beat pretty badly by the champions of today's pickleball event. But 560 WQAM, we're out here. Pickleball, Andy Roddick, and Andre Agassi. It's pretty cool, guys.
I do want to ask you this, Solana. As far as size, Andre Agassi and Andy Roddick, I know they're not in their prime playing size, but are they bigger, smaller, or about the size you thought they would be?
No, Roddick's pretty big, man. He's yelling at the ref. Roddick, they're yelling at the ref right now.
How's Johnny Mac looking, dude? You know.
Good. He looked all right. These guys look a lot better. I'm sorry, I gotta keep my voice down.
Yeah, that's fine. Hopefully we can get Hollywood back in here. He's kind of walking around. I know he'd be stoked.
He's in Hollywood. He's like a kid in a candy.
He's living the life right out there
now. Yeah, he's next to Charles. We just talked to Bill Walton. Solana's living the life right now. He's next to like 4 major winners, 4 of the greatest U.S. tennis players of all time.
What a crazy hour. So we had Bill Walton on, and now you're with Andy Roddick and Andre Agassi.
And Michael Chen and John
filled.
McEnroe.
Tomorrow's going to be great for the pickleball slam. That thing is going to be absolutely crazy. I mean, like I said, just watching these guys and hearing them sounds exciting as all get up. Whoa, I heard that. The crowd's really excited about that right there. Look at the crowd. Look at that crowd. And that's over there in Plantation.
Standing room only.
Check in.
All right, Solana. Good job over there.
Get us a picture
later.
You're my boy, Blue.
Yeah, tell Agassi. Yeah, image is not everything.
He was scared. So if you think that it's just a bunch of retired, out of shape, wannabe athletes, no. Pickleball is for real. I was impressed. That was impressive right there. I mean, Bill Walton, always impressive. Love Bill Walton. Always going to work in basketball and the Grateful Dead in some way, shape, or form.
And Reggie, he gave me a Reggie. This was unbelievable. I got a movie review. I got music. I got everything called. I got all the arts in the Bill Walton interview.
I did notice Bill Walton. When it comes to college basketball, nobody knows more. When it comes to Reggie Jackson, nobody knows more. When it comes to NBA basketball, there's some people who know more. Like, who's that guard I like with you guys that is from Texas? Kyle Lowry. He's a great player. Like, huh?
Texas.
That's what I was. He also goes, who's the guy in the corner that shoots threes all the time? And he says his name is Dexter. I was like, is he talking about Duncan Robinson? But man, he even had said it. He said, look, NBA, I'm so busy with college basketball. I don't have as much time as I used to watch the NBA. But man, he's a national treasure. I'll say it right now. And I
protect him at all costs.
Keep it a buck.
Protect him.
If you don't like Bill Walton,
you got to
be crazy, man.
No soul.
You got to be absolutely crazy. If you're not fired up about this Final Four tonight with FAU and the U in the 2 games, not against each other, in the 2 games, although they might face each other on Monday, you got to be absolutely crazy. So up next, we're going to come back. We're going to check in with Hollywood. He is right there at NRG Stadium, and we're going to get you up to date with everything going on with the Final Four. We're going all the way to 6:15. And then, of course, Hollywood, Joe Zagacki, going to be calling the Canes game on our sister station, 104.3 The Shark. But right now, you are listening to 560 WQAM.
Breaking news from AM 560 Sports. FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Sponsored by U Health by Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall and Williamson Automotive.
Wong is open. Shot fake has a seam. Drives in, kicks out. Miller up for three. Yes! Jordan Miller a three from the left corner.
Yes. It seems like we're not the only people that are all about the U. Got this big time pregame going till 6:50. We start at noon. We can go all night. If it's FAU and the U in the final, I might do a 24-hour pregame. I'm not scared. I'm not worried about it. We're gonna be checking in with Danny Hollywood.
Yeah, as long as the Bears there.
Yeah. Gotta get that sponsored. But we're gonna check in with Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz. He is at Energy Stadium. It looks absolutely just breathtaking. Like it's like a Coliseum, the Roman Coliseum. It's going to be so exciting. But if we get FAU and we get the U, we got a lot of things going on. We're very excited about that. So as we try to connect with Danny over there, I don't know. He says he's having some connection problems. Maybe he's hitting the catering room a little bit, maybe rubbing elbows with Charles Barkley.
Listen,
I don't blame him.
If it's your first time in the Final Four, and we all know how these events are, they need to be in big stadiums, and he's in a big stadium that's supposed to have 70,000 fans watching, millions watching on worldwide on television, and you're seeing some of the greatest college basketball and even professional NBA players of all time within like your hand, like arm distance of you. You're gonna get wild. You're gonna be shell shocked a little, So I can understand Hollywood stargazing.
I'm telling you this though, like I said, we're not the only people that are all about the U. It seems like ESPN got to love. They're interviewing Jim Larrañaga now, and they flashed a stat: only the second coach ever to bring two separate teams to the Final Four lower than a 5 seed.
That's because Coach L is legit one of the best coaches, one of the greatest college basketball coaches ever. And he's just a great coach.
He's the type of great coach. And I wish Danny was here to talk about this. He's the type of guy I want to play for. He never yells at his players. Or when I say never, he's not one of these yellers and screamers. Treats you like family. Everybody seems to just love him.
He doesn't call timeout to stop a run or anything like that. He calls timeouts to maybe teach or explain to them something that's going on. But he's not one of those guys. He lets them play. And then you could tell that they have fun and you could tell they love their coach and respect their coach because of the way he just allows them to be themselves. And you see, there's nothing funnier now than after Kane's victory in the tournament, and you see Coach L dancing and having fun and showing. I mean, I said I didn't want to see it, but
it's great.
It's funny now.
I want to tell you,
I want to see it two more times.
I was actually listening to Joe Z. He was talking with Coach Larrañaga on Monday following the big win for Hurricane Hotline. I was hanging out with my dude Giuseppe and Nathan, and we just happened to be turning on 560. And they said when things, started getting hairy, he didn't call timeout. They stayed cool. They started making the comeback. And he said eventually Texas called a timeout. They went and sat down. He started saying, okay, guys, we've really cut into the lead. We got a chance to now take the lead. He said, Wooga Poplar said, well, coach, stop. You always tell us to play the game, not the score. Why should we do anything different now? Coach Larrañaga looked at him and said, you're right. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't worry about the score. Just play the game. And he goes, and I think that's what Texas got into. They saw this lead chipping away, and they started playing like, oh, we can't let it slip away. We can't let it slip away, rather than just playing your game. And to me, that's genius. You play the game, not the score.
If I do remember, maybe I'm wrong. I should check it out. But I think weren't the Canes ahead of Kansas last year in the Elite Eight at halftime, and then Kansas went crazy in the second half. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Canes were up maybe 42-36 or 42-38. And I just, if you're a team that was in that same predicament last season, you're in the same spot now, and that you had 20 minutes. You were 20 minutes away from getting to the Final Four. You're gonna put everything that you can. This is your last game. Like, you got to put everything as if this is your last game to advance, and they did that, and that's why that was a hell of a comeback. And think about it, Dan. It's been a lot of great comebacks for the Canes in this tournament. The victory over Drake,
that
was a comeback. A great was it 11-1 run at the end, the last 3 minutes. They beat Indiana, that everybody thought was going to beat them, and everybody
Indiana was in the Final Four.
They beat them. They handled Houston.
Houston,
number one team.
No doubter. There was never a doubt in that game. Never did I doubt that game once.
And against Texas, they withstood Texas.
I was doubting a little bit.
They withstood Texas. Withstood Texas's charge Texas took the lead, had a double-digit lead, but they never buckled down. They never got scared.
Nope.
And they handled their business. And one thing I would say, in a close game, I trust UM because of their coach and their backcourt.
Yeah.
I trust them in a close game. When you have Wong, you have Pack, you have Miller, and that big man, Omir. I know everybody's like, he's not a big, no, he's a force. You don't have to have a big man. You need a force in college basketball.
And you guys who I call Mr. Clutch, Wooga Poplar. When they need a big shot, when everything else seems to fall apart, he just seems to keep making plays. And it's so steadying when everything seems to be going wrong. That one guy that says, I'm above this. I got this, guys. We're back. We're good. It just seemed to calm down. I kept being like, man, Wooga Poplar's the only person making plays when they need plays. Then, he'll step aside. He'll let Wong, now that he's kind of calmed things down, let Wong. It's exciting. But, we're going a little long today. Going to go until 6:15 because we're doing an extended pregame show for the Hurricanes. Usually at this time, Vlad, we're getting out of here. We're heading on over to Jensen's Liquor Store right there on the corner of North Miami and 79th Street. Love my dude Manny down Julio. They told me now there's this gas station down on Biscayne. If you go further down, closer to Wynwood and stuff, that's like a dinky-looking gas station, but has like all types of craft beers. But I'm thinking, man, I got to pass Jensen's. I can't pass Jensen's. I'm going to go to Jensen's and get some beer after work tonight.
You cheating on Jensen's?
I can't. That's the thing. They treat us so well. They listen. They care. You know what? They got all types of great stuff there. They got your Prestige beer that I know you and I both love.
Love Prestige beer.
Man, Prestige. You look at Red. And I'm not knocking Red Stripe. I love
we like Red Stripe.
But if you give me a choice between Prestige and Red Stripe,
I'm Haitian, Prestige. I'm going with Prestige. The Creole in.
No. You also throw Guinness in there. Now I'm a little bit Irish, but it depends what mood I'm in. If I'm in the stout mood, but that Prestige is something special. That Haitian beer. And you can buy singles over there at Jensen's. So, if you just need a little one or two to get you over the edge, or, or you want to start with the good stuff and then like me, go get into the crazy stallion and everything, then you drink one or two good little Prestiges and you're good to go.
Let me ask you this, because we're about to I think we're going to do something or nothing, right?
Yeah, we're about to do something or nothing. That's something right there.
Okay, I got something or nothing for you right now.
Mm-hmm.
Hennessy in cans now. Is that something or nothing?
That's something. That's a hangover in a can.
That's nasty.
Anything pre-mixed, I don't mess with it.
But Henny in a can?
Oh, that's disgusting. It's something.
It's something disgusting.
It's nothing in my life though. I'm not doing that. No. Oh, yeah, it's disgusting. Right now, let's do something or nothing. I'm going to read out some headlines, and Vlad, you're going to be the deciding factor on whether it is something or nothing. Anthony Davis, he turns his ankle, but the Lakers, they still win and get above 500. AD had 38 in a 123-111 win over Minnesota. Is that something or nothing?
It's nothing because he scored 17 points after turning that ankle.
Man.
Like, he destroyed them in that fourth quarter.
It is something that all these people that call them street clothes and everything are now. Where are they at now? I don't hear all that chirping as much anymore.
They're a scary team that nobody would want to face in the playoffs with LeBron healthy and AD healthy.
Kentucky freshman Cason Wallace is headed to the draft. He's projected to be the 10th overall most talented player in the draft. He averaged 12 points a game, 4 assists, 2 steals this past season. Is that something or nothing?
Nothing.
Yeah. Whatever.
unless
he goes to the Heat and becomes a great player,
he goes to the Knicks. I'm happy for you. Good luck.
Coi Leray, she is teamed up with Tikis Cha for a Spanglish remix of Players. Is that something or nothing?
That's something.
Especially down here, man. That's something right there. That's an all-time banger already. Because girls is players do
yeah.
And then Coi Leray, it's a bad one right there.
She's a baddie.
You know my type, man. Skinny little petite girls, big nose.
She's good. All women are great.
I love them all. Well, most of them. Speaking of bad ones, Taylor Swift will have a street named after her in Arlington, Texas. Is that something or nothing?
Swift Street?
Swifty Street.
Swift Street, no?
No, tell it. Taylor Swift Street.
Okay, as long as I could run through there all the time. I'll run through Taylor Swift Street.
Vlad, want to be friend of the show. We want him to be a friend of the show. We don't personally know him. I want you to cue up some of his music. One, Conijo Malo, Bad Bunny. We got some Bad Bunny news. And, anytime we can get Bad Bunny into the show, maybe even throw in a couple of his jams so we can listen to him and enjoy. Oh, there he is. Oh. Ricky Martin. She bad. Oh, not she bad.
Menudo?
Ricky Martin is
Cup of Life.
Living La Vida Loca.
Living La Vida Loca.
Presented Bad Bunny with the 2023 GLAAD Vanguard Award for promoting the LGBTQ plus community throughout his actions and works in this world. Is that something or nothing?
All right, it's something because I'm so confused. What's bad? Is Bad Bunny? What is he? Is he bi?
No, he's dating Kendall Jenner.
But he also kissed a man, right?
I mean, just because you kiss a man doesn't make you bi. You have to like it for it to be bi. There's a lot of guys that kiss other guys.
Did they look in each other's eyes?
You know, I didn't watch. I was listening to the music. The rhythm had me at that point. Look, Bad Bunny says, "Look, I'm the machismo and the cultural norms, especially in my community. I'm not going to live up to that. I'm going to live up to the community that I want to live up to and the life that I want to live up to." And he's been recognized by GLAAD. And
all right, congratulations. That's something, man. Good for Bad Bunny being recognized by the continent community. I love it.
Love it. Love it. Dennis suggests that you should not brush your teeth in the shower. Vlad, do you brush your teeth in the shower?
If I have to.
Okay. The reason they say that is because the warm bristles aren't as good for your teeth. They don't clean as well. And also they can get some cross-contamination. You know, some junk could be flying off you and get up in your mouth. Is that something or nothing?
What junk is going to be flying into my mouth?
I don't know. I don't know how you get down.
That hadn't already been flown into my mouth already.
I don't know how you get down, man. It's just one of those things. Oh, we got Danny Rabinowitz back. Danny, something or nothing. That's what we're doing right now. We're going to read through some headlines, and you can tell us whether it's something or nothing. But it is definitely something over there at the Final Four, isn't it? Let's see. You can unmute your mic. Unmute me. Danny, you're going to have to unmute your mic. He's talking, not unmuting. So he's probably saying something really important. We just don't know for sure. So what we're going to do is we're going to live radio, unmute, and then have him repeat everything that he is saying. All right. So seems to have a lot of people around him. Seems to have a lot going on. Seems to be just a lot of things going on with him over there at Energy. I want to say Drive Pink Stadium. Big difference between Energy and Drive Pink Stadium. Drive Pink Stadium, where the Herons of Inter Miami play. Hey, Dan.
One, two.
Hey.
Guys, you got me?
Yes, absolutely.
There we go. There we go. All right. Yeah, we got the mics all set up here. We got the broadcast set up here. So we are set. Dusty May is walking right in front of me here as FAU has a couple of players out on the floor, guys, and the fans are filing into this building. What an incredible scene here right now as we have directly to my right. So we're sitting, guys, I can reach out and touch the court from here. These seats are amazing. Right over here to our right, we have the Turner crew. Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, Ernie Johnson over there. Jim Nance is on there now. Of course, calling his final four here. But, guys, this is an absolutely incredible scene. And I'm glad that we're able to bring it to you here on WQAM and then tonight on 104.3 FM, The Shark.
Do the UConn fans look a little smug as they're entering into NRG Stadium?
So I haven't seen any UConn fans make their way in yet, guys. I know that Miami, so I don't know what UConn's doing, but I know Miami had a big fan tailgate that they had everyone go out to. So they're doing all that. You know, everyone that came up here, for the most part, I believe at the hotel, the Hurricanes Hotel, booked a like a travel package. So they get the bus ride and the tailgate and all that good stuff, you know.
Is Joe Zagacki there yet?
No, Joe is going to come over with the team, and I'm not, to be honest, guys. I probably should have asked him. Not 1,000% sure when that will be, but I will be here with you regardless. And we have the countdown going here, guys. We are actually getting set for basketball here in about 90 minutes, if you can believe it. FAU has some players right here out on the floor. This is going to be good, guys.
Hollywood, I know you're married and everything, so but take your marriage glasses off. Who has the better looking fan base right now? Is it UConn, San Diego State? Is it the Boca Beauties of FAU, or is it the Miami? Of course, the Hotties in Miami.
You know what, Vlad? I'll have to look around and get back to you. So it's actually won't be that difficult to do because so the way that this is set up is they have two student sections on each side here. On one side of each basket, behind the baskets. To my right here is San Diego State, and then far down there is FAU. And I guess it's sponsored by Pizza Hut because they're handing out giant pizzas to everyone.
What?
They all got like pizza foam fingers and Pizza Hut stuff. So those are the student sections. Guys, I gotta tell you, I can't believe people are coming to this thing. I see people already sitting in the what would be the upper end zones. I wonder what the view looks like from up there.
Yeah, you got to be relying a lot on the screens, I'm guessing. I've been to games in the Superdome, and it's as a fan experience in the upper levels, you kind of monitor it, the little bodies running around, and then when you see something good, you go look up at the screen. So it's a little bit of just like they say it's going to be adjustment for the teams, it's going to be an adjustment for fans in those upper levels.
Yeah, that's tough on them. I'll survive. Like I said, once again, I can basically reach out and touch the court here if needed. If any players come crashing in, that could present a problem. But other than that, guys, we are good to go in what should be a great matchup. I know we've been talking a lot about this one, and we had Joe Z on earlier. We were discussing how this matchup could play out here, and I think one of the early things to look for in this game is how it's going to be officiated. Okay, Norchad Omier is such a key for this game for the Hurricanes today. They need him to stay out on the floor. If anything happens with him with foul trouble early in this game, it could present a very, very significant problem for Miami. So I think that's one thing that we're going to watch. Another thing that I think is something to watch for here is how Miami comes out defensively, right? Let's see if they come out and pressure the ball up near midcourt. I think that's something they might look to do in this game. They might look to trap the UConn guards up high and try to avoid that ball going inside. That's going to be another thing, right? Because UConn, again, has a couple of 7-footers that are very disruptive underneath there. So that would be something to look for here in this one, guys.
You mentioned the officiating. I was wondering if they already let the officials be known for the game, because it's the second game. We're the second game of the Final Four, and San Diego State plays FAU, and that's going to probably be a tight defensive game. That's probably after how San Diego State won and advanced to the Final Four. Do you think that could be a factor where if that's a close game where there's a lot of whistles, that might go into effect in the Connecticut Miami game? Or do you think maybe the official will just let them play? Because they let them play, that's like you said, to the advantage of you to the U.
Vlad, I think I heard your question as you asking. We got to get this just turned up a little bit here, but I think I heard you asking about the officials. There'll be different officials for the second game than there is in the first game. But look, guys, I know it's going to be a storyline, but you also can't let that control the game. And I hope that we don't have a situation like we had in the San Diego State Creighton game where we're talking about a controversial foul at the end of the ball game, and that's kind of the deciding factor. I hope both of these games are decided by the players on the floor. I didn't like that call in the San Diego State game, but unfortunately, that's sometimes what you get in basketball. But no, I'd like to see these games decided by the players here today, guys. And I think we have some great teams. We have this FAU story, guys, is remarkable.
It's absolutely,
and I'll tell you what, I haven't seen FAU play in person this season, guys, obviously, and they look just from the initial eye test dramatically different than some of the teams that we have seen in the Watsco Center this season. Just from a size standpoint, guys, they don't look as big, as physical. But you know what? That's sometimes good coaching and good team cohesion and that kind of stuff can really help you. And this is going to be a tremendous first game.
And much, of course, has been made with the U about the NIL deals. What I want to do is I want to take a break, and then when we get back, Danny, we're going to talk about the NIL deals, how they've affected college basketball, and if maybe this Final Four that we're seeing this year is here to stay, or if it's just an anomaly. So stick around. We'll be right back here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Sponsored by U Health by Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall and Williamson Automotive.
1.5. Shafino on a step back over Joseph. Around and out. Almir grabs a rebound for Miami. Here comes Nigel Pack. He's got the hard hand. Pack against Bates. He goes left. He's open. He fires. Off the rim, no good. Rebounded by Almir. Out to Joseph. Left wing three. Got it! Almir, the offensive rebound. Joseph, a left wing three. Miami 28, Indiana 15.
Historic day here in South Florida college basketball. You got FAU and the U at the Final Four. Could meet in the final Monday night. We have Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz at the NRG Stadium, not arena, stadium. And a lot has been made about the NIL deals and how it's really, really helped Miami. What I really want to know is, Danny, I'm glad too also, these NIL deals and the way that it's kind of changed the landscape of college basketball. Do you feel as though the Final Four we're seeing this year is a direct result of that? And if so, we'll see more Final Fours like this going into the future.
So to answer your question about NIL, no, I don't think it has a whole lot to do with this Final Four. But here's the thing: Miami has been the loudest of all the teams, right? They've been the loudest as far as John Ruiz and all that, and that's why they've been peppered with questions. I was listening to the press conference the other day, Friday, and Miami was getting asked about it again at the podium, and it's like, hey, like these other schools aren't doing it. That's why it's kind of frustrating, I would think, to them to keep answering these same questions. But you know what, guys? We've always seen upsets in the NCAA tournament. That's nothing new. The only thing that is new is the team that's warming up to my left, and that is FAU, a team from Boca, has made it into this event, which is a very surprising deal here still. It's shocking, guys, that FAU has been able to make it this far. But they're a tough team. They won a lot of games during the regular season, and they deserve to be here, guys. There's no question about it. I mean, look, FAU went 35-3, guys. You don't get to be 35-3 by not being a great basketball team. So they are tough. They shoot the ball well. I think they'll defend well in this game, and I think they have a chance. Now, on the flip side, you look at this San Diego State team. They were 31-6, and I know I mentioned this to you guys earlier. They were a team that thought they could make it to the Final Four when the season got stopped for the COVID year. And, we know how with the COVID year, everyone's been allowed extra time at their schools. So you have a lot of players that have come back here, and it's amazing, guys. You look down these rosters, okay? And let me just tell you, I have San Diego State and FAU in front of me, okay? 2 freshmen on the San Diego State team, guys. There's a senior, junior, senior. There's so many of these upperclassmen on these teams, and you look at FAU, and they kind of have the same thing as well, and that's because experience is king in this tournament, in my opinion. These teams with all the experience have done a lot better traditionally than the one and done teams. And that's what you see here in this tournament, guys. You're seeing a lot of experience and a lot of older kids.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you're a senior, most likely you're a fifth-year senior because you got that extra year of eligibility with the COVID year. And it just seems like all that experience is really, really coming into play. Maybe that's one of the reasons why Miami's been able to come back in a lot of these games. They haven't hit the panic button. And maybe what you're thinking too? Maybe they haven't hit the panic button. Jim Larenega's been there. Some of these guys were there last year. They realized, look, it's a game of runs. We're going to be okay. Just stay the course. We're going to be all right. And in the end, they've been able to maintain balance and get these wins.
It's funny. One of the guys from CBS who was setting up right in front of us here was talking to me while we were getting set up, and he goes, "Wow, that game against Texas, I thought you guys were buried there. You were down, 13, and Miami comes back, and he goes, man, as soon as you guys took the lead in that game, I knew Texas was done. And yeah, I felt the same way, and it was a truly remarkable comeback by Miami to beat Texas. And we're not talking about a pushover team here, guys. Texas was really good. Houston was really good. So Miami has beaten some tough teams in this tournament. That's not debatable. But here's the thing. All I keep hearing about this UConn team is how they're the best team in this entire tournament. I don't know why. I just keep hearing it from everyone. And I know UConn had a tremendous start to their season. They had a tremendous finish to their season. They had a little bit of a rough patch in the middle where they lost 6 of 8. But, guys, Miami has answered every challenge that's been put in front of them throughout the season, no matter what it is. And so I have the utmost faith that this coaching staff, with what has it been, a week to prepare for this game, that they are going to put together an exceptional game plan. And the question will become, can Miami go out and execute?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just saying, we don't have. I mean, no injury report has come out yet, but there's nobody that's in question for today's game. No questionable players. Omir's ankle may not be 100%, but he should be as fit as he should for this
good
game.
To go, man. Yeah, we are good to go. As it is late in the season. Not everyone gets this far, but everyone is as good as they can be at this point in time. And the other thing that's interesting is UConn. I don't know if you guys saw this. UConn had a few players that were fasting for Ramadan.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So I know that's kind of been a topic of conversation here. I like to load up on carbs before a good game. A broadcaster and player, we all like to load up on carbs. I had a big meal in the back there, and I ate my free Reese's. It was given
what is
by
the
one
meal
of the, by
back
the great
there?
sponsor.
What is it?
It's more Mexican food. Everything here has been Mexican food so far. We had a little barbecue sprinkled in, but even the barbecue I had was Mexican. It was like brisket on like nacho chips, and then they had like quesadillas with some barbecue something in it. So everything has had a little Mexican feel to it. The stomach is holding up so far, so good though. So I don't want to jinx anything here, but knock on wood. I'll knock on the court right in front of me here. But
can you do 2 more days of that? Hopefully.
Vlad, I'll probably eat a little lighter tonight, man. When we eventually get out of here, it'll be a late night here, so I'll probably eat a little lighter.
Well, Danny, I do want
to in on the inside secrets here.
I think you're gonna go to Whataburger. I think there's a Whataburger in in Hollywood.
Hawk wants me to go there. I don't know anything about this Whataburger situation, but I know that it did not get the best reviews on Uber Eats. But maybe we'll check it out.
Danny, I do want to ask you this: 2 different paths for the Hurricanes and the UConn Huskies. Let me run it down for you right now. In the first round, UConn Huskies blew out Iona 87-63. Then they got St. Mary's 70-55. That's double digits again. UConn against Arkansas 88-65. UConn versus Gonzaga 82-54. Now they play the U. Of course, if you're not familiar with what the U did, 63-56 against Drake. Indiana 85-69 against Houston 89-75. And then, of course, the Texas game 88-81. At this point in a tournament like this, do you want to be the more battle-tested team, or do you want to be the team that's been blowing everybody out by 20 points?
I think Miami's got a significant advantage in that regard, Dan. I think it's a great question, and I think Miami has a significant advantage. And I think Miami really was tested in that Texas game. That was a situation where I feel like 9 out of 10 teams would pack it in. You're down double digits. The second half of that game, it was a Texas home game. Let's not forget that, guys. That game was in Kansas City, and it was like a Texas home game there. So I just think that that's a huge advantage to Miami, that they were able to go and play in a hostile environment nonetheless and still find a way to come back and win. Now, with that being said, I have no idea what this place is going to look like or sound like tonight as fans are starting to file in here. I don't know what the seating arrangements are. I don't know if fans have different tickets for different games. I see right now, right behind what would be the San Diego State bench, it looks like their fans are starting to file in. It looks like they seem to have all the seats behind that bench. FAU, you guys asked me about them. I have not seen a ton of Boca red and blue yet, so we'll keep an eye out for that one. But San Diego State seems to have traveled well. I know UConn
They travel very well. UConn always does.
Yeah, they're passionate basketball fans. But, guys, the U traveled pretty well, too. That's a big hotel we're staying at. It's filled with Canes fans. And hopefully those Canes fans bring the noise here tonight. And, guys, you also got to figure there's going to be a ton of neutral fans in this building here, too. So Miami comes into this game as the underdog. I think Miami's a really likable story, a likable team. So do they win over the neutral? fans in this building because there's going to be a lot of those people here. And again, with that, I got to go backtrack on this too because I've been wearing all I packed was Hurricanes gear for this trip without realizing that Miami ruined the tournament for the entire state of Texas. I can only imagine what this place would have looked like if the Houston Cougars were here or if the Texas Longhorns were here. This place would have been sold out in those colors right there. So Miami ends up beating both of those teams and knocks them both out. So I've had fans from both schools make their little comments this week towards me as I've been walking around town in my Hurricanes gear.
Yeah, Hollywood, you should know Miami's notoriously not liked in Texas. Randall Hill will let you know about that and the Cotton Bowl. So yeah, Miami and Texas, University of Miami and Texas, they don't mix.
I do know years ago when it comes to the Final Four, you used to have to buy the whole package, all 3 games. Of course, yes, you can sell them on the secondary market, but that was the way it used to be. They may have changed it years ago, but it used to be you could not buy individual tickets. You had to buy all 3 games.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I don't know. I would imagine that you probably do have to commit to all 3 games, and I'll tell you, Dan, might end up being a cheap ticket for Monday night, depending on who's playing in this game. But we will see. Man, there is everyone is here at this game. Who's walking by me? I don't know what place is that. Who is that? I'm trying to.
There's a lot of who's.
Former NBA players. That's Kenyon Martin. That's who that is. That's Kenyon Martin. Just walked
well, that
behind
makes
me.
sense. His son.
There's Grant Hill is on the court right now taking pictures.
Well, he's doing the
Kenyon
game.
Martin. I got to tell you guys, I had just been looking around this place. Bill Walton sitting down to my right.
Oh, your friend?
He's going to be broadcasting over there. He's sitting next to Andy Katz, Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, and Ernie Johnson, who I absolutely adore watching on TV. They're the absolute best. Those guys are just over to our right. Jim Nance just walked by and said hello to me. He has no idea who I am.
Did he say hello?
Yeah, of course.
He's saying like the Masters, Jim Nance.
He actually knows Joe very well. He knows Joe Rose very well. So if I get a chance to talk to him, I will. He seems like a very busy man here at this tournament, though.
Okay, well, Danny, go take care of some of that. Check out some of the scene sites. Let's take a break. We're going to come back, get you up to date with the headlines. We're also probably in the next hour going to run through at least one of the interviews you did during Radio Row over the past couple of days. Maybe run back Joe Zagacki from earlier and get you ready for tip for not just FAU and San Diego State, but the Canes and the Yukon Huskies here on 560 WQAM.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota
special edition of Sports Day with Dan Day in Miami and Danny Rabinowitz at NRG Stadium in Houston, site of tonight's Final Four.
Floater by Wong, good, and we're tied at 75. Wong, a supreme shot maker, ties it.
The Canes.
7 seconds from history. Wooga Poplar has it. 4 seconds from history, and Wooga is fouled. Go crazy, Miami. Go crazy, Hurricane fans. You're going to go to the Final Four.
Will history be made? Let's go. The Final Four. Coverage only here. AM 560 Sports WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by U Health, University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute experts treat athletes of all levels. Elite pros, active adults, and youth athletes. Recover your game. Visit uhealthsportsmedicine.com. By Williamson Automotive. Williamson is Miami. And by Kendall Toyota, your home team best deal on all new Toyota models, electric vehicles, hybrids, cars, and trucks. They're all at Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall.
Wong has it high left, 13 to shoot. Wong, top of the circle. Lobs it inside. Vladmir off the window. Good! Vladmir ties the game and gets one more shot. He was fouled. Vladmir to the line. We're tied at 72 in Kansas City.
That's our guy, baby food, Norchad Omir, the big man in the middle, clogging things up, being a nuisance, being a presence. Can't wait to see him play his game tonight for the U. Tip-off going to be 8:49-ish. Of course, it follows FAU taking on San Diego State. Danny Hollywood Rabinowitz, he is at NRG Stadium. We're going to check in with him in just a minute. Vladmir Louison, my cousin, hanging out with me. Of course, we're going to take you all the way till 6:15. The most extensive pregame coverage you're going to find anywhere in South Florida, right here on 560 WQAM. Then at 8 o'clock, you get the pregame for the U's game. Joe Zagacki, Danny Rabinowitz, going to get you going on our sister station, 104.3 The Shark. Of course, you can watch us and listen to us, Twitch page, YouTube Live, 560 WQAM, and on the Odyssey app. We're going to get you up to date with headlines and once again check in with Danny over there on the floor. He's literally on the floor of the NRG Stadium. But first, let's get you caught up with everything that happened in the sports world here in South Florida this past week.
Miami and Texas from the T-Mobile Center in Kansas City.
The Panthers in red, right to left. The Rangers in white, left to right.
Inter Miami, 2-0-2. The Chicago Fire, 0-2-1.
The Heat is on the radio. Rock is in the air. Cam got a couple taps on it, but it's going to be the Nets.
Jesus Luzardo heads to the mound for the first time in 2023. He was a strikeout machine, one of the best strikeout percentages among National League pitchers. Struck out almost a third of the batter space. Welcome inside Canadian Tire Center here in Ottawa tonight. It's the Florida Panthers beginning a 4-game road trip to take on the Ottawa Senators. Welcome inside Scotiabank Arena here in Toronto for tonight's matchup. It's the Florida Panthers and the Toronto Maple Leafs game 2 on a 4-game road trip. Welcome inside Bell Center here in Montreal. It's the Panthers and the Montreal Canadiens game 3 on a 4-game road trip.
Wong steps back behind the three-point line. Zay drives in, left of the tee, toward the baseline. Ball away on the baseline. Good! What a shot by Wong!
And the horn sounds. And the Rangers escape here with a 4-3 win over the Panthers at FLA Live Arena.
Into the middle for Stefanelli! And this time they catch him napping. The long cross and the long shot for the shortest man on the pitch. Nico Stefanelli, his first MLS goal. We're tied at 2.
And that's going to do it for this one. The final horn sounds. Senators 5, Panthers 2. That is a final here in Ottawa tonight.
As the Heat fall by 29. It wasn't 30. 129-100 the final, Aiden.
The first home defeat of the year as the Fire stumble but get up to a 3-2 win at Drive Pink.
Miami falls to 40-36. Half game behind Brooklyn for the 6th spot. And Toronto moves to 38-38. Now half game above Atlanta.
Front of the net, Montori scores, top shelf, and the Panthers win it in overtime. 3-2 the final here in Toronto.
Miami doesn't have anything mystical or magical. It'll be their third straight loss.
And a 5-2 win for the Panthers in Montreal.
Kim Mulkey's working magic at LSU. The Tigers back to the Final Four for the first time since 2008.
Lets it fly. It's no good. It's all over. It's a wild celebration. It's history. The University of Miami has made history. They're going to the Final Four for the first time in school history.
Danny Rabinowitz is in Houston for the Final Four. You were actually at the team hotel broadcasting live earlier today. Danny, when you looked at the team, did they look like they were focused in, or did they look like they were just loose and just having a good time? Because sometimes we see these teams, they say, oh, they're super focused, and they don't come out great. Sometimes we say, oh, they're loose. They don't look like they're worried about anything, and they come out super great. So how did the team look when you saw them walking through earlier in the hotel?
Dan, I got to tell you, one of the things about this Miami team is their demeanor and the fact that these guys always have a smile on their face, which is important. They play loose, and they take on the personality of their head coach, Jim Larinaga. I think that's, a big thing that has helped this team become so successful here, is the fact that, again, they don't let situations get the better of them. And if Miami was going to have that happen, it would have happened against Texas. So yeah. I think this is a team that plays loose, that has fun playing, and you can see it, man. It's contagious. You got guys like Wooga Poplar and Bensley Joseph who are always smiling. Harlan Beverly's an incredible story. Comes back, from back surgery. So I just think this team has had a lot of fun this season, and that's one of the things that has made them so successful, is the way that they play so loose.
Let's not forget Isaiah Wong. He tested NBA waters. He tested the draft waters and decided to come back. How big was that for the University of Miami and this basketball team?
Well, I think it was not only big for Miami, but I think it was a good decision for Isaiah Wong. I mean, look at what he's been able to accomplish this season. ACC Player of the Year is incredible, and he's the he's the engine of this team, really, and he's got to have a big game tonight, guys. There's no other way to slice that. He has to come up big here on the biggest stage for the Hurricanes if Miami is going to have a chance to win this game. Isaiah Wong is going to have to play well. I know I told you I think he needs a 20-point performance earlier. I guess that number sounds okay still, right? I don't know what you guys think about that number, but I think that seems reasonable. If he scores 20 and you get 10, 15 from Jordan Miller, another, 12 or 15 from Nigel Pack, and then the rest of the guys chip in.
Yeah, I was about to ask you
you're
how
going to be in good shape.
I was about to ask you, how Shaq likes to refer to the supporting cast as the others. Who from the Canes supporting cast, the Canes others, who needs to step up in order for them to advance to the championship game on Monday?
Well, I think Wooga Poplar needs to hit those open threes the way that he's been doing throughout. And, again, I don't know how easy or difficult it'll be to shoot threes in this building. It's a very unusual, sight line to get these shots up here in this building. Like I told you guys, the depth, when you look behind you, the lower end zone, I guess, would be the closest actual seats that you have that you can even see, because you got students right behind the baskets that are on the floors, and then the actual seats are probably, I don't know, 50, at least 50 yards behind the basket. So it'll be interesting, guys. We get a chance to kind of take a peek at it first here with FAU and San Diego State. By the way, guys, both teams out on the floor right now, warming up, and they are getting ready for tip-off here. We are right around the corner. I believe we are less than an hour away, guys. We are 46 minutes away from tipping off the Final Four here from this incredible building in Houston.
For me, the barometer tonight for Miami is going to be Norchad Omier. If he can get a double-double, even if it's 10 points, 10 rebounds, that means he was in the game. That means he was holding his own against 2 7-footers, the size, the depth of UConn. I'm telling you right now, if Norchad Omier, and I'm not saying a big double-double, I'm saying a double-double. He can get his points, he can get his rebounds. I think that right there is going to be the telltale sign on how the Hurricanes are going to do in this game.
Yeah, I mean, 1,000%. I don't disagree with you on that, Dan. Like we've been saying, the big thing with Norchad is he's got to stay out of foul trouble. He just absolutely has to, and that will not be easy here against this UConn team. I think there's no question about that. I think they're going to be a difficult cover for Miami for a handful of different reasons. Mostly, being that they have a big presence underneath, and they are going to need Norchad Omier to stay out there. But guys, I don't think I think everyone has basically told us this that we've spoken to. If Miami can find a way to win the rebounding battle, they should be able to find a way to win this basketball game.
And I think that's the key. I think the guards are going to have to come and help these the front court in rebounding because of Connecticut's size. You do not want to give them second or third opportunities on the offensive board, because if that happens, they're going to just milk the clock. And I think this game has to go up and down in order for Miami to win. I think they have to score between 70 to 78 points in order for them to win, because if it gets into a half-court game, you'll fall into Connecticut's game plan.
Yeah, offensive rebounding will be another number that we'll certainly look at here today, as we always do. Rebounding has been such a big stat for the Hurricanes all season long. The Maryland game really stands out to me early in the season. Miami had talked so much about how important rebounding was and going into that game, and they got crushed on the boards in that game. And I think that was a real wake-up call, and they've done a lot better since that game. But if you look at games that Miami's lost this season, rebounding has certainly been an issue, and that's a stat, guys, to keep an eye on here tonight. Let's watch that rebounding margin. Check it out at halftime and see where the Canes are at on that.
You mentioned Maryland. That was the last time the Canes really got blown out in any game, because all their losses were pretty much one possession or less than 4-point type game. So do you feel like tonight's game is going to be a close Canes victory, or do you think the Canes can actually get on a lead and hold on and pull out, maybe get a 8 to 10 point victory?
No, I think this will be a really close game down the stretch. And again, to me, that benefits Miami because they've been in a bunch of those games already. So I think that really, really benefits them and gives them the advantage here down the stretch of one of these games. I think the Canes have some really, really good clutch players as well. I mean, you look at Isaiah Wong. I mean, who else would you rather, have, the ball in their hands at the end of a game? Isaiah Wong has been fantastic. And I think, again, the advantage really, really goes to Miami because this will be a close game, in my opinion.
Yeah, battle-tested Canes and Coach Larinaga versus a team that's kind of breezed through the tournament so far, the UConn Huskies and their coach, Dan Hurley. Yesterday, Dan Rabinowitz caught up with Dan Hurley's father and brother. Next, we're going to play them back-to-back, kind of see what they have to say about the game here on Sports Day 560 WQAM.
Hey, want to see the ugly mugs that go along?
HD2 and always live on the free Odyssey app. Sponsored by U Health by Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall and Williamson Automotive.
Welcome back inside Energy Stadium as we continue our countdown to tip-off. Miami and UConn. Kind enough to join us here is Bobby Hurley. He is the head coach at Arizona State. Coach, thank you so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. It's great to talk with you.
Yeah, it's great talking with you. It's just hard to look at that big U I'm looking at here, especially with obviously my family commitment to UConn.
I know, and that's why I'm excited to have you here. Yeah. So let's jump right into it. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about that UConn program and the job that your brother's done there. And they have been incredible this season, clearly. And it's an interesting story, the UConn story, because obviously they moved to try to help football a little bit. Then they kind of jump back into the Big East, which is probably where they belong, right? But tell us a little bit about the team and what you've seen.
Well, I mean, it's been an honor to watch my brother do what he's done and build the program to where it's gotten now. We work so closely together, focusing on both of our programs and talking to each other about it. So you feel like you're living it with him. He took over UConn after the Kevin Ollie situation. There was some turmoil there. So for him to just revitalize the program the way he has, a testament just to how he could build programs. And, they were knocking on the door in NCAA tournaments the last couple of years and kind of broke through this year. And I think his team is a very complete team and got great inside play, got really good shooting. They play hard and they defend. And so he's got a lot of great pieces there.
Yeah, I mentioned him going back to the Big East, and we've seen a lot of conference realignment in college athletics. What do you make of what you've seen so far? And I know your conference at Arizona State certainly has been affected as well. What do you make of everything we've seen?
It's tough, because it's you like the tradition of the leagues. You have a school like UCLA that won't play, West Coast basketball anymore. It just doesn't make a lot of sense when you look at it from a traditional college basketball way. But you understand the financial component to it and why schools have decided to do it. And, we just have to find our best way forward, the Pac-12 now. And, what are the changes we're going to make? Who are we potentially targeting? And because we want to keep that league together and play at the highest level we can.
Is it disappointing when it basically comes down to dollars and cents and you're going to lose rivalries? And, we've talked to a lot of people here at Radio Row over the weekend about it. And we're just talking to Bill Walton, a UCLA guy, of course. And it's tough, right? Because these are schools that you've been playing forever. You're not going to play them anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the identity of UCLA is being one of the premier, college basketball programs on the West Coast.
Yeah.
And now they're going to be playing Penn
in the
State.
Midwest, right? Yeah.
So I don't, it's hard to wrap your head around that concept, but it's, we just have to live in the world we're living in is, I guess, the best way of putting it. It's not easy. Don't love it, but it is what it is.
NIL has been another big topic of discussion. It always seems to center around Miami. I know they've so from what I've gathered here, I guess they've done it the loudest. But I know every school is doing it. But, Coach, I'm just curious your thoughts on it and maybe how it's worked or affected your program.
Well, it's changed college basketball and certainly the opportunities that are out there for student athletes now to capitalize on that. And, I wish I could go back in time. I think I might have sold a few Duke jerseys back in the day. I might not have even had to play in the NBA. But it's good for the players if they, have a market to be able to do that. I'm sure there are certain schools and certain conferences that are way ahead of others. And, we have a collective in place at Arizona State that is working for all student athletes in our athletic department.
As you mentioned, you did play for Duke, so I want to ask you your thoughts on the ACC as a whole this season. There was a lot of talk about the ACC being down. What did you think?
Well, I mean, it's great to see that. I mean, I'm an ACC guy. I mean, I'm out in the Pac-12, but I always great memories and history in the ACC. So good that Miami's there. That silences some of the critics that would say that. But it maybe not. It wasn't a true top to bottom, like really fierce ACC like it's been in years past.
Coach, you look at this Final Four, and Coach Bobby Hurley here with us. Not the typical Final Four, right? Especially in the early game when you have FAU, plays about an hour north of us in Boca, and San Diego State. So what does that say? Does it say anything about what's going on in college basketball?
I don't think there's going to be many people on the beach on Saturday, right? In Florida, everybody's getting ready for these games, but it's I think it's just parity, and it's all the change. You got, the power conference losing players to the NBA, losing players early, player movement in the portal, school to school. Just there aren't the same teams you're able to build and put together and keep them together for years to develop like a true kind of dynasty. It's with all the movement, I think this is just a glimpse of what's going to be happening year in and year out. You're just going to have some unpredictability in terms of like who advances deep in tournaments.
You mentioned the transfer portal, and clearly that has been one of the huge changes in the fact that guys can leave when they want and play wherever they want when they want, right? And it's almost like a free agency system you have going now. You like it, dislike it. I know we've spoken to a lot of coaches, and there's kind of a split on this. And I know a lot of coaches would like to see guys stay and stick it out. And if the situation's not right, maybe make it right, you know, in your own school. But we've seen a lot of guys just continually shift programs.
Yeah. I look at it because, when coaches decide to take a new job, nothing happens to them. So that's kind of the lens I look at it from. But I will say, when I met with my team 2 days after the NCAA tournament lost to TCU, I looked everybody eye to eye and said, I want all you guys back. And 3 or 4 guys ended up going in the portal. So, it's hard to stop the guys from exploring their options, taking a look at what's best for them. And I don't have major issues with it. If guys feel like they could find a better opportunity for them, then I'm going to be aggressive and I'm going to find someone to come in and get the job done at Arizona State.
Coach, going back to our game here, Miami and UConn, just a question about Jim Larrañaga. I don't know if you know him well or not. I'm just curious, and what do you think of the job he's done?
Well, I have a lot of respect for Coach Larrañaga. He's old school guy, just accomplished so much, just got a great personality, great way about him. Arizona State's an Adidas school, and so is Miami, and I got a chance to spend a couple of days on retreats, head coaches retreats through Adidas with Coach. Got to know him a little bit better. So, just really knows the game. Really is old school basketball guy. Like just kind of great person. So I'm very happy for him. And this late in the game to get a run to the NCAA Final Four is pretty magical.
Absolutely. Coach, I thank you very much for your time here. I'm not going to ask you who you think is going to win because I think I have an idea. So I won't go down that road with you. But
I'll tell you, I lived in South Florida after the NBA for a few years. I lived in Hollywood. So, if it wasn't for UConn, I'd be pulling for you guys. But it's, I like your team a lot. Just Miami has got the perimeter and with Wong going up the dribble and just playing great at the right time. It's just got to witness firsthand how good UConn was up in Vegas, just watching them in person. Pretty impressive. So it's going to be a hell of a game.
Coach, I really appreciate it. It's great to meet you. Great to talk with you. And best of luck with your program here at Arizona State moving forward.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Bobby Hurley, of course, he played at Duke. Danny Rabinowitz was lucky enough to speak with him yesterday. Danny, did you get the sense that maybe he was a little bit scared? He's pulling for his brother, of course, but maybe a little bit scared.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's such a respect for Jim Larrañaga. Right. Everyone you talk, I think it's funny because Jim Larrañaga doesn't get mentioned all the time when you talk about the best coaches in college basketball. He doesn't get mentioned with the Boeheims, the Coach K's, those kinds of guys. And maybe it's about time that he does, right? He's, a huge difference maker for this team. And I think the fact that they have him makes a whole lot of difference, guys. So I think that's one of the things you look at a guy like Bob Hurley, who we just heard from. And I think there's so much respect for Coach Larrañaga and what he's capable of doing that, it can make you a little nervous.
Well, you know how we were talking earlier about how the relics like Jim Boeheim, they couldn't evolve and get with the current college basketball game right now. But Jim Larrañaga, who's older than him, still hasn't been able to evolve and been able to adapt to the way the game is right now. And look at that, 2 back-to-back years, Elite Eight, and now a Final Four appearance. So that really shows to not only how great that Jim Larrañaga is as a coach, but also as a person that he's evolving and able to relate to these young players.
Yeah, it's funny. We always talk about Mike McDaniel and how he coaches and that he's so, mild-mannered and respectful of his players, and he uses the positive approach, right? Jim Larrañaga does the same thing, guys. Jim Larrañaga doesn't scream and curse at his players. He teaches them, and he mentors them. That's kind of the approach that he takes, and I really respect that about him. Everyone has a different thing that they do, right? If there was something that worked, everyone would do it. But I like his approach, and clearly his players have responded. They have bought in, and that's why we've gotten to this stage.
And speaking of respecting Coach Larinaga, legend in the high school game when it comes to coaching, St. Anthony over there in Jersey City, New Jersey, is Bobby Hurley Sr. He's got a lot of love for Jim Larinaga. You talked to him yesterday. Kind of set it up, Danny. Set up this interview, kind of explain what we're about to hear, and give us a go.
Yeah, so this is interesting. This is the father of Dan Hurley, the UConn coach, and the father of Bobby Hurley, the Arizona State coach. So this is kind of an interesting game for him. He's a basketball Hall of Famer, and I got a chance to sit down with him at Radio Row.
Welcome back inside Energy Stadium as we continue our countdown to tip off Miami and UConn. And joining us now is Bob Hurley, the father, of course, of Dan Hurley, will be coaching the UConn Huskies in tonight's matchup. Coach, thank you so much for the time today. Really appreciate it.
And a longtime friend of Jim Larinaga.
Excellent.
Let's get that right in here in the beginning so we don't lose the the radio followers.
Well, let me ask you about Coach Larinaga. Just you tell me a little bit about your relationship with him, and he crossed over 700 wins this year, and I see that you're wearing a Basketball Hall of Fame hat. We're trying to get him in there this year, maybe next time around. But
it's going to eventually happen for him. But he's so full of energy, and there's still a lot for him to accomplish. So he's not looking for that stuff yet, but it's going to certainly happen. But Jim and I go back to he recruited one of my kids in 1976 when he was the head coach at American International up in Springfield, Massachusetts, and we have been we've been friends since.
That's amazing.
He's an Archbishop Malloy guy. We used to go scrimmage when I was in high school, St. Peter's Prep. We'd go to Malloy. Jack Curran, his high school coach, was a very good friend of mine. And Tom Konchalski, who passed away about 2 years ago, was the recruiting guru out of New York City, who was a Malloy grad, who was very good friends with Jim and one of my best friends. So we had a lot of common ground.
Yeah, you guys seem to have an amazing fraternity, that coaches fraternity. I saw, right next to us in the convention center, they were having the National Association of Coaches, and there are a lot of guys here, with their respective programs. Seems like everyone knows one another from one thing or another.
Well, you hear about all of these, work gatherings where people get together in the other fields.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the coolest ones because there's not a lot of, when business talk here, it's like improving your defense or, working on some new things. It's like boys weekend away when everybody gets together at the NABC.
All right, Coach. Your son, of course, will be coaching UConn on Saturday night. Tell me a little bit about how that feels for you, kind of sitting in the stands and watching.
Well, I'll put this in perspective. Bobby played in my son Bobby was a freshman. He played in 1990 in Denver, and Danny and I and a friend of Danny's, Ricky Lash, we came to the Final Four along with my wife, but we came to work because we were at the time using a shoe called the Strength shoe, which was a jumping shoe. So Danny and his friend Ricky Lash spent 3 of the 4 days jumping up and down doing drills for the people to watch.
Is that the shoe that had the little thing in the front?
It's the flat platform.
Yeah. I used to see those on the East Bay catalog.
And you can find it on the one Seinfeld episode where Jimmy uses them. Great episode. But they did it for 3 days. We eventually got home and their legs, they couldn't do anything for days after that because we weren't supposed to be doing it 8 hours a day. You're supposed to do it about 40 minutes a day, maybe 3 times a week. So that was our first trip. And here we are now from 1990. Now he's coaching tomorrow. Yeah. And he's coaching against a guy that's, just another, metropolitan New York, New Jersey guy, also Catholic school background. And it's cool.
What is that like? I mean, you have both of your sons. We spoke to Bobby as well, and you have both of your sons at major college basketball programs. That's got to be pretty crazy.
Yeah, and no, it was never planned out. Because I was a high school coach, and I was just happy. My wife and I honestly were happy that they both got scholarships to college, and we weren't going to have to pay for 2 tuitions. And and never thought they would continue with it. And now look where we are now. So it's just we've been blessed.
Tell me about this UConn basketball team. What can we expect?
Well, they're very good defensively, very physical, very deep. You know, their issues tomorrow with Miami will be the Miami perimeter. You know, the three, and actually with Walker, the four guys that really play on the perimeter. That's as good a perimeter is in the country. And the kid inside is a great defensive rebounder. You know, very effective. You know, can UConn get to their depth, or maybe not using the bench as much as UConn does, and the turnover factor will be big in the game. When UConn hasn't played well, they've been turned over. When they don't get turned over, and they haven't been turned over in the tournament, they've been very effective.
Yeah, and Miami's done a good job at times, certainly turning teams over and forcing them, and getting out in transition. That's one of the things Miami's done well. Another thing they do well, and this is maybe an old school thing, Coach, is that they shoot the ball from inside the 3-point line, which is kind of a lost art in today's game.
Well, you know what? Yeah, and I totally believe Jim and what Jim, when you can get an almost automatic mid-range shot, those elbow jump shots. If you get your guys at those elbow areas and they get those shots, that's like an automatic two. Why do you have to, give up the automatic twos to try to shoot 37 or 38% of threes when you can accumulate those, and then if you get that close to the basket, maybe you get to the rim. And what they also do is they do a good job of drawing fouls. So you can't get to the free throw line if you don't shoot the mid range and then continue to the rim.
When did you notice the game really started to change? Now maybe it was Steph Curry, but it just seems like guys continue to step farther and farther out.
Yeah.
I mean, guys' feet are on the logos when they're shooting.
I'd say 10 years ago, we saw the game changing. But I'll tell you that I went over to work over in the Euro camp in Treviso, Italy in the early 2000s. And I got a chance to watch the way the European players play. And they just teach the game differently. Like everybody that plays in the NBA, it's a European player. They learn to play away from the basket. And then ultimately they may play around the basket a little bit. But, we teach here, we always taught our big kids to play near the basket and work their way out. And like we're now playing where the centers in college are not as sought after now as the perimeter players in college, getting to the NBA, because they put such a value on 3-point shooting.
Coach, I got to ask you about the Hall of Fame. You got the hat on. I know you're a member, certainly. And how about this class that's going in, headlined by our guy down in Miami, Dwayne Wade, and what an incredible class of Dirk Nowitzki, Tony Parker, Greg Popovich, among others. What do you think?
Well, I know that my grandson, who's here with me, Gabe, I know that we will be in attendance there for this, because it's going to be so cool to see all of these players.
Yeah.
And then Coach Popovich too. Throw him in the mix right now. Going to be a very, very accomplished group, and a group of people that I know my grandson's going to be getting pictures with.
Before we let you run here, Coach, just how do you see this game playing out here between Miami and UConn? What are some of the keys you look for, and how this game will flow?
Well, I think the one thing is the arena. It doesn't lend to 3-point shooting. In most games you play during the season till now, you've played in smaller venues. And I think the foul situation in either direction could have some impact on the game. Because this is the sport where you can have all your ducks in place, but if important players get in foul trouble, you're rotating now based on fouls instead of rotating based on keeping guys fresh or making adjustments.
What do you think of the way games are officiated now? It seems like it's a little less physical, perhaps, than in years past. What do you think about the way that games are called?
I agree that the tournament is the whistle is not being blown as much as I think conference play. Now, I don't know whether there's a correlation between that or not, but I'm happy to see that, because I just think if you eliminate reaching, and when guys really get fouled at the rim, if you make those calls, then letting guys play a little bit, players can adjust to that. But if there's the official, if you have a game that's closely called in a half and the second half is loose, very difficult as a player to figure out what's going on.
Has it set in yet that you're going to be sitting in that football stadium tomorrow to watch your son coach against one of your friends?
It was just now standing on the court for their practice, because I stood out on the court, because I have, as you see, I still have my I can stand on the court thing, which I love, and my get out there and just stood there and just looked around and thought about, for all the high school coaches who've gone through this, what a cool opportunity to just be in the middle of this, the biggest stage in basketball for, including the NBA Finals, where we are right now.
Should be an absolutely incredible game. Coach Bob Hurley, thank you so much for the time. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the game best you can, all right?
Thanks so much.
Danny Rabinowitz, what he was saying just now, Bobby Hurley Sr., the venue doesn't lend itself to three-point shooting, and maybe the referees will keep the whistles in their pocket. Gives me a little bit of hope for the Canes.
Dan, I'm watching here. I got Owls right in front of me putting up shots, so I'm just kind of keeping my eye on it. And everyone's knocking down their shots certainly here. And I got to keep my head on a swivel, man. I'm gonna get smashed by a ball here. We are like literally right even with the rim. So you put your head down for a second here. That'll take your head right off. But yeah, we are 18 minutes till tip off, guys. It's the scene you would expect here. You got right over here to my left on the court is Grant Hill, Jim Nance. They're getting ready to go here. So this is about ready to happen here, guys, and we'll see how much this building fills in.
I can't wait. Hollywood, any more goosebumps right now? I mean, you're like you said, you're literally less than 28 minutes away from tip off of FAU, and you're gonna get a chance to see FAU, right? This will be your first time seeing FAU, so you probably be doing a little scouting to see who you might have to face in the national title game.
It's good, Vlad, but here we go. See, look,
he just scored! For you guys who are not watching on Twitch or on StreamYard, Dan, good job, Hollywood. You still got the reflexes.
Thank you, guys.
A basketball was heading right into Hollywood's face, and with the quick hands.
Man, it's kill or be killed down here on this court, but
with the quick hands,
my head is like right above the level of the court, so the ball comes rolling off, it's going to smash you right in the face. So yeah, it's what were we saying before that happened?
I was saying literally, I was like, how excited are you right now?
I was going to say. So I'm obviously incredibly excited, but I kind of want to get to our game. Like I'm antsy for our game. I want to know how it's going to play out. We've been talking about it for so long, and I know that it's finally here, but I got to watch another game first.
Well, that means a lot. If you're the second game of the Final Four, that means you're the more important game. Like that's the game.
Is that how it works?
Yes. If you're the second game, that's the highly touted game. That's the game that they feel is the more important game because
Yeah, well, Hollywood, keep your head on a swivel. We're going to take a break. We're going to come.
I'm good with it, but again, guys, I'm ready to get our game underway here. I want to see the Canes.
The anticipation's getting to them.
Keep your head on that swivel. We're going to take a quick break. Come back here from you and Joe Z. Y'all talked earlier today, and then we're going to bring you back one more segment before 6:15. We're going to just kind of wrap things up. Hollywood, enjoy. We'll be back in just a minute here on 560 WQAM.
Breaking news from AM 5.
if you'd punt the ball, you'd hit it. So you got a beautiful scoreboard. Stadium looks great. 70,000 fans. Canes are there. They've been there 3 times now, so I think they're pretty familiar with shooting in the dome. I don't know how that's going to work out. Usually shooting in a dome has been a problem for a lot of teams. Hopefully for Miami, it's not a problem. But as Coach L said last night, we're not changing anything. We're going to do the same things we've done all year. The same things we've done all year will take us to Monday.
This is a pretty incredible scene. Not in this hotel, in this city. What does it mean for you? Been around this program for as long as you have to be a part of this.
Yeah, for me, selfishly, it's great. I've never been to the Final Four and been able to broadcast about everything else, but the Final Four, which has always been my favorite event, and was almost resigning myself to the fact that if I was going to go to the Final Four, it would be a bucket list thing that my wife and I would do by buying tickets. But now we're here, and we're having a great time, and so I'm so grateful that we've got coach that put together a great team. And the other thing is, if anybody is deserving to get to the Final Four, it's these kids. They are just a really good group of guys. They've worked hard. They don't change their demeanor. They play for each other. They've handled all the questions, both on and off the floor. And so it's easy to root for them because this is a good, really good group of kids.
All right, Joe, we've been talking about this game, every aspect of it here. And, one of the things we talked about first off is that the Stars need to play like Stars tonight, right? On the biggest stage possible. You need Isaiah Wong to have a big game. You need Jordan Miller to give you that 15-point, contribution. And you need Nigel Pack to step up as well and hit those shots that he's been hitting all tournament.
Yeah, they need to do what they've done all season long. Somebody, it's not always one guy. Maybe it's not Isaiah Wong. If it's not him, then maybe it's Nigel Pack. We'll have to see what the UConn defense calls for. Miami's going to take what the UConn defense gives them. If you can't force Isaiah Wong into 3-pointers if he's being denied by Andre Jackson. So if he's being denied by Andre Jackson, maybe that leaves Jordan Miller one-on-one against Caliban. And so I think that's a matchup he can win. The Miami offense will take what the UConn defense gives them, and Coach L will adjust accordingly. But the one guy that does have to play great, because Miami doesn't have anybody else like him, is Norchad Omier. He's got to be out of foul trouble, and if he does get into foul trouble, then Miami will adjust. Just like Jim said, Coach Larinaga said last night. Look, we've played against bigger teams. We played against more skilled teams. We lost Norchad against Duke, and we were still right there. So he's given them every single scenario. But personally, I think Norchad's got to stay in the game.
Yeah, that it's interesting you bring that up. We've been talking about that a lot this morning. That was one of the big talking points at Radio Row. A lot of the analysts and stuff that I spoke to were saying how, the way that this game is officiated could actually end up being a storyline because Miami is going to need Norchad Omier out there just because of this matchup with UConn and their depth at center position.
Well, UConn's a very aggressive, defensive-minded team. They want to reflect their coach and play bully ball. I don't know that they're great individual defenders, but collectively they're pretty good. They are like 350th in fouling, so they could potentially put Miami on the free throw line. Hurricanes are shooting 80% in this tournament from the free throw line. Wong has been great on the line. Of course, Jordan Miller the other day was 13 for 13. So if they put Miami on the free throw line, that's just an extra way to get to 80 points. Miami has scored 70 plus now, I think, in 17 straight games. So their offense has been rolling against whatever defense they have seen. And again, a lot of that goes back to Coach L and his schemes and having 5 guys out there that can score from different spots on the floor.
I think from a defensive standpoint in this game, Joe, and we also heard a lot of people talking about how UConn really struggles sometimes when they turn the ball over too much. And we know that that's obvious, but can Miami, who's really good at forcing turnovers, can they get up and put a little pressure and maybe some of those traps that we've seen from them? So defensively, can they apply pressure to UConn and make them uncomfortable like we've seen them do to teams this season?
Well, Newton is a little bit like Nigel Pack in that he wasn't a true point guard. He plays their point guard position for the most part. I do think Miami can trap them and force them into some turnovers. Conversely, Miami's got to protect the ball. UConn thrives in the open court. I think a big fear would be Miami not being able to get back to set their defense and UConn hitting them for threes. Miami is number 1 in three-point shooting in the ACC. UConn is number 1 in three-point shooting defense. UConn does have the number 1 three-point shooter in the Big East. So Miami's got to be able to get back and set their defense. And the way UConn has separated themselves in the tournament has been with transition threes. They've won their tournament games by an average of 22.5 points per game. So if you're Miami, you want to stay attached in this game. Don't let UConn have that breathing room and force UConn to play 40 minutes.
All right, Joe, before we let you run here, just give me a couple of keys to this one here. Give us a little preview of what we can expect. We're going to jump on the airwaves at 8 o'clock tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, 104.3 FM. The Shark will be in FM throughout South Florida here this evening for the biggest game in Miami Hurricanes basketball history. What are a couple of your big keys to tonight's game?
Offensively, share the ball. When Miami shares the ball, it doesn't get stuck. When they're sharing the ball, moving it, they're great on offense. Got to share the ball. That's number 1. Number 2, rebound. Everybody's got to rebound. UConn has not been out-rebounded since mid-January. When Miami out-rebounds their opponent, they're 23-1. UConn would be in unfamiliar territory getting out-rebounded. And then lastly, play with poise. Play Miami basketball. Don't get frustrated. UConn's going to make some shots. Miami's going to make some shots. But at the end of the game, got to be executing. Miami has to execute their game plan at the end to perfection.
This is going to sound kind of crazy, Joe, but the next time I see you, we're going to be sitting courtside broadcasting the Final Four.
Yeah, it's wild to think that the University of Miami is at the Final Four. This is a wild scene here in the hotel. It's been a fabulous week, and just hope they can keep it going. I think they will. I think they will keep it going. They've not disappointed all season long. They played the same way in just about every single game. Nobody's really blown them out. Every single game, they played the same way, and I suspect they'll play that way tonight.
I'll see you courtside for the Final Four, Joe.
Okay, Hollywood, looking forward to it.
And you can hear that game on our sister station, 104.3 The Shark, starting at 8 o'clock with pregame. Danny Rabinowitz is courtside right now in Houston. Kind of set the scene. I know FAU and San Diego State about to tip off.
Yeah, guys, I mean, they are really right about to tip off. Both teams just took the floor. FAU is warming up right in front of us. Tracy Wolfson is getting ready to do a sideline report like 2 feet in front of me. Yeah, we have fantastic seats for this one here tonight, guys, and we really look forward to bringing it to everyone here. 104.3 FM, The Shark, the biggest basketball game in University of Miami history tonight.
And hopefully we can make history tonight. What we're going to do, we're going to take a break, and we're going to come and wrap it all up with Danny from Houston and let he and Joe Zagacki do their thing starting at 8 o'clock, like we said on our sister station at 104.3 The Shark. This is 560 WQAM.
This is a special edition of Sports Day with Dan Day in Miami and Danny Rabinowitz at NRG Stadium in Houston, site of tonight's Final Four.
Floater by Wong, good, and we're tied at 75. Wong, a supreme shot maker, ties it.
The Canes.
7 seconds from history. Wooga Poplar has it. 4 seconds from history, and Wooga is fouled. Go crazy, Miami. Go crazy, Hurricane fans. You're going to go to the Final Four.
Will history be made? Let's go. The Final Four. Coverage only here. AM 560 Sports WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sponsored by U Health, University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute experts treat athletes of all levels, elite pros, active adults, and youth athletes. Recover your game. Visit uhealthsportsmedicine.com. By Williamson Automotive. Williamson is Miami. And by Kendall Toyota, your home team best deal on all new Toyota models, electric vehicles, hybrids, cars, and trucks. They're all at Kendall Toyota. All about the U. All at Kendall.
Wooga puts it up there. Got it! 88-81 Miami. 4 seconds to go. Carr across the timeline. Lets it fly. It's no good. And it's all over. There's a wild celebration. It's history. The University of Miami has made history. They're going to the Final Four for the first time in school history. They're jumping up and down. It's a wild celebration. Miami to the Final Four. Miami 88, Texas 81. That's your final score. March 26th of 2023. The Miami Hurricanes make history. Miami to the Final Four. Can you believe it?
Because it is a historic day for college basketball here in South Florida. 6 hours of pregame coverage, not enough. We're going to do 6:15, just a couple more minutes. But then at 8 o'clock, Joe Zagacki, who you just heard, and Danny Rabinowitz, who you're about to hear, they're going to get you going on our sister station, 104.3 The Shark. It looks like, Danny, you just finished up with the national anthem. Kind of set the stage right now. How are things over there in Houston?
We're rocking here, man. We got the intro videos playing. We are just about ready to tip this one off here. FAU and San Diego State. What a great atmosphere here in this building. And again, we'll have the Hurricanes and UConn Huskies for you tonight. 8 o'clock, 104.3 FM. The Shark, really looking forward to it, guys. Should be really, really an incredible night here for Miami in Houston. But man, this is quite a scene here, guys. Really just never seen anything like this, to be quite honest with you.
Talked about how San Diego State has a lot of seniors, a lot of juniors, even a 25-year-old on the team. Physically, are they that much more imposing than the guys from FAU?
Well, let's take a look at what you have here. So you look at the starting lineup here for San Diego State. They got a 6'10 and a 6'7. So Nathan Mensah will be their guy who will play underneath for him. They go 3 guards and 2 forwards. FAU is going to go 4 guards and a center. Vladislav Golden, who stands at 7'1", so he will be the center underneath. But other than that, guys, look at FAU's height: 6'4", 6'3", 6'2", and 6 feet flat. So that's what FAU is working with here in this one. So, I don't know, guys. I don't know how this one is going to play out here. I know it's basically a pick'em game. I think this is going to be a tremendous matchup here.
It's kind of like a David and Goliath, pardon the pun right there. But these FAU guards and this undersized, somewhat people would say undermanned FAU team has answered the call all season long, much less all tournament long. So I wouldn't be surprised if they come in there and get another one like they did to get into the Final Four.
And if you can hear the boos, by the way, there's a lot of San Diego State fans here. It seems like they have traveled very well. Everyone is building a standing, so I'm trying to figure out where all the different fans are for different teams. But, yeah, guys, it looks like San Diego State has traveled very well for this one here. And I want to hear some Hurricanes fans later, guys. That's all I want to hear.
I hope so. They better, because there's going to be a lot of UConn fans that travel from Connecticut and the tri-state area in New York and New Jersey to go root on for UConn. But I hope the Canes fans that are there, they are loud, they're expressive, and they let the city of Houston know that not only does Miami have the best college basketball team, they have the best fans as well. So let's go, Canes. Let's go. Come on, guys. This is it. This is it. We did a 6-hour pregame show, guys. There's nothing more we can do.
6 hours and 15 minutes.
6
Vlad.
hours
Don't
and
cut us-
15
don't
minutes.
Cut us short. I've been in 2 locations for this pregame. I didn't even know that was possible, guys. That's how long this thing has been. I started off at the team hotel. By the way, awesome job that the university did setting that thing up at that hotel was really, really great. And then made it over to this big football stadium, guys, and that's where we will be here for the rest of the evening until we get going 8 o'clock tonight.
We're talking about it off the air, Vlad and I. You look at this year's Final Four. You got FAU, never even been to the NCAA tournament before this year, so it's obviously their first Final Four. The U, this is also their first Final Four, although last year they went to the Elite Eight. Then you have got San Diego State, another team. The Mountain West, their own conference, has never sent anybody to the Final Four. This is their first Final Four. And then you've got UConn, who have won 4 national championships since 1999. With all that being said, throw everything out the book. Throw all the books out the window. You don't know who's going to win these games. It's anybody's ball games tonight and on Monday night.
I mean, look, guys, UConn has a very rich basketball history, right? I mean, we could spend a lot of time talking about all the great players that have played there over the years. I think you guys all know that. I think we know what not only they've done on the men's side, but on the women's side with Gino over there. So they are just a tremendous basketball powerhouse program. Miami is trying to establish themselves as that right now, guys. And, you know, Coach Larinaga has built this program up to this point, and it doesn't get any bigger than this. This is really just kind of a remarkable thing as this robotic camera flies right back in front of me. There's just a lot of crazy stuff here I'm seeing for the first time, guys. But Jim Larinaga, his coaching staff deserve a lot of credit. But guys, you know what it's going to come down to? It's going to come down to the players executing out there on the floor. We know the game plan will be in. Can Miami make shots in this building? They've been one of the most efficient offensive teams in the country all season. Can they force turnovers like they've done all season and defend well? And can they rebound? Will be a huge, huge test for the Hurricanes tonight.
Hollywood, what is your final prediction? As we're almost done here.
Well, Vlad, obviously, I'm going to say that the Hurricanes win, so that'll take care of that game. I'm going for FAU, man. I think FAU's got a shot here in this game to pull the upset. Obviously, I am rooting for FAU. I'd love to see them win here, and I think it'd be great for the basketball hotbed that is South Florida now. The number one basketball hotbed in the country right now, guys. Don't forget Nova winning the Division II national championship.
You're absolutely right there.
We are the hotbed of college hoops. I think FAU is a really cool story, and I would definitely like to see. We know people over there as well, so we would obviously like to see them win.
Dan, I've been saying it for the last month or so that the UM was going to the Final Four. UM was going to win the national title. It didn't matter who they were going to face. I have
could have bet on that, Vlad.
I should have. If
you knew it a month ago, you could have bet on it.
Listen. The listeners know, the texters know, the Twitchers know. I have the Canes winning tonight's game 79-71. I have FAU beating San Diego State 66-58. And we have a all South Florida national title game Monday night.
And I have been loud wrong all tournament about both teams, and it seems to be working. So I'm going to be loud wrong again. I think San Diego State wins 55-54, and I think UConn wins 64-60. Jim Larinaga,
I don't like what I'm
listening.
Hearing, Dan.
No. This is reversed.
Loud wrong, and Larinaga told me don't pick them. I've been loud wrong all tournament. So make us proud out there, Danny. I know you and Joe Zagacki, our sister station 104.3 The Shark, starting at 8 o'clock. We are very proud. How proud are you just to be someone involved with the U and seeing what you see right now?
To be honest, guys, it hasn't really set in. Like this is really crazy. And
look at where we're at.
The game's about to start. I mean, it's just wild. It's a really crazy thing to be at a Final Four. You guys know how I feel about basketball. It's always been my favorite sport, my love, and then to be, sitting. I'm basically on the court here, guys. Could not possibly get any closer to this basketball game. that's about to take place. I would like this game to end in about an hour and 45 minutes. If
There's no pitch
possible.
clock. There's no shot clock in college basketball.
I know, and I know CBS got to get a lot of very expensive commercials in, but the quicker this game ends, the quicker we can get to our game, which would be nice because I am getting a little antsy down here, gentlemen.
Relax, all right? Like my future quarterback says, RELAX. Relax. Calm down there, Danny. You're going to enjoy this game between Florida Atlantic and San Diego State, and then you get to witness and call with Joe Zagacki the Final Four game between University of Miami and the UConn Huskies. I can't wait. I cannot wait any longer, Dan.
Well, we're not going to have to wait very much longer. Danny, thank you so much for running around and doing everything you've done with us these past couple of days, especially today. May all your dreams come true tonight, whether it be broadcasting or just
one
as the
shining moment, Dan.
Yes, Hollywood. Your one shining
moment.
moment.
Let me say this, though. I got to tell you, both of you guys, you guys do an awesome job, and it was really great working with you today. This was kind of a crazy thing that we put together. Thank you to our program director, Len, for setting everything up here for us, guys. And, this was kind of a really, really crazy thing that we put together, and hopefully I think we made it work, guys. So thank you. Dan and Vlad, and boy, FAU is off to a nice little start here. So I see Dan, I see you watching. So man, we'll enjoy this game, and we'll get back with you 8:00 Eastern on 104.3 FM, The Shark.
Yes, guys, listen, 104.3 The Shark FM is where you will be able to listen to the University of Miami UConn Huskies Final Four National Semifinal game.
For Danny Rabinowitz, my cousin Vladmir Lewisohn, I am Dan Day. Let's go Owls. Let's go you. And let's get this Final Four and this national championship game that we've been always wanting. This has been Sports Day on 560 WQAM.
Text WQAM on the